Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we reserve the right to skip it. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is fine. Okay, try it again. Twitch? Yeah, okay. Or a little out of order? Or no, it is Twitch. Sorry, guys, our Cox Communications is dog shit. Frontier is not available yet, but I'm just going to give a free promo for Frontier Internet. Get Frontier Internet. Okay. Also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, is it bugged? I think it's been 2 hours since we last got a Prime. Thank you, Pikachu. If somebody can test it out, help. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. I'm wearing our whatever. Okay, that's our Instagram. Follow us on Instagram, @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, @BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year, a real tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that is in the description. Also, we have a private Patreon members only Discord. It's going to be available discord.gg, and you can pull it up in the StreamYard. Discord.gg/whatever. And you got to sign up through Patreon. Now, guys, we did our number 2 IRL stream this Friday night. Hide that for a sec. So if you want to see BTS, we post a lot of BTS in our Discord here. And we had to delete and take down the IRL stream because of this gentleman in the pink polo shirt. We cannot play it on YouTube. It was pretty bad. So we had to take down the whole stream. We had to nuke the stream, deleted the stream. It's gone. So if you caught it in person, anyways. So if you want it, discord.gg/whatever. If you want to see why we had to very unfortunately delete our second IRL stream. So, and should be doing more of those. And disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Sarah. I'm just turned 24. I'm a stay-at-home mom now, but I'm studying to be a birth and labor doula. Do you say location?
Yeah.
I'm from Vegas, but we're making the move to Oceanside, California right now.
Grew up in Vegas?
Kinda, yeah, technically.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Anna. I'm 20. I go to UCSB, and I currently live in Santa Barbara.
Where are you from originally?
New Orleans.
New Orleans,
yeah.
Louisiana.
Yep.
Okay. And what are you studying at UCSB?
Film.
Film, okay. And you're going into your junior year?
4th year.
Senior, okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Hi, I'm Nancy. I'm 38. I'm a massage therapist, and I live in Ventura, California.
All right, welcome. What about you?
I'm Liz. I am 26 years old. I am an ABA therapist. I live in the Valley, North Hollywood. And I'm from a small town, Santa Paula, which is like a hop, skip, and a jump.
What's a AVA therapist?
ABA. So I work with
ABA.
kids with autism.
What does the ABA stand for?
Applied
it's an
Behavioral
acronym.
Analysis.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Hi, my name is Lauren. I'm 21 years old. I am a student at California State University, Fresno. I'm a server, an influencer, and I also do social media marketing.
What are you studying at school?
Computer science.
Computer science. And you want to become a software engineer, I'm assuming? Or
No.
what do you want to do?
I want to stick to marketing. So I'm going to go back for a marketing degree and go double major.
Okay, all right. And how many horses do you own?
I own 5.
And you're into, because you do equestrian
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And you compete, or?
Yeah, I competed for a long time, and then since college and I have like 3 different jobs, it's hard to like leave all the time. But all 5 horses are in training right now.
Do you own all 5, or how did, okay. And did you have them, do you get horses when they're, what are horses?
Wait, hang on. You own them, or
Yeah,
your dad
I own
owns
them.
It's not that your dad owns them?
No. Anything, I'm 21 now. Anything that I want now, I have to pay for it. It's Lauren sponsored now.
Oh. So dad didn't buy any of the horses?
Nope, I bought them all.
No. Okay.
You're 21 though.
Yeah.
So you bought them all post 18 years old, or?
Yeah, I bought them from the age of 20 to now.
Oh. What about, like, were you not doing horse stuff prior?
No, I did, but that was parent funded.
Oh, okay. How much does a horse cost? Like, if I wanted to go buy a horse, how much does it cost to buy a horse?
Depends, they can be free or up to $1 million.
That's helpful. So
There's no range because I've gotten horses for free and I've seen horses go for $1 million.
Yeah, usually, I mean, the going rate for a horse is usually around 20 to 30K.
How much were your horses?
Most of them were under the 10,000s. Yeah.
all right.
So like 50,000 for all 5?
Yeah, about.
And then, like, do you have a stable? How does that? You got a stable?
Well, my
probably
parents have a
boards them.
property, but I don't keep any of my horses there. They're up along California, and there are some in like little cities around where I live.
Okay. They're all in different areas, or you don't keep them all in like one
Well,
location, or?
they're in training, so some of them
Oh,
go to
okay.
different trainers for different things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And do you do racing, or do you do the jumping stuff? What do you do?
I do barrel racing, and I'm in reining. Reining. So
what is
reining
that?
is like you're given a pattern, and you're supposed to follow that pattern in a certain way.
Okay. And then barrel racing, what's that?
It's rodeo, so you have 3 barrels, and you got to go around 3 barrels in a certain way,
Okay.
and then whoever is the fastest gets that nice buckle and a nice check.
All right, cool. What about you?
Hi, I'm Daisy. I'm from Ventura, California, and I'm an esthetician.
H.
25.
All right. What about you?
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Harkins. I'm 34 now. I'm from
I'm gonna change
Maine,
that.
born and raised. Doing social media at the moment, social media influencer, media personality. And I have a background in corrections. I used to work with male and female federal inmates, as well as a college-age tutor for state female inmates.
Were you a CO?
No, I worked at a residential reentry center, so I worked as they were just being released from prison.
Got it. Okay. Maddie?
My name is Madison. I'm 19 years old. I'm from San Diego, California. I'm a full-time student at Santa Barbara City College currently, and I'm here at the Whatever podcast.
All right. Welcome. And then we do have Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm a political satirist, a political analyst, and I also occasionally engage in debates from time to time.
All right. Welcome, Andrew. By the way, Crucible crew, you like Andrew shaved or with? I think we prefer the beard, Andrew. I've been in the streams. They're missing the beard.
Yeah, they're not thrilled with the beard. I do shave it like twice a year. I've always done that, but yeah, I've been getting a lot of flack. Beardless Andrew is not the popular Andrew, that's for sure.
Well, it'll grow back soon enough. So, going around the table, what's everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? What's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
I just recently got married in February. My husband and I were together for a total of 2 years, but we had like 6 months where we were off. So I guess like 1.5 years. But we just recently got married in February.
Oh, you're married?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were together for how long?
I guess like technically 1.5 years, because we had 6 months out of that year where we were off, but still like in communication.
Yeah.
Just not together.
And you have a kid, correct?
Yes, but it's not his baby.
Wait.
Different dad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I had the baby. I gave birth in 2022, and me and my current husband started dating shortly after I gave birth, if that makes sense.
Wait, so gave birth.
Does that make
so
sense?
Yeah. So, gave birth.
Pregnant 2021.
2021.
Gave birth 2022. Me and my husband got together in August of 2022.
Did you meet your husband prior to the birth?
No, my husband was my first boyfriend in high school.
Oh, so you guys
yeah.
you guys had dated previously?
Yeah, he was my first like partner. So we kind of
So you broke up, then got a kid, then got back together.
We broke up. We broke up for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. In that meantime, I dated someone else. I got pregnant.
Yeah.
Me and his dad isn't involved, so.
How long were you dating the father of your child?
Not long. That was just someone I hooked up with, and then I got pregnant by that. If that makes sense.
Like a one-night stand?
Pretty much, yeah. It was
so like
one
the first
time and,
worst.
Yeah.
Wait, you guys had sex one time?
Yeah.
Got
And
pregnant?
Then, yep.
And did you continue seeing him for a bit, or it was just?
No, we never dated. He didn't want to be involved, so I was just single. Yeah.
And so, how did you meet him? Like a dating app or at a club?
We met on Discord.
You met on Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
We met on Discord through like mutual friends.
Beaten Cheeks donated $100.03.
Thank you, man.
Just signed up for the best debate course online, Destiny's Andrew Destroyer class. Along with it, he's talked me into voting for Kamala 2024. Andrew, why are you copying my shave style, bro? Not cool.
What?
Yeah, Akuma chiming in with his Coomer rhetoric already. So it's way too early in the podcast for your Coomer rhetoric, Beaten Cheeks.
Also, I'm not sure. Oh, just a heads up, guys. The TTS is 200. There was an issue there that should have come in as a read. So, not sure why that. Anyways, I fixed it. Wait, so okay.
Yeah.
You met him on Discord. What was the Discord? Was it for Pokemon or what was it?
No, it was just like a talking Discord. Like it was just, just random public.
Like it was
server.
you're from Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
so it's like for Vegas people in Vegas.
He was in Virginia. I flew out to see him.
Wait, hold on. So you live in Vegas.
Yeah.
He lived in Virginia.
Mm-hmm. I flew out
And
there.
so when did you, prior to flying out to meet him, when did you meet him? Or when did you like first get in contact?
Maybe like a month prior.
Okay.
For a month, we had been in not acquaintance, but we'd known each other for like a month, and then
So it was a talking Discord. It wasn't like a shared hobby.
Yeah, no, it's just like one of those servers that like people just make, like group chats, kind of. There's like 1,000 people in there, and he was the owner of it. I got added into it by a mutual friend.
Is he a content creator?
No. So I don't know how to explain it, but so my mutual friend from Vegas added me to it because he was in it. But I guess it was a gaming server. Maybe that makes more sense because they do play games on that server.
Okay.
So maybe that's how, I don't know.
So you flew out there, and how did you stay with him?
Yeah, for a weekend.
For a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You guys hooked up.
Yep.
You flew back.
Yep.
4 weeks later.
Literally
Pregnant.
like a week later, I found out I was pregnant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you guys, were you on birth control at the time?
No, I've never been on birth control.
Using condom?
No.
Did he blast inside? Sorry, repeat it. We didn't hear. Repeat it.
Yes.
Yes, he blasted.
Yes, he did.
How many times?
Twice.
There was no conversation about birth control or anything like that?
There was a conversation of like, if this might happen, like if I were to get pregnant. And the conversation was like, yeah, if you get pregnant, that's okay. I was like, okay. And I liked him, so I was like, all right.
Does he pay you child support?
No, he's not involved at all.
Okay. Do you want him to pay child support or?
No, no.
So,
It's okay.
so I have just a couple clarification questions I was wondering about.
Yeah.
If he's not involved at all, and you have not insisted that he is involved at all, has he actually taken a paternity test?
No. So he didn't push for one. I mean, he was the only guy that I slept with that year, so there's no other possible father. But
I mean, as far as we know, right?
well, yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, he never pushed for a paternity test. He just we came to the mutual agreement he didn't want to be involved. We had a conversation earlier this year, and he also reiterated that he didn't want to be involved, and that's okay. I didn't want to push it.
So he's not involved. So you and your husband are supporting the child?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nick, private chat. Okay, so okay, that's interesting. And I think one thing in your notes here that you had provided is that you maybe we come to no, we'll go to it now. You had said something along the lines of waiting until marriage. Now that because you had the kid, right? But when it came to having sex, you after having the kid, wanted to wait till marriage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So your current husband, did you guys wait until marriage?
We did. Well, it's kind of hard to explain. So we were dating after I had my son. We waited a few months, and then we did start having. Can I say sex? Can I say that here?
Yeah,
we
that's
did
fine.
start having sex, and then there was a period of time where we decided that it'd be best for us to wait until marriage. We ended up breaking up after that, and then we got back together like 6 months later, and then waited like 3 months, and then got married right after.
Wait, when you say we decided,
We mutually agreed to just wait.
mutual, so he was having sex with you,
Mm-hmm.
and then you mutually agreed?
Yeah, like I brought it up in discussion and said that
You mean you decided that?
I came to the decision, yes, and then he agreed that it was probably
Right,
a
but
better
so he
decision.
didn't want that. You wanted
Maybe
that.
not, yeah. Since I initiated it.
Can I quickly interject? I wanted to make sure that I have this right in my notes.
Yeah.
You said you knew a week after you had slept with this guy you were pregnant?
Mm-hmm. About 8 days.
I'm not. What's that?
About 8 days after. So when you like.
I'm not sure that that's possible.
Yeah. So how like ovulation works, the earliest you can check after ovulation is 6 to 9 days. Is how long implantation occurs. So it can take, say I ovulated, right? 7 days later, implantation occurs. The next day, HCG, the pregnancy hormone, can start releasing. And pregnancy tests detect little as 6 milliliters of HCG, so you can test very, very early.
I thought HCG was not something which was released until 2 weeks after the pregnancy.
No, HCG is released after implantation.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll double check my information here, but I thought that it took at least 2 weeks for you to determine that you were pregnant after conception.
So they recommend you wait 2 weeks after ovulation because by 2 weeks you would be 4 weeks pregnant. And at 4 weeks pregnant, your HCG would be at least at like 400 to 500 milliliters, which is very detectable on a pregnancy test. Anywhere from like 6 to 9 days DPO, which is like days past ovulation, your HCG would be anywhere from as low as to 6 milliliters to say like 30 milliliters, and it would just show as a faint line. So that's why they say wait 2 weeks, because that's when the line would be a definitive yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll double check. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
No, you're good.
I've never actually heard of. I didn't even know that a woman could know within 8 days after conception that she was pregnant. I thought that it took a bit longer than that.
8 days after ovulation. So conception and ovulation are different.
Yeah, but you said you knew 8 days later.
Yeah, 8 days because I was ovulating. that weekend. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, if that makes sense.
So in your notes, you said, does not do casual hookups. You've been celibate until marriage. After becoming a single mom, I've had to rewire all my standards. Around the time I met my child's father, I didn't have standards at all.
Yeah.
You were okay with hooking up with whoever, no thoughts behind it.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say whoever. Is that what I said?
In some of your older notes. So the timeline's a little interesting. So you said that you mutually decided with your now husband to wait, but you guys were hooking up, but then you stopped. You broke up. Was the breakup precipitated by the change in sexual access, I guess you could say?
No, the breakup was related to something else. It wasn't.
How soon after the change in your desire to have sex with your now husband did the breakup occur?
Oh, actually, very soon. Yeah, pretty soon. We broke up like maybe a week. We broke up like 3 weeks after that conversation.
But you're saying it's something else that precipitated the breakup?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it would be related to that, but we were just arguing a bit more, so I don't know.
But now, when it came to the withholding of the sex or the change up when it came to you wanting to have sex until you're married, was that because of the arguing or just for your own, like you had your own values?
Oh, well, yeah. So because the reason I wanted to start waiting until marriage was I had found Christ at that point, and I felt like it was the more virtuous thing to just start waiting and to be more disciplined. That was one of my bigger struggles, so I wanted to challenge myself on that and staying celibate. If that makes sense.
And so, okay.
What? What?
It's just, you guys were arguing a lot. You were previously in a sexual relationship with your boyfriend at the time. You then found God and then had a change up when it came to your willingness to have sex with your boyfriend. I mean, I'm not totally, is he religious?
Yeah.
Did he only become religious after you started withholding sex from him?
No. No, he was already religious before I became religious.
Well, it seemed you had a
He
stronger...
just wasn't more, yeah.
Well, he had no objections to premarital sex, whereas you did.
Yeah. I guess it was just different, like different discerning thoughts, different convictions, I guess. It was, I think for me, it was something I had a more personal conviction with.
I'm just curious if your husband started withholding sex from you now, do you think that would lead to arguments?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I wouldn't deny that.
Well, is
And it
it
would
then
be the
safe?
same
Is it
vice
safe to
versa.
say that that's what precipitated the initial breakup?
Yeah, I think that's safe
Okay.
to assume, sure. I'm not denying that that's like a possible reason why we started arguing more and maybe having more like conflicts.
And did you date anybody else in that time period?
I talked to one person, but we never dated.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we can get back to that a little bit. It's certainly interesting. Yeah, we'll come back to it later. Your relationship status?
I've been in a relationship for about 3 months with my girlfriend, but we've been talking for like a year and a half. So, kind of weird.
Wait, sorry. You've been a year and a half you've been dating?
We've been like kind of basically dating for a year and a half, but only officially for 3 months.
Okay, well, I'll say 3. Longest relationship?
The longest I've been in, about
Yeah.
8 months.
And are you bi, lesbian?
Bi.
Bi, okay. You've dated men before?
I have.
The 8-month one, was that with a man or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The 8-month with the guy?
Yes.
And how did you meet your current girlfriend?
Tinder.
Tinder, okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, what about you?
I'm single.
Mm-hmm.
Dating, I guess.
Dating? What does that mean?
I'm not in a relationship. I'm talking to people.
How many people?
Well, I'm very careful who I share my body with. So that's like talking and flirting and stuff is like one thing, and sharing my body with somebody is a different thing. So, I am going to leave it at that.
Well, that's fine. How many people are you not sharing your body with then?
How many people am I not sharing my body with? Billions.
Well, that you're talking to, anyways.
A lot. I was on a dating app, but in Texas because I just don't like California guys. So I was going out there and flying out there quite often to, like, I dated some guys for a couple months actually. Had some strange experiences. I thought I was gonna like get married to a couple of them. I have a lot of family and friends out there, so
in Texas.
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been single for?
From my last real relationship, I would say that 2022. Yeah, so 2 years. Yeah.
And you were married, right?
I was not married, and that's not the one I'm talking about. I was in a relationship with the father of my kids. I have 3 kids with.
And that ended 2 years ago?
No, that was just a 2-year relationship that I had. I've been split up from the father of my kids for 8 years. We were together from me being 18 to 30, so for 12 years.
But not married, correct?
Engaged for 12 years.
Okay. And he's the father. You have 3 kids?
Yes.
He's the father of all 3?
Yes.
Okay. And ever married?
Never married, but I've been engaged.
Okay, gotcha. And when did you have your kids?
I was 20 when I had our first daughter,
Okay.
and then I was 24, I think, or 23 when I had, so long ago, when I had my second one, and 27 with our third,
Gotcha.
which is a boy.
How old's your eldest daughter?
She's 17. She just graduated high school. She's
Okay.
a college student now.
All right, cool. What about you?
I'm single.
How long have you been single?
I would say like 3-4 years now. Yeah.
Longest relationship?
3-4 years. Longest relationship was probably like 2 years.
2 years, okay.
Yeah.
You've been single for 3 to 4 years.
Yeah.
So you've been celibate for 3 to 4 years.
I've been single for 3 to 4 years.
Are there any guys in the picture currently?
Why are you laughing so hard? Yes, I am. Yes, I am dating.
Okay. So what's the nature of your dating?
It all just comes with like feeling, getting to know the person. I think that like I've had stages where like I wild out and like, don't get me wrong, like I've had like one night stands and stuff, but it comes to a point of like not doing that anymore. So I actually downloaded a dating app because my friend told me that I should. Because you won't find.
We'll react to your app a little bit later.
Okay.
How long have you been on the dating app for?
Like 2 weeks.
Is your first time ever on a dating app?
I've been on Tinder before.
Okay. So is there a guy currently in the picture then?
No.
I thought you were dating.
I went on I went on one date and then I went on a date with a girl.
Oh, okay. So are you bi?
No, I only went on the date to see what like the stimulation would be, or
Sorry,
if
the what?
Stimulation.
The stimulation?
Like, would I be stimulated?
Oh. Okay. Sure. Okay.
You know, you never know until you find out.
Were
it
you
was
stimulated?
Very cool. It was. I was a little curious. You know, I wouldn't like. I've like messed with girls before.
What does that mean?
I've had threesomes. Threesomes.
Like 2 girls, 1 guy?
Yes.
3 girls?
2 girls, 1 guy.
Okay. All right. But like, have you been on dates with girls before?
No, and like a majority of my friends are actually like lesbian. Can I say that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
That's fine. The majority of your friends are lesbians.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Let's be honest, huh?
All right. And so
I
were
don't know.
you stimulated?
I was like, you know what? They look like they're having a blast. I just want to maybe like dibble and dabble, get in the water.
So
I
did
put
you
my
guys
foot
hook
in.
up?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Kiss?
I've kissed
a girl?
I've
you liked
kissed
it?
some of my friends. I kissed
Okay.
a girl. And I'm like, yeah.
All right. And So there's no guys in the picture. No guys. There's not one guy.
Well, you look disappointed.
Are you disappointed? Do you want to take me on a date? No, I'm kidding. No, then I think that like I've been on a date and I felt like it wasn't really there. There's guys that I've been texting consecutively, so I would like not to the point of conversation to be like, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Like we just went on dates and stuff. Like we'll text, but it's not going to be like.
Sure. What's the? Do you have a roster currently?
No, actually, that's why I got on the dating app, because I felt like I didn't have enough like hoes.
So you want more hoes?
I just want to be entertained or stimulated, I guess.
You want to be entertained or stimulated?
Yeah.
Both.
Okay. What's the difference between being entertained and stimulated?
Entertainment comes with like something that could be intriguing, or entertainment can just be like talking. I wasn't really like talking to anybody, so I felt like it was like I need to open up my doors to like meeting new people, I guess, and that was like the easier access point, especially now, like our generation.
Question for the entire panel on the entertainment thing: how important is it to you to be entertained by your significant other, whether man or woman? Is that important?
Intellectually stimulated?
No, entertained.
Entertained, like they dance for you, like they dance.
Right.
Like
What do you mean?
Well, they could be, perhaps they're funny.
Yeah,
That could be
that's really important.
entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
They're conversationalists.
Yeah, conversational. Yeah.
Conversationalists. They have good banter.
Yeah, it's
they've
super
got the
important.
Riz, whatever.
I'd say that's like a 10 of importance.
Yeah.
I
all
would
of the
agree.
above.
Important.
Yeah.
If a guy can't entertain you, is it a no-go?
I'm still stuck on like the definition of like how we're defining entertaining in this context. Like, what do you
How
mean?
about you're not bored? Actually, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Some people like
You're entertained. I don't know.
It holds your attention, something that you want to look at, something that you want to see, something that you want to be around, because it occupies your mind.
that's a perfect.
I would say yes and no. I would say like it's not like a total loss if a guy, like if I were single and this guy wasn't like totally entertaining me, I wouldn't say it's like an immediate no.
Okay.
I feel like for a relationship, you should be entertained, not just like stagnant, like sitting there.
You should be entertained. Like, is it?
Like I would say it's important in a relationship. If you're just talking to somebody, maybe not as much.
Okay.
What was the question again?
How important is being entertained?
Yeah, it's super important. It's a 10. I think like you can be just a hot guy that's boring or dumb, and girls can sometimes be just as shallow as guys and just go after a guy because they're hot. And that goes both ways.
Sure.
If you're boring, I think that's kind of a deal breaker. Well,
Deal
not like
breaker.
boring, but like not entertaining.
Not entertaining.
Because like I've talked to guys who are like, they do like 80 million different things, and it's super fun to like get to know like different experiences, getting to go do something new that you haven't done before. And if a guy does the same thing as you do or does less, it's kind of like, okay, where's the fun in that? Like I want to go learn. I'm a learner.
Okay.
I like
all
learning.
right.
I've been told I have ADHD, so I need to be entertained.
Okay.
I like entertainment, yes.
Maddie?
Yeah, but I can be really easily entertained, so.
Also true.
I wonder how much component of this, I mean, obviously society's changed significantly, but I mean, like, there's Netflix, HBO. Can't you just be entertained? You're already, like, you know, you got TikTok, attention span, 10 seconds. For all of human history, there was a complete lack of entertainment. And now, not only do women demand entertainment from media, but also we as men are
Dylan Joe donated $200. Is it fair for your chick to have trust issues with you even if you're innocent and show no signs of being unfaithful? Andrew, you're a fucking beast the way you unapologetically preach the truth.
Yo, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it. Is it fair for your chick to have trust issues with you, even if you're innocent? We'll come back to that, Dylan. I'll pull that one back up so I can get through all this. Just interesting. So going back to it, it's just interesting to me, like, why do y'all look for men to be your entertainment?
Wait,
when
hold
you
on.
guys are never like providing
It goes
the
back. It
entertainment?
goes both ways. I am very entertaining in my relationships.
Okay.
I keep them laughing. I suggest fun things to do. I'm super outdoorsy. I take them to really
Like
cool
brunch?
places. No, like go hike and go in a cave and go in a waterfall, lay out in the sun, in the mountains, like skydiving. It goes both ways. I would never demand something that I'm not willing to also put forward.
Who's that comedian? I think it's Bill Burr, and he says something along the lines of, you know, us men, we have very busy lives. We just kind of want to relax on the weekends. And if you're dating, you just get your weekend filled up with stuff. Oh, let's do brunch. You know?
I never go to brunch.
Can't we just? I'm tired.
Brunch is
You
fun.
don't want to eat.
I don't know. I think it's a balance, though.
you don't
If you
wanna
want,
eat?
Yeah.
like,
Eating
you
is so
know, I
simple.
don't know. You want like
It's what
half-
you like
Yeah,
and
it's
what your partner likes.
You don't need to be
and
like
doing
a
things
clown
that you
all
like.
the time, but
Yeah.
you want like
Some people like boring though. Like, don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. There's
We
no
have
such
that.
like. There can be entertainment, and there can also be people that are just okay with being boring. To
Yeah.
each his own. But like, I feel like personally, it comes on like perspective. Like, hey, you know, I like to be entertained. I'm pretty sure if you like to be entertained, that's
Yeah.
probably why we get along together. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
of
Like,
course.
do you like to be entertained or do you like boring?
I like boring.
I
Give
think
me boring. Give me boring.
I think it's a matter of like if this person isn't able to entertain you consistently, is it a deal breaker, or are you okay with like some I don't know if stagnant's the right word, but like are you
Comfortable
okay with-
silences.
Yeah, like just coexisting.
Like
just,
that comes to
chilling out.
sacrifices and stuff too. Like, hey, okay, like they can do a balance of like maybe they can like, okay, I'm hearing you out. Maybe you're not so much entertaining on this part, but like we can figure it out together. And that's something like you said, like, is that a deal breaker for you? For me,
Yeah,
it's not a deal breaker, but I would like for it to be entertaining.
I get you.
But it's not going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to date you because you're not entertaining. Like, no, I can be boring too. Like, we
Yeah.
don't have to go to brunch.
No brunch.
No brunch.
Brunch is
Just
off.
lunch.
Yeah.
balance. I love that balance.
I guess, at least from my perspective, I'm not looking to a woman to like spike my like excitement level.
Stimulated.
Really?
Yeah, like in terms of like you being like some super banter or really funny, I don't look for that in
So as
a
long as
woman.
she's like attractive, that stimulates you.
Well, you can. There's a lot of things I care about. There's a lot of things I care about beyond looks when it comes to like your character and your personality. But your ability to entertain me is kind of irrelevant. Don't care at all.
Would you say
Interesting.
looks is like a big thing, like for
Yeah, sure.
when you like first
it's
meet somebody?
important.
Yeah, I think so.
But
too.
like, I'm not like in terms of what you bring to the table when it comes to your personality, your ability to make me laugh or entertain me is very low on the totem pole.
So what are your
Or
like top
totally
5
irrelevant.
things? What are your top 5 things that you look for priorities?
Sure.
in a
So I
girl?
mean, the
You
biggest
need to
one.
be looking for things like pretty, hot, good looking, very attractive.
It's a wonderful
like
list.
to look at. Or I would look for like those 5 qualities. I think that those are the best 5.
Those are pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I'd say the biggest thing is so bringing peace. So we actually asked this last show, and maybe Nick, you could pull up that tweet again. So, what was the? I'm trying to remember what the question was exactly, but I would rather I think a lot of women would rather date a really like charismatic, entertaining guy, but it comes with constant conflict and arguing versus dating like a dull, boring guy who otherwise treats you nice and treats you well, and there's never any conflict.
No, I would rather have the latter. I honestly, I
You'd
hate
prefer which
conflict. The boring guy with no conflict.
Okay,
I
if you
hate.
say so.
I hate conflict so much. I have like a fight, like a 3-fight rule. Like if we argue like 3 times, like a heated argument, like I'm done with you.
Okay.
Because there's not many reasons to argue with me. I'm pretty easygoing.
Balance. Balance.
Well, yeah, you
100%
can
balance.
have no conflict and then also have somebody who's charismatic and entertaining, I suppose. But it seems if it's one or the other, a lot of women will want the conflict plus the entertaining, charismatic guy.
I don't
No,
think it has to be one or the other. I think it can be both.
No, but in his scenario that he's presenting.
Sure, yeah, true.
Whatever fan donated $200. I would also like to concur with Andrew's top 5 list.
Baddie, shut a
Please add a baddie to that list as well. Let Andrew cook.
All right, thank you, man.
No, that baddie doesn't make the list. No.
Yeah, I think the question that we asked last time is, would you rather be with a boring guy, but there's never any conflict arguing, or with a really entertaining, fun, interesting guy, but there's constant conflict arguing?
Boring.
Boring.
Boring, no conflict.
Which do you pick?
Can I say a balance? I feel like you have
No,
to
you
have
got to
a
pick one or the other.
I guess boring.
I like to make up, so I like a little argument.
Okay, there you go.
Boring.
I don't know. I guess boring. But
Okay.
That sucks too.
As long as it's not like, aggressive.
We'll continue with the relationship status here. What about you?
Oh, thank goodness.
Techno Trooper donated $200. How many bodies is too many bodies for a female? What is past the threshold where it is unacceptable?
How many bodies is too many bodies for female? What is past the threshold where it is unacceptable? It depends on age, but once you, you know what, techno, we're gonna have to save it for later, okay? We'll save it for later, techno. But actually, yeah, we'll save it for later, techno. I'll write it down. We'll get back to it because we gotta get through relationship status. Go ahead.
I'm in a relationship.
Why were you like?
Because I just got out
to-
of one and now I'm in one.
Oh, okay.
That's why. And I haven't really told anybody I'm in one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been in this new relationship?
Like a couple weeks.
Okay.
I was gonna say a month, and I was like, that has not been a month yet. So like a couple weeks.
Longest relationship?
2 years.
Was that the one that just ended?
No.
Okay. So
No.
how soon after the breakup did you get into a relationship with this new guy?
4 months? 3-4 months?
3-4 months passed.
Yeah.
Between. Okay. And how long were you dating the last guy?
Like, we were talking for 6 months. We dated for 5. It was very short-lived.
Okay. All right. How did you meet this most recent guy?
We met at a bar in Old Town Clovis, and he came up to me. I ignored him. And then he came up to me again. I ignored him again. And then finally we started talking.
Wait, he came up to you?
Yeah.
You ignored him?
Yeah.
He came up to you. You ignored him twice?
Yeah.
Wait, so, okay, walk me through it.
So he came up to me. He's like, hi. And I said, hi. And I kind of like turned my back, and he was like still talking. And then he said, he like started a conversation again, and I was like, and I answered his question, and I ignored him again. I turned back to my friends, and then he asked me again, and I was like, okay, he won't leave me alone. I'll start talking.
So, like, was it he left and came back, or he was just standing there?
Well, he was like standing there the first time, and then he walked away, and I think he came back. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him. I was also like with my friends, and like when I go out, I'm like with my friends. I don't try to like, I don't go to bars or like go out to like meet guys. I go out there to spend time with my friends. So I didn't really pay attention.
Wait, so role play it. So pretend that's your girlfriend right there. Okay, so he just came up. He said, "Hey," then you.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, we're at the bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what's
We're
up?
at the bar. Hi.
I'm Josh.
Nice to meet you, Josh.
Damn. Okay. Wait, was the split? Did we miss it?
No, I got it. I just split it at the last second.
Okay. Okay. So you ignored him 2 times. Okay. So were you just not into him, or like?
Well, like, so I just got out of a relationship like before that, so I didn't know like what to do really. And so again, like I said, when I go out, I don't go out to like find a hookup or to meet other guys. I'm just there with my girlfriends and their friends, and we all just like have fun.
Yeah. Would you prefer men like approach you in person versus on social media? Or?
Yeah.
So when a guy did approach you in person, you blanked him?
Basically.
Yeah.
Sorry. I feel bad, but it's okay.
Well, I suppose he was persistent and you continued dating him, but
that's true.
I mean, most guys would probably slink away after the. Right, and girls are like, oh, you should just go like try to approach girls in person, but like,
You got me.
bro,
over
they
here.
fucking
So mean.
blank you. A girl will blank you hi, turn their head right away. So that's interesting.
Big ego.
What do you mean?
Big ego. Like, if you have a good ego, don't let that, like, tear you down just because you get a no. Like, keep it pushing.
Says the group of women who have never approached a man.
Oh, I approach men all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
I usually approach
I've been
men.
rejected so many times. It's not that big of a deal.
You guys approach men
I will
at the
never
same
approach a guy. That scares
same
me.
frequency as they approach you, I'm sure. But actually, I mean, to your point, I feel like women are absolutely terrible at taking L's.
In what way?
I, like, laugh it off.
Like women, that's why women don't approach, because you're so terrified of rejection, and also because you don't have to, because men do it predominantly. So
I mean, sometimes I feel like in the generation that we're in now, a lot of men don't go up to women because I feel like
because we don't want that. We don't want that.
Aw, called out. This is why I'm in the hot seat.
They're in a happy relationship now.
they're in a happy relationship now. Like, have you ever approached a girl and it went successful?
Sure.
There you go. So you don't have to look at it negatively. Like, sometimes you get a no and you get a yeah.
Right, but I mean, most
win 'em all.
men don't want to like have to deal with that like 10 times in the night, and that's probably most guys' experience when they're trying to approach a girl.
That is true. I've seen that happen.
You know
In
what?
I
what
played
way-
wingman before.
In
I'm
what
not doing
ways
that.
do you think women act negatively when they're like approaching a man and they get rejected?
What do you?
Like-
in what ways?
Yeah.
What do you
like,
mean?
I've
Like you
never
said,
seen
women
it,
can't take
so
an
I don't
L.
know. Yeah.
You've
like-
never seen what, a woman be rejected?
Yeah, I mean-
exactly.
Well, fair point. But
Yeah.
like when you say they
So
can't
even here's the
take an
difference,
L,
though.
Yeah.
So even if I just grant to you that yes, some women sometimes, rarely, will approach men,
Yeah.
your likelihood of success is going to be way higher.
For sure.
Way higher. So
Yeah.
even then, you still don't do. Most women still don't regularly approach, at least to the same degree that they'll be approached by men.
I agree with that. No,
But
I'm not
why
disagreeing
blame
with
women?
that.
Why not blame the men that
Wait, it's
allow
neither,
that?
Well, it's neither one of their fault. I think what I'm trying to clarify is like women can't handle rejection. I just don't know. I'm just trying to clarify. Like, what do you mean?
What
I
do you
don't.
mean?
I'm not trying to like challenge it. I just want to understand.
You said that women can't handle the take the L.
And then
well.
she's saying, like,
Yeah.
what are
And she
some
wants
ways
to
that
know
they
what.
don't?
Yeah, what's an example of that?
Like, what do they do? How
Like,
do they
get
act?
Why do you
mad?
think
I
that?
don't know.
It's just like
I don't know.
embarrassing. You
I
feel
get
embarrassed.
rejected all the time, and it's not that big of a deal.
All
I
the
think it's
time.
something you talk to your girls
Often.
about. Like,
I
you
guess
like,
like in this conversation, like yeah, there's the minority, like the minority of women like you and I, like where we would approach men, right? But the majority don't. So I'm saying like I guess within these women that do approach men and react negatively, what does that look like?
True.
I don't know if that's a silly question.
No, it's valid,
No,
actually. I see what
yeah.
you're saying.
I'm just I don't know.
Well, it's not so much, I'm not really so concerned about their reaction as to perhaps one of the, well, I mean, there's a couple reasons why women don't approach at the same frequency as men. First off, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Like if a guy never takes initiative, most men, if they'll never take initiative, they'll never find somebody. Whereas women, you can wait for men to come to you and you'll find somebody that way. Most men, that's not an option for.
Yeah.
Most men, they have to be very proactive. Secondly, I would say that, well, I think that's the primary thing is just like you don't really have to do the approaching.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was
So-
just asking about the.
But
I
it's
don't know.
nice. I think it's nice. I approach men because I think men don't get complimented enough at the same frequency as women. So I think that like it feels good to make like a man feel nice and wanted, and I don't think they get that feeling very often.
That's nice.
I will never approach a man.
I don't mind it.
But like, was he being creepy or rude?
Well, I think all men are creepy. Like, no offense to men. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, in that area too.
because yeah, it's a bar scene too. And my parents
What
always
area?
the bar scene.
Clovis.
No, just like
You mean
Fresno
where it's-
and-
Yeah, Fresno's kind of sketchy.
It is pretty.
It's a little sketchy. No offense to my hometown.
Yeah, no
but,
offense.
Okay. Wait, so all men are creepy?
Not all men. Most men are creepy.
Most men are creepy.
I see in my DMs and like there's like these married men that are in my DMs or like old guys in my DMs. I'm like, I don't think your wife knows about this. But
Wait,
if you're
let's,
at the bar,
let's differentiate here. So there's the married men who are DMing you. That's obviously objectionable, I suppose. But you said old men. Are they single?
I don't know. I don't try to stalk them that much.
When you say old men, what do you mean? Because you're
Like
21. What's
60s.
Oh,
old?
damn.
Oh, okay. I mean,
60s.
Yeah. Sorry, mom and dad.
okay. But it is just kind of like. So you're saying your now boyfriend was a creeper?
I didn't say he was a creeper.
You said all men are creepy. But so, okay, I asked you a question.
He's watching this. He's going to be like, really, Lauren? He's going to call me out.
Yeah, but so the question was...
Ex-boyfriend now.
The question was not your assessment of all men, but I asked just how was your boyfriend when he approached you? Was he creepy or rude?
No, he wasn't creepy or rude.
Okay.
I just don't think I was in the headspace to like talk to anybody.
Okay.
So I
Sure.
think that's why I ignored it.
Well, I mean, you don't owe anybody a conversation, but I mean...
Wait, you guys met in person, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So did you guys like exchange numbers that night
Yeah.
or something, and then he just kept texting you?
Okay, all right. What about you? Relationship status?
Single.
Single. Okay, how long have you been single for?
8 months.
All right, longest relationship?
1 year.
1 year. All right. No guys in the picture currently?
No guys.
No guys?
No guys. I'm trying
Okay.
to date, but
Sure.
men are...
Men are what?
They're not creepy. I don't think men are creepy. I would disagree with that. I feel like you think creepy guys are probably like the ugly ones, or unattractive, I should say. But like, I was like telling my
That's a
friend,
good
like
point.
if a hot guy like comes up to us and like compliments us, it's like, oh my God. But if an ugly guy comes up to us and like tries like
Does
to
the same
flirt, same
thing?
thing,
Same thing?
we're just like, oh my God, dude. Because she was like the other day, she was like, oh my
It's
God,
true.
he like walked up, this guy's following us. And I'm like, but if he was hot, trust me, you would have been all about it.
I mean, it's an actually really good point. The exact same behavior will fall into desired or like undesired based on the attractiveness of the man. Obviously, there's some conduct and behavior that's unacceptable regardless, but
When Andrew said hot, good looking,
yeah.
Yeah, all of his
all of your five, yeah.
It also goes though, like when girls are just nice to a guy, sometimes they misinterpret that as us flirting with them, and then it's like they just don't know when to quit. Like, hey, I was just being polite. Like now, like stop bothering me.
That's so true.
Doesn't mean that I. Yeah.
Wait, didn't you say you'd go up to guys just to give them a compliment?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. No.
And you
I
just
didn't
said
say
men
that.
never receive compliments.
What did you? What?
Didn't you say like you'll go up to a guy and just give him a compliment?
Yeah.
Is it the guy that you're interested in?
Sometimes. I mean, I compliment women too if I see them. Like, it doesn't have to be sexual.
What if you-
I just think in general, men don't feel enough like appreciation and praise. So I just try to like, if I say like, oh wow, I really like your boots. Those are nice boots. Or
Okay.
you really play pool well. I don't know. It doesn't. I'm being just nice.
That's cool.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like if you're a customer service worker and a guy, you're like being nice because that's your job, and then they like want your number, and then it's like, and it just makes it uncomfortable.
I think it's
I
hard
get
when you
that.
have like a friendly personality and you're just like a warm person.
Yeah.
I feel like that's taken as like, oh,
Yeah.
ooh, all right. You know what I mean? I feel like it's like taken like to the next level.
Relationship status?
Well, I'm single. I've never been in a relationship, and that's about it.
You want to elaborate?
Yes. Well, I feel like my teens and 20s, I just like wasn't ready to date anyone. It really just wasn't a priority for me. I feel like I was just, I don't know, living my life, and it just wasn't something that I was super interested in, honestly. And then I also feel like on top of that, I don't experience attraction that often, so that also made it easy for me to avoid dating.
Do you want to elaborate?
And I am a virgin at 34 years old.
Okay, thank you. And there was a New York Post article about this. Nick, could you pull it up?
Yeah.
Oh, we got the article.
We're going to get the New York Post article. I'm going to have you read it. If you can you see the screen?
You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a 33-year-old virgin who is not religious. This is why I've never had sex. That's not a direct quote, but that is true. Do you want to keep reading it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. A 33-year-old virgin says there's nothing wrong with being a late bloomer and insists it's quite common for millennials to have never done the deed. Also not a direct quote, but yes. Lauren Harkins made the claim in an interview with Southwest News Service, revealing religion wasn't the reason why she's remained chaste. I'm a virgin, but I'm not traditional. Usually it's one or the other, but I'm just very content on my own, the Portland, Maine resident stated. That is true.
Thank you, JJ. Okay. So, have you been on a date?
I've never been on a date, no.
Not even a date?
I haven't, because I am very all or nothing, so I'm not going to go on a date with someone that I'm not interested in. I'm not going to waste anyone's time. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to lead anyone on just to get a free meal. So, no, I've never been on a date with anyone.
Have you been asked out on dates?
I have.
Okay.
Yes. Have. Mm-hmm.
How many times have you been asked out?
Oh, golly, I don't know. I mean, asked out or like approached. I feel like asked out is kind of like next level. I feel like I've been approached more than I've been technically asked out. A lot of times. Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Probably, over the years.
And you
yeah.
rejected them all?
Yeah, I mean, like a friendly way. I'm a friendly gal, but yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
None of them, and was it lack of physical attraction, lack of
I mean, for me, it's everything.
personality?
It's like it's lack of physical attraction, but I think it's also it's something that you just feel. If I feel someone is not for me, again, I'm not going to waste anyone's time. I personally do think that there has to be that that feeling there. I think it's honestly the same with like friends. Like I know who I like, who I want to be friends with. It's just it's like who you jive with in that way. So it's not just, you know, for romantic relationships. For me, I'm just very intentional with who I surround myself with.
Have you ever felt that?
With a man?
Yeah.
No. I mean, no, I've never, no one that I've met, I've felt that for.
Have you ever been physically attracted to a man?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting there. I feel like I've, to some extent, but also I feel like that, again, that emotional connection has to be there. So nothing specific that I can say, but
Have you ever?
And do you? I'm just curious. And maybe this sounds a little off. You don't have to ask it or answer if you don't want to. But do you suffer from any forms of mental illness by chance?
What's up, Andrew? I don't
What's up?
actually. I don't. I'm actually. I think I'm a pretty healthy girl. I don't have any. I'm pretty fortunate. I don't have any mental illness to speak of. I don't have any trauma to speak of. Very limited baggage. Very.
Well, look, can I qualify to you why I asked the question? Because I know
course,
that
yeah.
it seems a little off, right?
Absolutely.
Especially for somebody who promotes the virtue of chastity in society.
Of course.
The reason that I promote, though, the virtue of chastity in society is because it's a virtue. If somebody is angling for the virtuous end, I think that that end is good, right? So they're angling for it for virtue. But that does not appear to actually be what you're doing. It appears that it has nothing to do with virtue. You just don't find men to be particularly attractive, and so you don't sleep with them, right?
That's fair. I think it's also both. I mean, I'm not religious, so I don't know if I would personally use the word virtue, but I do understand what you're saying. I think for me, it's, yes, I don't experience attraction, but even if I did, I still think it's so important to be intentional about who you share your body with. I think it's important to be intentional about everything, honestly. Again, who you surround yourself with. So I'm
Yeah, but you have no higher reason that you're appealing to for that. It's just like kind of an innate set of preferences that you have.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I wonder if these aren't just post hoc justifications for the fact that you're just not particularly attracted to men. And so you kind of justify these things by saying, well, I think that it's important. The reason that I'm not is because of X, Y, Z. It's like a justification for, for this factor. Now, I'm not beating up on you. I'm just genuinely curious because it's rare that you run into a secularist who is a virgin because, of course, generally speaking, people pursue that because it's some kind of virtue. So I'm just wondering, since it's not a virtue, is this just a post hoc justification for, well, I'm just kind of like a social weirdo, right?
I understand what you're saying.
Does that make sense? You know what I mean?
No, I get you. Yeah. I don't take offense to that. I understand what you're saying. I do think, though, for me, it is both. Even if I was attracted to men at the same rate as, other girls, I think I would still be just very selective with who I share my body with. I do think that's important. So, no, I don't think it's just, a post hoc argument that I'm trying to make, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah. Well, I'm not not trying to beat you up. I'm actually just trying to kind of understand the worldview, because there doesn't seem to be anything higher you're angling towards for this, right? So it's not in and of itself virtuous that you're pursuing the retention of your virginity, because that's not why you're pursuing it, but rather because you just don't have any interest in having sex with men, essentially, is what I'm hearing. I mean, is that about correct?
No, that is correct. I mean, what would you
Okay.
say, like for you, what would you say is your position as far as the virtue is concerned, so that I can understand where you're coming from?
Well, so generally, especially in modernity, a good sign of female virtue is the intact chastity. And so, especially because that's under assault constantly, you'll note that women will often lose their virginity and then go and tell their friends they should do the same thing, right? It's like once the thing is gone, they almost want to kind of lead a train of women to also lose that virtue as well. And so I think that often from the religious angle, there's kind of a higher value here of chastity, if I'm holding out for the right person because I'm pursuing the virtue of what it is to be chaste. But this is a different thing altogether. This is not, I'm holding out for the virtue of the thing, or because I have some command that I'm following which is higher than me, but rather I just don't like, I'm just not attracted to men, so I don't want to have sex with them, right? So it just seems like it's a totally different kind of angle that I'm not used to hearing. So I wanted to kind of dive into it a little bit.
Yeah, of course. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I would say for
So
me,
I found it peculiar, right? And I'm going to bring this up too, because I found it peculiar that there was an article run on this. And I think that if it had been a Christian woman who had kept her chastity intact, no such article would have been written, that nobody would have given a shit. But because you're coming at it from a secular angle, I think that they were more curious about it. So that's why I'm curious about it, right?
yeah, totally. I understand, like, I feel like I am kind of in a league of my own with this one. I know it is, but usually it's one or the other. You're either very traditional and, you know, saving yourself for a husband, and I think that's great, or it's, you know, you're...
Yeah, but why do you think that's great?
I think it's great. Well, so for me, I mean, I think it's great, again, to be intentional who you share your body with, and I think it's great to...
But I mean, isn't a prostitute intentional about who she's sharing her body with?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. I think just for me, like, that lifestyle just does not appeal to me. That modern lifestyle.
Well, that I can agree with, right? The lifestyle just doesn't appeal to you. I understand that, but see what I mean by like the post hoc justification?
Yeah,
when you say things that are kind of empty, like, I think that you should be very conscientious of who you share your body with. I'm not confident that, you know, like working girls are not sure who they're sharing their body with, right? And so this is why I don't want there to be any confusion that there's some type of like virtue which is being pursued here, because that's not what's going on. And so I wanted to dive into why is this actually being pursued, because it seems almost maladjusted in a way, right?
Okay. I think I get you. I understand what you're saying. I think for me, it's just I operate based on what feels right for me. So societally speaking, like, yes, it's very unconventional. It's a very unconventional path. I'm not trying to be a virgin forever. I'm not trying to like promote this lifestyle of everyone should be a virgin in their 30s. But basically what I'm saying is, like, it's okay to be on your own timeline and to kind of step outside of that, you know, the assumed way that it should be. I think, like, for me, if something doesn't feel right, I'm not going to do it. If someone doesn't feel right for me, I'm not going to date them, and I just haven't met someone yet that I connect with on that level. So therefore, I'm not going to do anything with them because that doesn't feel right.
Is there a feeling of empowerment?
I do feel empowered by that. Yeah, I do, for sure. Not in like a super modern feminist way, but yeah, I do feel empowered by that. I feel like it empowers me to make choices that are aligned with my intuition versus what is expected. For sure, I think everyone should be empowered by the choices that they make. But yeah, I do feel empowered.
Well, and it also delineates you from other women, right? So that would bring in additional attention, correct?
Attention in what way?
Well, I mean, in all ways, right? I mean, most women aren't having articles written about them because of their chastity. You know what I mean?
Right.
So in some ways, it sets you apart in a way that would also bring in more attention, doesn't it?
Did you say tension or attention?
Attention.
Attention. Okay, sorry. I thought you said tension. Attention. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like attention. I quite enjoy it, and it's nice. It's nice that I can get attention for something that I just am doing as is. You know, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I like being a voice for people also who live similarly to me. Since creating content around this, I've gotten so many messages from people all over the world who are living similarly to me and aren't as vocal about it. And I love being able to be a voice for those people who feel like ashamed about it, because I don't think there is anything to be ashamed of when it comes to being a virgin, even if you're older.
So would it be fair to say then, to ask you directly and bluntly, would it be fair to characterize at least some of the motivation behind this as being empowerment and attention?
Some of the motivation behind me being a virgin?
Staying that way, yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think the attention is a nice byproduct of that, but I'm definitely not doing this I'm not doing this solely for attention, and I'm not going to hang on to this for
Well, no,
attention.
I don't mean solely. I would not.
You
So
mean a part of
motivations
it.
that people have are usually very, very complex, at least inside their own heads. Even if on the surface they don't seem complex, they're usually complex.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just asking for a part. Is part of this the fact that there is attention and a feeling of empowerment that comes with the idea of staying a secular virgin just for the sake of doing so?
I'll give you a part. Yeah, sure. A part of it is
Okay.
yes. Yeah. I'll give it to
Gotcha.
you. Yeah.
And the reason I ask is because people have characteristics that define them in the world that people can point to pretty easily, right?
Yeah.
Very, very good-looking people, for instance, are usually defined by how good-looking they are. Very ugly people are usually defined by how ugly they are. Very quickly, it's like a judgment assessment. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. People who are very wealthy are usually identified by their wealth, right? In fact, you'll even hear it said, you know, if somebody's very wealthy, a person might say, man, yeah, I know that guy, and he's super rich. They just like kind of throw it in as an identifier.
Yeah.
And so in this case, I just want to make sure that has this become really a keynote part of your identity?
I think that would be a fair assessment. Yeah, at this age, I feel like it has become a part of my identity. Sure. Yeah.
So it's not the pursuance, really, of virtue, but the fact that pursuing this path has now become part and partial of your identity and all of the things which come with that. Is that correct?
That's fair, but I also feel like I'm not afraid to lose that identity in order to further this attention or, you know, the positive
Well,
aspects.
you can see from the external position, the person who's looking at this, you can say that. You can say, well, I'm not afraid of losing this identity.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an unfalsifiable statement, right? It's like, how would anybody ever know if that is correct or incorrect? They really wouldn't, right? We would just basically have to take your word that even though this has become part of your identity, that you're not trying to keep it as part of your identity specifically because of the kind of externalities which come with it, which would be things like attention and empowerment and the feeling of being in control and things like that, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I guess I honestly, I feel like a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about, people really do have to take my word for it. I mean, I know last time I was on the podcast, everyone thought, not everyone, obviously, but a good majority did think that I was lying. So yeah, unfortunately,
I don't think you're lying.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think you're lying. So the thing is the reason I try to understand the worldview is because when I push in a message, I'm usually looking at the idea of the consequence of virtue in society. Mm-hmm. And while I'll be perfectly honest with you, and I don't see any particular virtue in you staying chaste because the motivations behind staying chaste are not virtuous, I still think that it's interesting enough that I wanted to comment on it and discuss kind of the idea behind it, right?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, that's all I had, Brian.
All right, I have a couple follow-up questions here, and then we'll get into more of the pre-show notes. So, Lauren, you did say you've never dated anyone, very selective in what you're looking for, virgin, straight, asexual leaning, but no affiliation. Well, okay. You said, so if the right guy came into your life, how quick would you have sex?
How quick would I have sex? Be a couple months, probably.
Couple months?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like 2.
2 months?
2 months. It seems like a good time.
Okay.
I don't know.
Back _to _ roots donated $1,000. Pop champagne. Let's have a great show.
Thank you, man.
Let's have a great show, and also, since I'm here, I can't be there having the champagne, and normally I'm the guy who polish off the bottle. So I'll make sure that I have a drink with everybody.
He's gonna have a drink, so yes.
That was nice.
Appreciate it. Back to the roots. You're a legend.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So Nick is get me the small one, not the big champagne bottle. If somebody sends in the second one, we'll pop we have a gigantic champagne bottle. So we'll do that one. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the champagne pop. Big $1,000, man. You're a legend. Thank you, dude.
Big one. Go big.
Let's get cups. Can we get?
1,000.
No. Those are for me. I want the white ones. I'm very selective about the champagne, the cups.
The white
cups
ones
you share with your champagne.
They get the poverty cups from here on. No, I'm kidding. Here, Maddie, you get this going.
Raise your hand if you want one.
Can I get a towel, please?
Are you?
All right. Well, I think she's the only one who's not 21, so
Fresh from those.
we'll do
I have
this.
a question back to you, Lauren.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and going back, it's like really intriguing for me to hear all that. And like, so question on it, like, you're gonna wait 2 months if it does come down to that. Like, how would you know what it feels like if you've never felt like that before? And if so, what do you think it would feel like if you did come across it?
I feel like I think it's just something that you know. I know myself really well. I feel like I would just know if someone was for me in that way. And yeah, I feel like just lead with that. I mean, like I said, I'm very like intuitive person, so I feel like across the board, like I just know if something's for me or not. I move pretty quickly.
Do you ever get horny?
That's what I was going to ask. I was wondering, do you have any?
Sure.
Do you have sexual thoughts?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not like completely like devoid of that. Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, is it like when you say you do get horny?
Yeah.
Like, is it self-pleasure?
Yeah.
Or is it okay?
Yeah.
Do you like watch videos and stuff?
No, not really. Not really.
So it's just like all in the mind.
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Do you
Yeah.
read books? Do you read romantic novels?
I
It
can
can get
dabble
pretty
with a little novel or erotica, I guess. Yeah.
So not being sexually active or not being in that area, what are some fantasies that you would say pop up into your head to make your like self?
Oh, honestly, I'm like super vanilla with that. I feel like I don't really have anything too crazy. I feel like literally it's basically just like picturing being with someone who you are into, who's into you, who cares about you, who wants to protect you. Like very vanilla, nothing like crazy at all. Very
So
like,
what are your standards exactly?
my standards? Well, I would say the first standard is first and foremost, again, the energetic connection that you would feel with someone. Without that, I feel like nothing else matters. It's knowing that someone is, it's just a knowing that someone is for you. And then on top of that, I would say there's other non-negotiables for me as well.
Here, let's do a quick cheers.
Cheers to my water.
Cheers to roots. Salud.
Yay.
Salud.
That was
Cheers.
That was nice. Cheers, ladies.
Andrew's taking a shot.
Andrew's taking a shot. There we go.
Yes, Andrew.
That's a double shot,
Down
by
it.
the way. What a legend. So, okay,
yes.
what are your, because, so what are your standards exactly? You said energetic connection.
Well, it has to be the connection first and foremost, 100%. I feel like without that, nothing else matters because you could put like the most conventionally attractive person in front of me, millionaire, and if I don't feel it with someone, I'm not gonna pursue that. However, Other non-negotiables outside of that are going to be wealth and status are important to me.
Sure.
100%. I would say someone who is masculine and dominant, but also can balance and temper that, and isn't an extreme, complete macho thing happening. I would say someone who has depth to them, someone who is maybe a little bit, has at least some like spirituality. I don't want anything, again, too extreme, but that has to have depth to them, intelligent, great sense of humor. Definitely more conservative for sure. Has to like guns. I like guns. And also someone who stands up for what they believe in. I won't specifically say the word, but didn't get the injection.
We get it.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask a follow-up here? I'm just curious about, because of this motivation of essentially just not really having much attraction to men and things like this, let's assume for a second that you kind of did meet Mr. Perfect, who fit all of the quality criteria that you have, right? The qualities and criteria. The physical aspect of a relationship for men is extremely important. Do you think that he would think that there's a good possibility that even if you married him and this and that there would be trouble in that department because of this kind of like asexuality which you have?
I don't think so, because if I were to be in a relationship, I think you could assume that I wouldn't have a problem with someone. I wouldn't have a problem having sex with someone that I was dating, because I would have already kind of cleared that. Like I would be, I wouldn't date someone that I wasn't not going to have a relationship with, or a sexual relationship with.
Yeah, I'm talking from their perspective.
Do I think that they would question my choices?
That they would assume that there's a good possibility that if you've waited this long and it was not for the sake of like a virtue-based chastity, but rather through kind of like almost a social awkwardness, if you will. And I know I'm paraphrasing this incorrectly. I'm not trying to do that I'm just trying to. There's no good way for me to put it into words without it seeming offensive, right? But I'm not trying to be offensive.
No worries.
But based along kind of the idea of the social awkwardness rather than the ideal of virtue. Don't you think that it could be apparent to many men, even if they were wanting a virgin, that they may want to rule you out as there's a good possibility that due to these kind of standards that you have and the asexuality which you present, that you may not be good for their physical needs? Does that kind of follow?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible that would be an issue for a man, for sure. I would say, like, in terms of the asexuality thing, it's not really a label that I personally lead with. I feel like it's just not something. I used to say that I was asexual. It's just not something that I personally resonate with as much anymore, despite having the infrequent attraction. I think that's really the only thing that kind of lingers for me with the asexual label. But yeah, I mean, I totally think it's fair that someone would be skeptical and question, if I'm not doing it for virtue purposes. Although I do think
the reason I say that for virtue purposes is we assume that the pleasures of the flesh are things that men and women both want, and I think they are, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't think most of the women here would disagree with that, or most of the men who are watching would disagree with that. And where the virtue comes in is that you're denying yourself that pleasure, right? But you definitely want it, and you seek it, and it's definitely something that you would prefer to have if you could. And so it's denying yourself this that is the kind of virtuous aspect of this, and leads a person to value chastity as a virtue, right? That's kind of what the principle is. Mm-hmm. But it's just being avoided because of due to social awkwardness and what you would kind of say is a limited form of asexuality. Wouldn't a man almost see that as a red flag, I guess?
Sure, yeah, they totally could. I mean, I would debate you on the social awkwardness. I don't feel that I'm a socially awkward person. I understand you're just trying to find the right word for it, and it's not an easy thing.
Well, in this department, it would be socially awkward, right?
Sure,
for instance, For instance, men who you would ordinarily be attracted to who approach you, that's going to be a socially awkward situation, right? Because you're like, well, I just don't have attraction for any men. I'm not kidding. It's not you, really. It's just I just really don't find many men attractive. That's got to be socially awkward, right?
No, I hear you. I feel like I don't straight up say that. I would just say like I'm not interested. I keep it pretty low key. But I mean, yeah, of course it's uncomfortable to reject someone, but I don't feel that I'm awkward about it. I think I have a pretty good way of doing things that aren't that way.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, thanks for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Did you finish all your standards?
Did I? I don't know. Let's see. What else do we have?
Pretty long list. It was a pretty long one.
Yeah, that was a lot. Obviously, physically attractive to me. Again, I kind of already mentioned that with the energetic connection. To me, those things go hand in hand. I said sense of humor. I said loves adventures, travel. I'm a very,
Physically?
Adventures?
No, physically. Like, what are your...
Oh, physically speaking. I would say tan. I'm very white. Obviously, I like tan skin. Definitely on the taller side for sure. Kind of classic answer there. I would say like naturally good looking, kind of like the rugged good looks. I like someone in their 40s, preferably a little older than me. I would say like 7 to 12, 13 years older than me. Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. 7. I'm 34. I am 34. I would like to date someone who's like between 40, 45.
Wait a second. Somebody's telling me that you have an OnlyFans account. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. I do
That
not.
is not correct.
That is not correct. I'm very anti-OF. I do not have an OnlyFans account. But nice try, everyone, whoever said that. Nice try.
Yeah. No, I'm not making any out. I'm just saying that this is being stated, so I wanted to clarify.
Well, I mean, that's because, to be fair, a lot of girls who have OnlyFans will claim that they're a virgin to direct, the audience to their OnlyFans.
So you don't have an OnlyFans. Okay.
I do not have an OnlyFans. Thank you.
You want to date a guy who's between 40 and 45?
Preferably, yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't... Now, just to be clear, how stringent are these? Because you're 34, you wouldn't date a 37-year-old?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's fair. I just prefer, I like a little bit older. Just
Okay.
A little bit older.
And you said that height, so how tall are you?
I am 5'2".
What you said you...
How tall would I?
Yes.
5'10", to like 6'3".
It's like build a bear.
Yeah, just building boyfriends.
Now, you also said that, I don't know if you specifically said money. Did you say money and status is very important to you?
I said wealth and status,
Wealth.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When we're talking about wealth, what are we talking about here?
Millions.
Okay, so let's break it down like this. So you said would you date somebody between the age of 35 and 45?
Yes.
Okay.
35.
So this is, I'm assuming here that this person is not retired yet? Mm-hmm. They're still working?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. What's their yearly income?
Oh, man, I don't know.
Millions.
Yeah, millions, Brian. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm not like...
Well, hold on, but I mean, you're very selective. You have very high standards. So I think you do know.
I mean, when I said millions, I thought that was kind of...
Well, his net worth is millions, or he's making millions of dollars a year?
Oh, that's a fair question. I mean, preferably making millions of dollars a year.
Okay.
And now I'd like to point out, Brian, did you notice that inside of these preferences, she never actually mentioned the man's body count?
Yeah, I'm happy to clear that up. I actually don't want to. I wouldn't want to be with a virgin personally. Just not my preference. I think one of us has to know what we're doing, and I would kind of prefer that.
Well, so going back to the money, though.
Yes, Brian.
What is the bare minimum that a guy would have to earn a year to date you?
Oh wow! I haven't thought about that, to be honest.
Well, I mean, you have thought about it. You said wealthy.
Right, wealthy, but I haven't quantified it in terms of a number.
We'll do it right now.
Okay. Alrighty. I honestly, I don't know.
6 figures, 7 figures.
Yeah, 7. You know what? Let's just say 7 figures, because I honestly, I'm not gonna say like 200 million. I don't know. I'm just gonna say 7 figures.
Okay, so should we say bare minimum $1 million a year?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Bare minimum.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you said status is important too.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean?
That to me means someone who is successful, maybe someone who is well known in their fields. That's, someone who's well known probably, who has, connections, and that to me is status. Maybe like a little fame. I don't know. Nothing too crazy, but.
Okay.
I have a question for her.
Yes, I thought it was an important point to bring back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm almost done with my inquiry.
Thank you. No, I was just wondering, like, do you want children and a family? And also, do you feel that you have, like, an expiration date or year to accomplish that, if that is one of your goals?
That's a good question. So I actually am untraditional in the sense that I don't want to get married. I don't want to have kids. I would do a long-term relationship, committed long-term relationship, but I don't want to be legally married to anyone.
And you don't want kids?
And I don't want kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's often stated on this podcast and many others where men investigate the various dating phenomena between men and women, that women seem to not care very much about the body count of men, and men seem to care very much about the body count of women. They view it very differently. But aren't you making kind of the greatest case for that in the world, that here you are with a 0 body count, and your statement is, I don't give a shit about the body count of the man. In fact, I would prefer that he had some bodies under his belt so he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I do think a lot of the time when you're a virgin, people would assume that you would also want to be with another virgin. I think that's a fair assumption to make. But yeah, personally, I don't want to be.
Well, that's not really my assumption. My assumption is that if you're a man who's a virgin, you'd prefer a virgin. And if you're a man who wasn't a virgin, you'd prefer a virgin. But that if you're a female who's a virgin, you don't really fucking care. It's not
Right.
an important aspect to women whether or not men are virgins or not. That would be kind of my position on that.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree with that. I think I've kind of learned that from watching, even like podcasts like this. I feel like that does resonate with me. That does make sense. I feel like that is true for me as well. So yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Andrew, I have a comment or a question about the body count thing. I don't care how. I think it's like crude to talk about that. I don't know why people these days like talk about that. I would never ask a guy that.
Because it's extremely important when it comes to dating.
I think,
and when you're doing partner selection.
When it's whether you've been with one person or 100 people, I think that's very private. I would never ask somebody that. If somebody talked about that, no matter what the number was, if they were like proud of it or whatever, I don't think I would talk to them because they're talking about it.
If
I think
a
it's private.
man had been prosecuted multiple times for domestic abuse, would you consider that to be something which was pertinent for you to know?
Yes.
How come? It doesn't mean that he's going to domestic. Hang on. It doesn't mean that he's going to domestically abuse you. Why do you feel like it's pertinent for you to know that information?
Because it's like informed consent. Like I need to know that that's a potential risk in my relationship.
Right. So because it's throwing out red flags for risk, right? Why would body count be any different than that?
Because are you talking about risk as far as STD? Because there could be
not just
safe
STDs,
sex
but there's all sorts of other risks which come with it. For instance, if 2 virgins get married, the chances that they'll stay married are really, really, really good. Really good. And when it comes to women who are highly promiscuous, who have more than 20 partners, the chances that they're going to stay with their significant other, really, really, really bad. So the thing is that as we look at the details here, we're using risk assessment models, right? We're trying to assess risk for the same reason that you would want it disclosed to you if a man had been charged and is guilty of domestic abuse, even though that does not prove that he would abuse you. Why would that
True.
then be wrong for a man to want to know the body count of a woman to assess his own risk?
I just don't think I think it's like very like lewd to talk about. I don't like it. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I think that talking about domestic abuse is pretty lewd too. But that would be something that you would want to know about, isn't it?
It would be, yeah, but it's just like that goes into things like, like asking about maybe like, I don't know. It's just kind of like private. Like some things are private. Like I think your body's private, and if you have an OnlyFans, that's pertinent. But like, I don't know.
Killer of Cereal donated $200. So if the guy is only 5 feet 11 inches and is only 100,000 air, and is an assistant to the CEO but not the CEO himself, he wouldn't butter your biscuit? What would you bring to the man's life?
Oh, man.
Your quick response,
My quick
please.
response would be, I can't say unless I'm able to infer connection there. I'm not sure. Not necessarily true. And what do I bring to a man's life? I would say like low body count, decent looking, take care of myself, unproblematic, not a party girl, great personality, easy to get along with, great friends, and just a good old fashioned girl. No body count. Yeah, good girl.
Well, I'd like to get back to this combo. It was very interesting. I appreciated you bringing that up. So, as we kind of dive into this, I understand what you're saying, that having conversations which are uncomfortable are uncomfortable. And I can understand why a woman would want to conceal this information because it's very uncomfortable to talk about this information. But I don't know how you could make a case that it wouldn't be pertinent for a man to be informed about the body count of the woman that he wants to date long term. Why would that not be pertinent information for him to know?
Well, I guess it would really depend on what the man's values are and what he considers pertinent information.
His values are he just wants to hump chicks who have a low body count. That's his only value, let's say.
Okay, well, a man like that.
Why would that preference in any way be bad in any way?
It's not bad. It's just like I feel like these young, like it's just something that younger people talk about. Like they just talk about it. Like they're like, oh, this is my body count. It's just new. Like people didn't do that when I was growing up. So
yeah, they did.
It's just
they did.
I don't remember that happening.
Yes, they did. Here's the thing. You're growing up around the same time that I was growing up. And the thing is that we talked about sex all the time.
Yeah.
We talked about which chicks were hoes. We talked about which chicks weren't hoes. You talked about which men were playboys. You talked about which men weren't playboys. This cope of, well, when I was younger, like you're ancient, like you lived 75 years ago, like you lived 100 years ago, like you lived during the Civil War era 200 years ago. It's all pure cope, right? You were growing up, what, at the latest in the 90s? You think we weren't talking about sex in the 90s?
I didn't say not talking about the sex.
Hang on.
I just
that is the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. All we talked about in the 90s was sex.
Yes, but I said like I don't remember the specific thing about like talking about like a body count, like that being a phrase.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
And I was in a relationship from 18 to 30.
Mean?
So
what does hoe? She's a hoe. What does that mean?
Yeah,
does that mean she has a really low body count, or?
Yeah, but you're not. It's just a different verbiage, I guess.
Yeah, but it's saying the same exact thing. You're saying that chick has slept with way more dudes than I'm comfortable with. You're saying the same exact thing, right?
Yeah, but you kind of just like know that about like people in the neighborhood or whatever. You don't like write it down on an application, like your number, like your last name, like your social security number. That's what I'm talking about. It's just kind of weird.
So your objection is that people are more precise with it? So they're like instead of you just slandering me with a generalization, you want to actually know the details of it so that I can give a possible defense of myself. That seems to me to be absurd, right? That seems counterintuitive. That like the precision of it is the objection, not the fact that you did indeed used to talk about it all the time. And let's be real. You and your girlfriends in the 90s, you talked about the promiscuous girls on the block, and you talked about the playboys who were around. Let's not kid ourselves.
For sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't like, oh, did you hear John has slept with exactly 17 and a half people or something like that? Like it was just weird.
Yeah, no, it's just implied. So I mean, it's just like it's just for some reason for you going around the edges of the thing is more important than the thing itself. It's like, okay, so John has slept with a lot of chicks. We understand that, right? Your only objection is the precision with how many chicks he slept with. that seems totally counterintuitive to me. It seems like that would be the information you would want to know more than the generalization.
Well,
right?
to me, it's kind of like saying, okay, John has slept with 17 and a half people. And that's like saying, like, okay, John has a big dick.
How do you sleep with a half a person? Like that? I mean, I guess
I don't know.
you could.
If they're bisexual.
I'm just saying it's weird for a number, but I'm just saying.
Are we at a magic show?
Okay, I'm saying like that's the difference between saying John slept with a lot of people, or we know he's a hoe, and the exact number, versus like John has a big dick, and then like going into detail, like describing specific things about it. I guess that's my court, like, you know, you could just do one thing. You don't need to like go into
people have very specific
minutia about it.
Well, they have very specific preferences about the things that they want. And in modernity, because there's such a small pool which fits the preferences of so many people, I think they just don't want to waste time. And so they're like, can we just get to the nitty gritty? And instead of us using kind of the generalizations and innuendo and the slander and this and that, they're just up front, right? They're just like, look, lady, how many dudes have you fucked, right? And what they want to know from that, the information that they want to know from that is, are you going to be a good partner for me, or are you not going to be a good partner for me? It just seems like a great way to just not beat around the bush and not bullshit, right?
Would you not agree that there are many other factors that play into what defines a good partner or not?
Absolutely. I would say that that the scope of what we're talking about here is so broad, and we're taking into account billions of people's individual preferences and this type of thing. But I'm going to caveat this with, there are general truths that seem to trend across the board for men and women when it comes to preferences. I'll give you a really basic one. Women tend to like men who are taller than them. In fact, let's just get a show of hands right here. How many women right here at this table prefer that their men are taller than them? All of them, right? Every single one of them, including you, right?
Yeah.
So now we have kind of these universals which go in too. Now, if you were to insert men into every seat that you're in right now, and I said, how many of you would prefer that your women had slept with less than 3 men, how many of them do you think would raise their hand?
Okay, yeah, I totally
hang
see that.
Hang on, answer the question first.
All of
and then
them.
give me the qualifier.
All of them,
All
100%.
of them. So we
Yeah,
have some
I get
universals
that.
here, right? We have some universals.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So it's like, so I want to address the point specifically, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I think that's it. I don't have anything else to say about it.
Oh, okay.
You said it was crude, though, to like...
Yeah,
So if
yeah,
a
do
guy
you know
were
what
to
I
ask you
mean?
that on the first date, would that be...
Yeah, that's like, I wouldn't ask him to see his bank statement, or like, you know, I think there's
You'd
so
ask
many...
him his job.
Yeah, I guess I would. That's normal conversation. But for me, what's more important is like political values, family values. Like that for me, like I was in a 2-year relationship. We broke up because we ended up like, it was during, you know, a certain period of time recently.
So, but what would actually be wrong if this was a deal breaker for a guy and this would conceivably save him and you time? What would
If that's a deal breaker for him, then he should for sure proceed with the question, and then...
Now the question
you know what
is,
I mean?
though, would it be a deal breaker for you that he even asked it?
Well, that's what I was kind of trying to say, is like, even not asking, but people are just, I've seen people like post like just like about their body count or talk about it, and in a not dating situation, like just in a public situation. And I just think that's kind of like, yeah, I don't think I would be inclined to want to talk to somebody who thought that was like a neat topic to like talk about. It's kind of private.
I think again, I understand the social taboo nature of the thing that you're kind of appealing to here, but I think, you know what I think? I think that men, the more men I talk to, I get this kind of belief more reinforced. I think that if a woman, let's say she had a really high body count, if she sat down on her first date with a man and she said, look, I fucked a lot of things up in my life, including the fact that I slept with way more dudes than I should have, right? And I'm not going to do this anymore. And I'm going to be a good wife for the man who I end up marrying. And I fucked this all up, okay? I think that men would have 20 times more respect for those women.
I agree.
Than the ones who go, none of your business, it's not your concern, and they beat around the edges and this and that. I think if they were just direct and said, look, I fucked it all up, but I'm ready to unfuck it all, I think most men would be like, all right.
Oh, no, I totally agree. I mean, I can't disagree with that statement. I think that's totally true. I think people can change a lot. I've certainly changed a lot from like 18 to now.
Thank you, Josh. Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
You know, I got with my...
But do you know why? Do you know why men would respond better to that? Do you know why that is?
Yeah, because it's honesty and
No, it's not because it's honesty.
Accountability?
It's because it's a sign of accountability.
Oh, there you go.
It's a sign of accountability. It's a sign of you saying, I can recognize when I make horrible mistakes and I can correct them so that those mistakes never happen again. And it's so rare for men, at least the ones that I've talked to actually run into women who take accountability for anything. And that, I think, is why you would earn this really key note of respect. You would actually earn respect with the honesty rather than I have to find out later and all this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't think it's something that you shouldn't talk about in a relationship. I just just the like bluntness of it, I guess, right away is just kind of.
I think I know what you're saying. Like, I think when you go on a date, like, I like can go on like countless dates, but like never it occurred to me like a guy would be like, oh yeah, by the way, what's your body count? Like, there's a conversation where there's going to be like, what is your dating history or like background look like? It's not going to be bluntly like, how many people have you fucked?
I don't like that.
Really?
I just don't like.
So you never sat down on a date and asked, well, how much money do you make? What do you
I've
do
never
for a
asked
living?
that.
I feel like that goes in like with certain dates.
No,
like,
you want to beat around the bush, but what you're asking is how much money do you make? When you ask, what is your career? What is your career trajectory? What are the things that what are your goals? What are your aspirations? You're asking the question of, what is the monetary value that you are bringing to the table? Because that's within the line of your preference, and I think that that's fine. But then to say, well, to men, they can't also move towards their preference and be like, well, how many dudes have you fucked, right? Like, how many? Just be honest with it. Why is that such a taboo for women, other than they want to avoid accountability?
I don't think it. For me personally, I also don't really. Money isn't a top value for me in my compatibility with the man, so I wouldn't ask those kind of.
Yeah, really? You're gonna date a homeless
let me
guy?
see your wallet.
You
Like,
gonna
let me
date
see
a
how
homeless
much you're
guy?
making.
Wouldn't date.
You gonna date a homeless guy in a box who lives out of his car?
Because of hygiene issues, probably not. But I mean,
He has great hygiene.
I'm
He
not
just
going
has
to be like
$0
Lauren over
and
here.
you're gonna have to support him forever.
Wealth and status are not on my top 5 priority list.
That's fair.
Really? So just so I get this clear, a homeless guy has really good hygiene. You'd be willing to take care of him forever?
No, I didn't say that. I said
No,
wealth.
you didn't say that. So wealth,
like
or the
extreme-
ability, the ability to take care of yourself, the ability to make money is on your priority list. It's kind of foolish, in fact, to say that it's not, right? Of course it is.
No, I mean like, you know, $1 million. I don't have a number. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So
what.
you'll date a guy who works at McDonald's?
I think McDonald's is poison, so I probably wouldn't for health reasons.
You don't
Not because of the money, right?
But yeah, I would date like a ranch hand or somebody that was in
$6.77
school.
an hour.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, so $6.77 an hour worker.
Do you want to get remarried?
I would like to get married, yeah. But I'm really low maintenance.
Well, not remarried, but you want to get married?
I would like to get married.
Wait, you're low maintenance?
Like my monthly income with 3 kids is like, or my monthly expenses are like $2,500.
Okay.
It's really
with
not.
Three kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we're really, my daughters work, like, I don't know. It's just not that important to me.
You get child support?
I don't get child support. I never took him to court until recently for some other reason related to my son not liking his girlfriend, but he doesn't pay child support.
I see.
And that was just last year, and it's been 8 years since we've been split up. It's really unfortunate that he doesn't. He's just not a great guy, and it's sad.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. I just, to kind of, I don't mean to belabor the point, but
I've just
do
never
think
been
that
after
if you
someone
have,
for money.
If you have tons of social responsibilities, in this case 3 children, that you have to look after, your maternal instinct is there to look after these children. I assume that you love and adore them and they are the priority of your life, right?
Yeah.
So if this is the case, then of course, why would you want to get together with a bum or with somebody who would refuse to
get with a bum, but I don't need to be with the CEO, you know?
Well, but you're kind of playing to the 2 extremes, right? So There's a distinction here, though, that we don't need to look at the two extremes of you're a bum in the street or a CEO to note that you would still probably prefer a guy who made 6 figures a year. Of course you would. Why wouldn't you?
Well, my grandma used to always sound like my grandma. She used to always say you could fall in love with a rich man just as easily as you could fall in love with a poor man. But I don't necessarily find that true. Sometimes I feel like guys with money they have different priorities than me. They care about status, they care about cars, they care about buying me like expensive bags. I don't want that stuff. I really don't like it.
You want them to care about you, right?
They want them to care about me. I would rather have like life experiences. I don't have anything fancy. I don't want anything fancy. I think it's a waste of money.
But you realize this creates a double entendre for men. The double entendre it creates is, I want a man to be focused on me, care about me, show that he loves and appreciates me. But you know how men do that. How do they do that? They usually do it by saying, okay, well, I'm going to go accumulate an amount of money and wealth, and then I'm going to utilize those resources to take care of you. That's how they show that. How they don't show it is by going, oh, baby, you're the best. You're so gorgeous. You're the best in the world. And I can't wait to spend time watching this gay soap opera with you, right? They don't do it that way.
Yeah.
What they do instead is they focus on the accumulation of resources, and then them sharing those resources with you is how they show that they care a lot about you.
Right, but there's like douchey rich guys, and there's guys that have money that don't act in a douchebag way. So I think that
totally agree.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't want
true.
someone who's like flashy, I guess. Like I wouldn't.
You can lie too. There's a lot of facades nowadays. Like people be like, "Oh, I'm not homeless. I make a lot of money," and then they pull up in a hoopty doopty, and you're like.
There are some things I care about, but I don't think I would ever put an actual number on how much like I need my person to make when there are other priorities.
I don't think it's necessary for you to put an exact number to note that if they had all of the qualities and additional money on top of all the qualities,
yeah, it would be nice. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt.
Right.
But I'm not looking
right?
I'm not looking for it. I'm not seeking it out.
I feel like you guys are kind of arguing the same point here. I think like the whole point in the body count conversation is to say, like if this man is asking what your body count is, it's not to be like vulgar. It's to see like, okay, if this woman has a high body count, she has some inconsistencies within her dating pattern, so maybe her and I are gonna have a short-lived relationship based on like these frequent people she's sleeping with. But I think it's the same way you would ask, like, how many partners have you had in the past? You would ask, like, oh, what do you do for work? Because these are, like, different value sets that people have, right?
But a man would also ask the woman, what do you do for work? So I think that's just general conversation.
Right, yeah. So that would also be within, like,
but wait, hang on. Yeah, I agree that could be general, general conversation. But that doesn't mean that they're asking each other the same question. Even if it's identically phrased, that doesn't mean they're actually asking each other the same question. They could mean very different things by what they're asking by that question.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and I guess it's also what your intention is when you're dating somebody. Are you dating to just hook up with somebody? Are you dating to have a short-lived romance? Are you dating to get married? I mean, these are all very different things. So some people, might be entitled to a little bit more information than other people regarding maybe even your job and your income too, Maybe you're just planning on taking this girl out on the boat for a weekend and then not ever talking to her again. So she doesn't really need to know that much about your life. But maybe you want like something more serious with her, so you would, strive to have more deeper conversations.
Well, actually, this is a great segue. So I assume that you would think that it was important if a man, his intention was to just sleep with you and then never talk to you again, that he let you know that that was the case.
That would be great. I don't think guys do that.
That would be fantastic, right? Because otherwise he would be wasting your time, right?
And I think girls should probably do the same thing. Like, hey, I'm just here for a good time, or hey, I'm looking for something more serious. Is there something you want to ask me?
If you don't fit my preferences,
you want to talk about?
If you don't fit my preferences of body count, or if you don't fit my preferences of body count, you're wasting my time by not disclosing that information. I have to find it out later.
You guys both have to have the same
thing, right?
You have to both have the same preferences, the same intentions, and the same values. If not, it's not a good match. So you should both move on anyways.
Yeah, right. But to my point, right, if you think that it's pertinent for a man to say, listen, look, baby, my plan here is just to take you out on my yacht, and we're going to bang, and then I'm never going to call you again. right? You would prefer that he was upfront with that. That makes total sense to me why you would prefer that, because you don't want your time wasted by some fuckboy, right? Okay, that's fair enough.
I think a lot of times. Okay, go ahead.
But the flip side to this is, but the same thing's going to apply to a man who's like, look, I really want to know how many dudes you've slept with before I pursue this relationship, because otherwise a waste of time. Doesn't that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense if the intention for the relationship that they're pursuing with you is more value, like a marriage or engagement or long-term dating. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Okay.
But you both have to match on that, is all I'm
Maddie,
saying.
can you read these?
I feel like a guy asking for a body count on first date is a green flag to me because that shows he's looking for more than a hookup. If he just wanted to F you, he wouldn't bother asking.
Yeah, if he didn't, yeah, I suppose if he didn't care, then.
That's fair.
If he wasn't interested in long term.
Not sure that follows.
Yeah.
It could just be that he doesn't want to sleep with a chick who slept with a lot of dudes, even if he has no intention of pursuing a relationship. Like that could also follow.
Yeah, it could be true. But I think a guy who just wants to sleep with a girl once is probably less preoccupied with her body count.
Yeah, I think
Generally.
that would be generally true. I would agree with
Yes. Go ahead, Maddie.
To the girl from Las Vegas, one of the two mayoral candidates, Victoria Seaman, is suing the city of Vegas for the second time. Ladies, raise your hand if she should be elected. Hashtag peak feminism.
What?
You're from Vegas. Do you know anything? I don't know anything about
I
this.
have not heard. I don't know if this is like new news.
Okay. Well, none of the women raised their hands, so it sounds like it's a no.
Not familiar with
Stream Rift, thank you for the 100, though. Thank you for bringing Las Vegas local politics into the whatever. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Steph.
Andrew, I hope my future husband is as based as you. Thank you for being a great example of healthy masculinity and also for all you do to help with women wake up to degeneracy. Respect and love from Australia.
This is a bot. You can tell by the end of what was being stated here that's a bot.
Kudos to you, though, Andrew. You definitely made a great statement when you were like, it'd be weird if somebody asked me about my body count and then not make me feel like patronized about like, oh, why is this your body count? It'd be more like, okay, you're taking accountability. So I see you and I see what your intentions are. That is major than being like, what is your body count and the body count and the purpose of like, are you a whore or not? Or like, you like?
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly.
You know what I mean?
So like, have you noticed, for instance, okay, and I think that this is the kind of be nice culture that women are subjected to from the time that they're little kids inside of public school. But I'll often ask this question, and you seem like you'll probably give me an honest answer to it. Isn't it true that women, when they sit down at a table with other women, all the time this happens, they basically judge the shit out of each other. They nitpick what each other are wearing. They nitpick their hair. They nitpick their makeup. They don't say it out loud, right? But just in their head, they just like nitpick every little detail. And what I'll often see, go ahead, answer it.
Sorry, I was going to answer you because it was a question, but yes and no. I feel like it comes with the women that you hang out with. So like in my friend group, a lot of us are very much more like, you don't compare our friends. And that's something we literally had a discussion about on the way here because it's like, hey, I find it insulting that you're going to be like, well, I think you're the hottest friend in the group. Like, ew, first, because you're not going to compete with your friends. Yeah. If you feel like something doesn't look good, that enhances.
Okay, hang on. Let's untangle two ideas.
Okay.
Out loud. Saying those things out loud, sure, absolutely. I'm asking about what goes on in your brain, right?
If it doesn't look good, you better tell me.
In your brain, are you really saying that you sit down with your friend group and never make judgment? Like, come on, really?
Everybody judges.
Everyone judges.
Some capacity,
yeah, of course, right? But my ultimate point for bringing this up is to tell you that I know that that's true, and you know that that's true. But so often women will kind of lie and be like, no, I never judge anybody. I'm the most non-judgmental person ever. I've never judged any other woman ever. I am the key point of all that is feminism and a dainty lady. And I would never, right? I would never do so. And it's like, come on, are you fucking serious? So the thing is like part of what this idea of accountability is just to say like, look, we know that it's true. Just fess the fuck up. right? Be accountable to the things that are actually happening. Is that fair?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that big of a barrier for it to be like that serious. If it's that serious, then it means it obviously bugs you, or like you find it you find it more like attacking, if not like controversy. Like if it's such a controversy thing, that means it bothers you so much to do it. And if it doesn't bother you, then just like, okay, this is what it is. And if it's not meant to be, then it's just like, okay, fuck it. There's more fish in the sea, but this is what it is. And I did fuck and do all this stuff for accountability reasons, but like, this is what I want in the future. That goes like a big, long way. And I think a lot of women don't really see it that way. Like they just be like, what's my
I think you're
body count?
right. I think you're right. And the thing is like, you might outright get rejected by such honesty.
Yeah.
But the truth is at least you have integrity. And that you at least walk away with some fucking respect, right?
For real.
100%.
100%.
Andrew, so how about if, like, for me, a bigger, more important issue is like abortions. Like, I think, how come guys aren't asking have you had an abortion? Have you had any abortions? Like, that to me would be like a really big sign, to your point of like, do I want to marry this woman? That's something that like, well, I know I'm just relating it to body count.
Wait, but how does that correlate?
Yeah.
Because
it correlates for the purpose of
you know what I'm saying,
accountability.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I do. I think it's a good point, right?
Yeah.
And it's set to the value structure.
Right.
So
yeah.
I think that if you were with a person or dating a person who was Christian, followed Christian ethics, they likely would want your stance on abortion. I don't think they'd come right out and ask you.
Right.
Because sitting down at the first date and saying that you murder babies might be a little over the top, right?
Yeah.
But I think that they would at least ask your stance on this.
Yeah, I
moving
think
into
that's
it,
what
right?
I was getting confused at.
Yeah,
I
was
asking,
just
like,
putting
not
it,
so much.
No, I would never ask that
random,
on a date.
because I think the typical
I'm just
person,
comparing it.
I guess, like the typical woman's not getting abortion, so I think that's a random question to ask. That's a very specific one.
Yeah, I was
But
relating it
I
to
would
the body
agree
count
that,
question
yeah, I think it's
thing.
important to
Yeah.
What do you
ask,
mean the typical woman's not?
Yeah,
getting
I think a lot of
abortions? What does
women
that mean?
do, and it's really.
What does that entail?
Yeah, I think the typical woman is getting abortions. I think you're completely wrong.
No, I
think
agree.
that's
I
very
think-
typical.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Unfortunately.
I think, yeah, I agree.
Wait, is Plan B considered like abortion? Or would you consider that abortion?
No, there's some
wouldn't
different
consider
conversations going around on if like Plan B is considered an abortion. I would say that as far as like what research has been done, it's a preventative and it's not considered like a termination of pregnancy when we're talking about abortion.
What do you mean it's not considered a termination of pregnancy? Well, what the hell is it? Is there a life in the womb, or is there not a life?
So I fundamentally I don't agree with Plan B. Like I don't agree with it.
Yeah, that doesn't answer my
but
question.
I would say that Plan B, it delays ovulation, right? If I'm wrong. It would delay ovulation from occurring, therefore fertilization would not have a chance to occur, right? Like in the case of taking Plan B.
Is that Plan B, or is that the?
But there's no life in
That's
Plan
the
B.
morning
Like there's
after.
no kid in you
Plan
if you
B
have
is
a
the
plan,
morning after
you know?
pill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
we're not
So
talking about like
there is an
mifepristol.
abortion. Okay, but there is an abortion pill.
You're
as
thinking
well.
that's different.
mifepristol. Yeah, mifepristol is the
okay.
one that terminates pregnancy after fertilization occurs. There's some IUDs that also make the uterus an inhabitable environment,
sounds so
which I
scary.
disagree with, which takes a fertilized blastocyst and terminates the pregnancy. So we could argue like that, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. So my position would just be for abortion. I think most people from the Christian purview, though mine would be even more extreme than this. I would at least concede to at least the rationale of there is no life there. Now you could make this
There is.
kind of extreme. No, for Plan B, I thought you just said there wasn't.
Oh, not for Plan B. Sorry, I thought you
Well,
meant.
yeah.
at
So for
conception.
Plan B, I think that you could make this as kind of extraneous as you want. You could say, well, we could get into semen itself being the seed of life and the different religious beliefs around that.
Yeah.
But I think we can at least stick with the idea that if there's no life present, most men would probably say, okay, you're not having an abortion here.
Yeah, there's like preventative, and then when you're talking abortion, you're talking the actual elective, like murdering of a baby in utero. So that's
Yeah. So, but that aside, when she's making the statement, she's actually asking about abortion itself.
Yeah.
So she's saying, okay, are you going in and having an abortion done? You said that's not typical. I disagree. I think it's very typical.
It's very typical.
I would say,
think
yeah.
it's
I mean,
very typical.
since I guess in the last decade, yeah. I mean, there have been 70 million abortions that have occurred, and
Pretty typical.
yeah, and I think per year it's like 2 million. I guess I misspoke on that. I think it's I think where I got like thrown off was if I were on a first date and a man asked me if I had an abortion, I guess I'd be thrown off, and of course I would say no, and that I'm pro-life. But it's just, I guess I just haven't heard that one before.
It was just a comparison. I don't think people are saying that on dates. Maybe in the super Christian community, but it was just a comparison for the whole.
Well,
I don't think that they would. I think that they would try to gauge what your stance was on it in general.
That's good.
Right? They'd say, what is your stance here on this?
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
then they could use an inference there, right? I don't even think most men would just come right out and ask you your body count either. They would use inferences first, right? But I don't actually see there being a problem with either question.
Yeah,
right?
I think asking.
Have you ever had an abortion? Seems reasonable to me. That seems like a reasonable
Yeah.
question. You may
But
not like
just
it.
like
It may
you were,
seem uncomfortable.
just like you were saying that the woman who is accountable.
Dylan Joe donated $200. Is it fair for your chick to have trust issues with you even if you're innocent and show no signs of being unfaithful? Andrew?
All right, that one came in earlier. I'm moving the conversation on. So that TTS came in earlier. Is it fair for your chick to have trust issues with you even if you're innocent and show no signs of being? Is this a question for the women at the table?
Or the men on the mic.
It sounds like a question for
these
the
questions
panel.
sometimes.
We can go both ways, I guess.
Thank you, Dylan. Is it fair for your chick to have trust issues? No, it's not fair.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's fair.
I don't think it's fair either. That's her own issues.
Yeah.
She's bringing into
Personal
the projecting onto the man.
It's kind of like when a chick dreams that you cheated on her, and then
wakes up and
she
punches
holds
you.
that shit against you. That in her dream you cheated on her. So
I mean, trust issues come with, like, if you have trust issues and you're like openly dating, I feel like you need to like secure your own confidence, and like you can project a lot of your insecurities onto like relationships.
Yeah.
I agree.
and then this one came in.
Techno Trooper donated $200. How many bodies is too many bodies for a female? What is past the threshold where it is unacceptable?
It's a good question. I think it depends on the age. I mean, once you start getting into, I'm not saying it's 100% deal breaker, but certainly once
Hang on, Brian. He said for a female.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, like as in too
As
many
in
bodies?
from a woman's perspective, how many bodies? is
Oh,
too many
I don't think
bodies?
so.
No,
I don't think so.
I think it can be read the other way. Too many bodies for a female to have?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Oh,
hear your
to have,
perspective.
Yeah.
I want to hear yours.
Well, I mean, it's not a deal breaker immediately, but I think once you get above 10, then it's an eyebrow raise.
What if you have 10 in the time span of you having, from the age that you did have sex, let me just make up a number, 19 to, let's say, like I'm 26, 10, right? But let's say I'm 33-year-old virgin, and then I end up discovering sex, and I like have like 10 or 12 just because I finally let it go. But it also comes with accountability, like Andrew was saying.
Yeah.
So like, is it that really such a deal breaker part, or is that too much just because of like the time span of it, or is it just because of the experience of you being with 10 men?
So you say the question is essentially a woman who's had sex with one guy a year for X amount of years versus a woman who's had sex with 10 partners in the span of 1 year.
Is it the
Is that-
time span, or is it the
number,
people, or is it the number?
Both.
I think we'd look at it. I think most men would look at it the same way. Though I think it would throw a greater red flag if they did them kind of like back to back to back. That would show even less kind of restraint. But I think that they would look at the overall count. So the way I look at it is this. This is an arbitrary metric. I'm not going to deny that it's an arbitrary metric. It's based on preference, right? There's nothing that I can point to where I can say, this is the dyed-in-the-wool metric which every man follows or should follow. But I can say this as a almost definite across the board. The less, the better. And since it is always the case that it is the less, the better, at least in almost all men that I have talked to, then every single time that you have sex with a new man, this is going to lower your value in the eyes of most men. So that's how I would frame it. I couldn't give you an exact number, but I don't think I need to, if you know that every single one above 1 makes you worth less, at least in the eyes of men, than if you had 0. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But would you also agree that there are other things that you could bring to the table that could raise your values? So it's kind of like this chart graph of like different things that come together to make a whole.
No.
So that one's a
here's
big
the
deal
thing. I would say on the issuance of body count loyalty is what that's pointing to. So let me explain this the best way that I can. Paternity testing is a modern invention. It is something which is very recent. Before the idea of paternity testing came around, how would a man be able to judge if his offspring was his or if he had been cuckolded and his wife had slept with somebody else, had their offspring, and now this man is raising offspring unwittingly, which is not his own? The only way to really determine that metric would be to have a woman who was a virgin, and the reason that you would want that is because then you know that this woman is devoted only to you. Whereas if she'd had multiple sexual partners before that, it's much more difficult to make the determination she would be with you. And now with paternity testing, we know how many women lie about paternity. It's actually a great many more than we ever thought. So I think that this is something which is hardwired into men for a good reason.
Yeah, but just also because a woman's a virgin in a relationship doesn't mean she's not going to cheat on you and go run around and do all that stuff.
I think that the likelihood, though, that a woman who is a virgin in a relationship with you does run around is going to be far less than the likelihood of a woman who's promiscuous doing so. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, what if you've just like awakened this virgin? What if Lauren here is some like hidden like freak and she like gets awakened and now she's just like running around town?
Hold on. So really quick. So really quick on the whole cheating thing. Really quick on the whole cheating thing. Me personally, while it can be an indicator for potential infidelity, at least for me, that's not really the primary reason. Frankly, I just think it's gross.
Yeah.
I can't even articulate precisely why. I couldn't even, why I actually could.
But that's why you think it's gross.
It's just disgusting.
I can respect that a little bit more. I agree with that opinion more because that like I can understand that more.
But that's why it's disgusting. Don't you understand? Like the reason that men find it disgusting is because of that hardwired, innate understanding of if you're sleeping with multiple men, I cannot determine offspring. That's why it's disgusting to men. That's why they find it gross. It's like, it's not enough to just say it's gross, right? The justification for it is very simple. And so when we dive into this, like I'd like to engage directly with your argument, right? And your argument is, what if you awaken the beast? Now you've slept with this virgin woman, and what would you be, if you awaken that beast, well, I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, the milkman's coming by.
But here's what the data shows us. Here's what we know from the data. Because women who marry as virgins have only the sample size of their husband, right? That's the sample that they have. They think that's the best sex in the world. What the fuck would they have to compare it to?
Right. Yeah, I actually have friends that
they have nothing to compare it to. So that's why the longevity and the faithfulness in those relationships tends to be much higher than it is in the general public.
Yeah, I have some very happily married couple friends that have been together since high school that have never been with anybody else. So I totally see that. I've also seen on the other side of the spectrum, really unhappy like people that wanted to resented that. They wish they had more experience. And I've also seen people with a lot of experience.
I can't argue with your anecdotes.
Yeah.
I can't argue with anecdotal experience, so I'm going to defer to what we see from polls and data from people who are studied, who enter into virgin relationships, their divorce rate, their marriage rate, their happiness rates, and their infidelity rates. I'll defer to when we have a much larger sample size than what I personally have seen, but rather them being followed so that we understand what the outcomes of those types of relationships are. And here's what we see, just so you know. What we see specifically is that men and women who get married as virgins, their relationships last far longer, their divorce rates are far less, far less. And if a man marries a virgin who's not a virgin, same thing, almost the same identical outcome. However, if the woman is promiscuous and the man is promiscuous, the outcome's usually bad when it comes to divorce. Same thing if only one partner is promiscuous. So what we can ascertain from this is that if you're both virgins and you get married, it's no guarantee that you won't awaken the beast in the woman, but it's a great mitigating factor, isn't it? It's a great way to mitigate it.
Easy as an example. Yeah, and also though, somebody with a lot of experience could just as easily like know what they want now and know what they don't want. And sometimes I also want to bring up, sometimes, women have been in unfortunate situations and circumstances as a young child, and there's trauma, and sometimes you find yourself in unfortunate situations where you can change. You can totally change.
Greatest copes ever by women. This is one of the greatest copes that I hear from women is the idea that I had childhood trauma. Well, here's the thing. I'm just going to be blunt with you.
Okay.
Everybody has fucking childhood trauma. Everybody.
Yeah.
Every human being on earth has childhood trauma, men or women. It's just that when men complain about it, nobody gives a shit. And when women complain about it, there's a woman there to go, oh, sweetie. Oh, sweetheart. I'm so sorry that happened. Oh, it's so terrible that happened. That the man was mean to you when you were, oh, sweet, is there anything, can I give you my other shoulder to cry on too? When it comes to men, we just don't give a shit. We're like, well, suck it up, buttercup, get your ass back to work because we got to get this project done by 5.
Well, I do disagree that everybody has had childhood sexual trauma. I don't think that has.
Okay, I'm moving it on.
Okay.
It's highly prevalent in men. Where does this idea come from that this is exclusive to women? Oh, sorry. All right.
Well, never mind.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Nick, pull up Twitch.
Brian's displeased.
Go ahead. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you want one. If you can subscribe, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And then go to our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. You can hide that temporarily. Discord.gg/whatever. Also pull it up over there. One sec, guys. So we did an IRL stream on Friday. Yo, AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. We did a IRL stream on Friday, but we had to take it down because that twat in the pink polo said some TOS shit. So if you want to see it, we can't post it on YouTube. We can't play it on YouTube, but discord.gg/whatever. If you guys want to see it, discord.gg/whatever. And yeah, appreciate it, guys. And then what else do we have? I'm just going to get into some pre-show notes here. Going to Liz, you said that you're super single in your pre-show notes. I'm trying to recall if you said there's something at all in the picture. Currently. Dating.
Oh, super single.
Yeah. Let's pull up her dating app. Why not? Let's do that really quick.
Oh, fuck.
We'll do that really quick. Go ahead, Nick.
That's crazy. All right. Hot seat.
All right, guys, here's her hinge. Nick, you looked at these before, correct? Okay.
Damn it, Nick.
All right. Are you able to scroll down a bit?
He has no comment.
Oh, okay.
His opinions don't obviously matter.
Spider, bees, nicked. What are those two?
I'm scared of complete darkness.
Okay, there's 2 phobias there. So what are?
Right. Thalassophobia is that ass phobia. I'm just playing.
Deep waters.
It is deep waters. Yeah. Thank you so much. I wanted to see. Okay, so like nyctophobia.
Thank you, Laundry.
It's more like I'm scared of complete like darkness, meaning like pitch darkness. Like I can't see my hands, my feet, and that like is scary because I like start thinking of things like what is out there, and obviously that's like just that. But thalassophobia is deep water. So I know how to swim.
Yep.
I like to swim.
Got it. Okay. You said you're Christian. You're Christian. What denomination?
I actually grew up Mormon, but I would consider myself Christian now because I'm still like religious. So I still go to church on like every other Sunday. I'm trying to do better.
What's the denomination of the church?
Christianity.
Non-denominational?
Like Pentecostal.
Do you by chance go to St. Baptist?
So no, honestly I haven't really like investigated that much, but I wanted to reach out to churches and I didn't want to go back to like Mormon. So I looked at the churches that were nearby and I went to a couple, and that one really stood out to me in the sense of like the pastor and what he preaches, and like energy based, because I've like tried like Jehovah's Witnesses. I didn't really it wasn't really intriguing.
All right, let's go back to the profile, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, boom. Next.
That's cute.
Together we could cook, work out, hopefully make each other laugh. Okay. Green flags I look for: communication, patience, charisma, family-oriented, sense of humor, optimism, etc.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
Okay.
Not as much as fucking Lawrence, all right? Don't fucking put me there.
Well, I was gonna press the button, but I got cut off, so I would have pressed.
Wait, you don't know the rule of Lawrence? So just so you know, all Laurens are evil from birth.
Okay,
This
no,
is the
there
rule
more?
for Lawrence.
Nick, is there more?
That was the last one.
Okay.
We're evil from birth, he said.
Birth.
Wait.
Every Lauren.
Andrew,
Hey,
please expand.
that's me too.
What do you mean?
She's also a Lauren, I guess.
We have 2 Laurens here. Wait, why?
Oh, I don't know why. It's like
what
it's
did I
like a
miss?
universal law.
Oh,
I've
shit.
never been able to figure it out, but there is no such thing as a Lauren who is not
Really?
evil from birth. I have no idea.
I'm
why
not
this
evil
is
from
not.
birth.
Oh, man. I mean, maybe a
I
little.
don't think I am. I think my exes have something else to say about that.
We need a whatever poll to see if all Laurens are evil from birth, honestly.
I've never met a Lauren I didn't like, but
I have a really sweet friend named Lauren.
Yeah, you're biased. You're biased.
I think it's a great name.
because
Yeah, I think
you are
Lauren's a great
Lauren.
name.
You are Lauren.
Go moms.
They're being
Who hurt
biased.
you? Who hurt you named Lauren?
So going around the table, those of you who are single, I know you're married, relationship. Do you currently have a roster of guys? I think you said you're dating a couple people.
Well, I know when I said dating, I meant like I'm single and I'm open to dating. Like I'm not dating a specific person.
Well, when's the last time you went on a date?
I guess I went to a concert last night with some people and.
Some people.
Was it a day?
It was a group of people.
Friendly
There was
gathering.
other single people
This
there.
is I feel like this is very coded language.
I went on a concert with some people, and there were other single people there as well that were in the group.
Wait, was it like one of these single outing groups
No.
that meet up type?
No, I
thing,
went
or-
with a friend and her friends.
Swingers. I'm just kidding.
I went with friends of her friends. Last time I was on like a date.
What was the concert?
Creed.
Oh, okay.
It was so good.
okay.
Can
so
I get
good.
your best Creed impression?
Can you take me higher?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, there you go. Okay. So when's the last time you were on a date?
Like dinner. What do you mean?
When's the last time you hung out one-on-one with a man where there was a mutual or potentially mutual romantic interest
Okay.
or sexual interest?
Probably like a month ago or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he out of the picture?
No, not out of the picture.
Okay. How long have you been hanging out with this individual?
Talking. There's like an on again, off again person that's been in my life for like 7 years, on again, off again, and yeah. So there's that person.
Being a
It's
little
an off
evasive.
again. It's
You're being a little evasive
I'm single.
here.
What do you want to? What do you
So,
want?
Do you fuck or not?
I'm open to talking about some past experiences, but I don't feel comfortable talking about my current life right now, dating.
You've been seeing this guy for 7 years.
No, I mean this is just somebody.
This is like very pertinent to the conversation.
It's somebody that is in an off again phase right now. So
Is he in prison?
no. We both just
Prison.
You don't need to tell me his name or anything.
no. I know it's just
Wait.
not. I'm not going to talk about that.
Well, I'll ask some questions. If you don't want to answer them, that's fine. But so you said you were on a date a month ago. Was it with said guy who you can't talk about?
No.
Okay.
No.
But so okay.
I guess I met somebody at an event and went out with friends after the event. Went out for drinks after the event with this person. But yeah.
A month ago.
Yeah.
So you met him a month ago, or have you known him for longer?
The person that I technically went on a date with last, yes, I met him a month ago and we went on a date.
Have you seen him since, or no?
We've talked.
Nowadays.
You've talked?
Yeah.
Have you met in person?
I don't want to talk about that stuff right now.
I mean, why not?
Just
I know. Hold on. I think I know exactly why. There's multiple men in the picture, and you don't want to let on to these other men, these multiple men who you're seeing.
No, actually, whoa. Actually, what other
reason?
I'll tell you the reason.
I'll tell you the reason. For what other reason would you refuse this question?
I'll tell you right now. My son is a huge fan of this show, and I really hope he doesn't watch this podcast, but I keep my dating life private from my children.
Wait, you asked to come on a dating discussion?
Yeah, because I was hoping it would be a little bit more like politically involved.
Well, we can get there.
Okay, so that's what I was actually hoping for more. Like, I said I'm open to talking about some of my past experiences.
Well, you're not silly, right? We could refer to this ex as Sasquatch or like whatever you want in order to make it so that you can talk about these experiences in a way that we can understand without you outing any of this actual pertinent information. Right?
Yeah, potentially. It's just that my kid, he just discovered that I'm dating. Like, he, for the longest time, only thought I only had one boyfriend after his dad for 8 years. So it's just kind of...
we're not talking about a boyfriend. We're talking about a Sasquatch, right?
Right.
Like, if you were to date a Sasquatch, what would that be? Right? Something like this, I think, you don't seem like you're foolish, right? I think that we can work this in such a way where you can discuss these issues without you outing any personal details, nor do we want you to.
Yeah. What is it that you would like to know about the date?
Well, I was more interested in the whole roster situation.
No, I don't have a roster.
Have you ever had a roster?
I stopped dating men in California a year ago.
Why?
Because of a lot of political stuff. I really like more conservative men, and so I started dating in Texas.
Where it's bigger.
But you live in California?
I do, but I was hoping to move out there.
Wait, with your 3 kids?
No, just with just my son and I. My daughters are already established here and they're older, so.
Wait, you have 3 kids, right? Mm-hmm. You have one that just is 17?
Yeah, but she graduated high school already.
Okay, she's going to college. Mm-hmm. And then you have a younger daughter?
15-year-old sophomore.
And then your
son is 11 in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yeah, so he and I.
Wait, why don't you? Do you have full custody of your children?
Well, I never took him to court for any custody arrangement until last year, and the girls are at discretion to go with their dad, and our son can see him only if he agrees to not have the girlfriend around.
Well, assuming you met somebody and you could move to Texas now, you would leave.
I would not be able to leave without written permission from him, since I kind of shot myself in the foot by taking him to court, because now I can't leave if I wanted to without written permission.
Wait, and so...
But I had to take him to court.
So you'd have to wait. I'm confused. But you said you want to move to Texas.
I had wanted to. It didn't work out, so I'm not doing that now.
Would he consider granting you permission to move to
I don't
Texas?
know. We really don't talk.
Does he ever have the kids?
Rarely, and if he does, it's our son.
How often does he visit?
He could go 6 months without seeing him, or see him every weekend. It's really open to him. Okay. I would never keep my kid's father from.
But knowing that you are essentially barred from leaving, why are you pursuing a man who lives in Texas?
I'm not anymore doing that because I can't. I'm for sure not moving. But that's what I did last year. So last year, I stopped dating men in California.
Because you wanted to meet a conservative guy
in Texas. Okay. There's other things I like about Texas too.
There's a lot of liberals in Texas too.
There are.
Okay. And so, have you at any point had a roster?
Yes.
Okay. How big was the roster?
Not big, small.
2, 3 guys.
At a time, I guess I would say 2.
Okay. What about you? Ever had a roster?
I mentioned that earlier that I've had my
hose. You said hose, I think.
Fair stage of hose. But that doesn't necessarily mean like having sex. Like, what is a roster to you in your like definition? Does that mean like sexually active with them, or are you just dating them and talking to them? Like,
I mean, it could mean sexual activity, but I would say like if you're dating multiple men.
I mean, like I've talked to some, but like I think like. Okay.
Have you ever? Okay, I'll just make it simple.
Okay, yeah,
let's just do like sexual. Have you ever had a roster of guys who you've been hooking up with?
It'd be more like just running back to my exes.
You remember that whole accountability conversation we were having, right? Come on, tell us about the roster.
Andrew,
tell
okay,
us about the
I'm
roster.
getting there. What I'm saying was that like I wouldn't like for me like oh okay like I didn't want to do the one that says like I would do more like I would run to my exes and that was my issue. Like oh if I wanted like to whatever quick nut or just be like sexually or like just bust it out there. You know what I'm saying? Instead of adding another body.
Would you ever be sexually involved with multiple men at the same time? And when I say same time, I mean, say a period of a week, a month, something like this.
No, it would be like sexually active with one, entertaining some, like talking, dating wise, but like the other one would be strictly just for like sexual basis.
So there'd be like, you'd have one guy who you're sleeping with, and then maybe you'd be going on like a date here and there with like another dude.
Yeah.
Would you ever tell that other dude that you're waiting to have sex with him?
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Like the men while you were kind of had the roster, whatever, would you ever tell them that you want to wait to have sex with them?
The people that I'm like my ex relationships that I like just like be involved with.
Okay, you said there'd be like one guy who you're sleeping with.
Yeah.
And then there would be other guys who you're not sleeping with, but like you're going on a date or a second date, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
What would you tell them? Because I assume they wanted to sleep with you, right? Would you tell them that you're waiting to have sex?
I mean, it kind of just goes with like see what our vibe is. I always do have a conversation. Like obviously, like are you sexually active with other people before we make the jump of having sex? Like, okay, this is what it is. Like this is the last person I had sex with. I had sex with my ex. I'm just gonna be honest because at the end of the day, like I'd rather be honest and just like beat around the bush about it. Like, and then I hope to receive the same back.
I think what he's asking is, are you withholding sex from the guys that you're going on casual dates with?
Now I would say yes. Back then I did discover my confidence and I would like be like, oh yeah, let's do this, or I felt sexy or I felt the vibe, or I'd indulge in like smoking or drinking to like do that. But now no. Back then
Huh?
Oh.
It was what?
Good call.
Was it out or?
Was it out?
Not like too much, but it could have been.
Sorry, what happens when you have tits? Sorry. So back to the discussion. I'm sorry. Did I answer your question, or were you?
All right, here I'll move it on. Roster. Have you ever?
Yeah, you're latibulating a little bit here, right? So. Backing up, So backing up, I feel like you're spinning a yarn here worse than Rumpelstiltskin. So can you just like be a little bit more concise with what it is that you're saying, because you're kind of going all over the place here.
I'm trying to find the question.
So
to
like,
give you the
okay,
direct
say
answer.
for example, I'm like sleeping with a guy, and I go on dates with 2 other guys. You would ask me like, am I? He's trying to ask like, actually, that was a bad hypothetical. Okay, he's asking if you are withholding sex from these guys that you were going on dates with while you were also having a sexual relationship with someone else. Like, are you telling these guys, oh, I want to wait to have sex while you're also having a sexual? Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Ever had a roster?
Yes.
What was the scope of it?
It was only like 3, and then I ended up dating one. That was the one that I just recently got out of.
Mm-hmm. And were you hooking up with all of them?
No, I was only with him.
But you were dating 3 at a time.
Well, I wouldn't say like dating. I would say like we would hang out. We were like cutie and flirty, and we would like go out with like group of friends. It was never just like one-on-one.
Wait. What do you mean?
Like we would like all like, it would be like me, him, and then his friends, and then like my girlfriends. We would like all go out together, but we liked each other, but we never went like on a date with each other. Sorry.
The main guy that you liked?
No, the other 2.
They would also, all 3 of the men would be on a date
No.
together with you?
No, so like.
What?
First, like the main guy like that I ended up dating, him and I would just hang out all the time, like just me and him together. And we'd go on dates, we would just be us 2, or it'd be like me and his sister, or like I'd hang out with his family. And then the other 2, I would hang out and like group settings.
Okay.
Individually.
Sure.
Yeah.
What about you? Roster? Current? No roster? Current?
I mean, I'm like dating, so like going on multiple dates. Is that a roster?
Yeah, well, let's talk about that. So
Okay.
you're dating, you're going on multiple dates. How many have you been on a date this week? Past week?
This week, probably 2.
2 dates?
Mhm.
Okay. And were they both first dates?
One of them, yes. The other one, no.
Okay. Past month, how many dates have you gone on?
Like 6.
How many different, like 6 different guys?
6 dates, 6 guys.
6 different guys? Okay.
Oh, I sound bad.
All right.
It's just dating, though, so it's not like
Sure.
anything sexual.
Okay. So you're not hooking up with anybody?
No. You think I'm lying?
I don't know. I don't know what the truth is.
It's okay.
Your friend back there's laughing, so she's... Can we see it in the reflection? I'm trying to see. A little bit. We can sort of see it right there. Yeah, there she is. So is she telling the truth here, friend, or?
I played the fifth.
So how long you been celibate?
Everyone always thinks I'm lying. 8 months. 9.
Well,
That's how long I've been single for.
Why does she keep walking off? She just doesn't believe you?
No,
she's getting water. I think she's getting water. She's getting water.
She's getting water.
Yeah. Okay. So, because you said you have been single for 8 months, so there's been
Nobody.
nobody.
No.
Nobody.
Nobody.
What if I told you that
you
somebody
knew.
DM'd me that knows you,
Okay.
and they said that's not true?
Uh-oh.
Absolutely false.
I'm just kidding.
I'm like, but I've had had heard that before though,
Wait.
where it's guys
Yeah.
like lie about hooking up with me. I am from a small town, so.
So going back to you, have you ever had a roster?
Yeah, at one point in time.
How big was the roster?
3.
3
I
guys.
was like 18
Like that you were
years old. No, not
hooking up with?
sleeping with. No, like texting.
Texting?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you? You ever had a roster? Girls, guys, whatever?
Yeah, I've definitely like had a roster, no more than like 3, but it wasn't like I was having sex with all of them at once. It was just like talking.
How big was the roster? You said 3?
Probably like
3, was it?
3, yeah.
And then did you answer this question?
Yeah, I said-
Or you refused to kind of
No,
answer the
I
question?
said I
You're
have had one
dancing
at
around.
one. I have had one in my life.
Okay.
2.
Oh, okay. Going to my notes here on Anna, you said your current relationship, you talked about it a bit. You said it's kind of an interesting story. Did you share the interesting
Well,
story
it was
component?
just that we talked for like a full year, but we basically were dating, but we never made it official.
And you guys were friends
No,
prior?
we met on Tinder.
Oh.
And
And you
like-
wait, you didn't meet up in person?
No, we did.
Oh, you did?
We just never like made it an official title
I
that we were
see.
dating, but we just acted like we were dating for like a year.
Oh, okay.
So, kinda
You said you have a lot of crazy dating stories from hookups with guys in your freshman year that
Yeah, in the past,
didn't know how to put on a condom. Can you shine a flashlight for me?
I did have a guy make me shine a flashlight on his dick to put the condom on. It was really uncomfortable.
What? Wait, why was it uncomfortable?
Well, it was just like I didn't want to like put a flashlight on that in like the dark room. Like that's just like it wasn't. It kinda,
You're like a lights out kind of
yeah.
gal.
Well, it just like ruined the moment.
Wasn't it going to go inside of you?
Yeah, it was.
But you just didn't want to look at it?
Maybe it was like it was a hookup, and so it was just like it kind of ruined the moment when he's like, "Oh, like can you get a flashlight?" And I'm like trying to find my phone.
So you wanted to make sure that the condom went on correctly so that you could
Well,
see.
I think he was a virgin.
it ruined the moment for
To
you?
be honest,
Oh,
I
he was a
think he just had never put one on before.
He was a virgin?
Yeah, it was really awkward.
He had a little penis.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
What are you over here now? Now he has an Oompa Loompa penis. Like he can't be even mildly charitable. He can't be even mildly charitable.
He was fine. Like there was nothing really special about it. It was just really awkward.
Because of the flashlight.
Yeah, the flashlight
And
because
his
it was
little
like
dick.
Me too,
dark
honestly.
and like I was just like sitting there like holding it, and it's like a spotlight as he's like struggling to put on the condom.
You heard it here first, folks. Don't be vulnerable with women ever. I guess.
You know what? They do say guys that turn the lights on, or girls that turn the lights on, they're like, or they turn the lights off. I think they say that they're insecure about themselves.
Yeah,
right?
I have heard that, but I don't even know why the lights off or were off. It just kind of happened that way.
So a lot of crazy dating went from your freshman year.
Yeah, I had like a sugar daddy and stuff.
Okay. You said, let me see here. You dated a guy for a year. Well, let's go into the sugar daddy really quick. First off, show of hands. Who here has had a sugar daddy before?
Is that not normal?
You've had a sugar daddy?
Yeah.
Equestrian horse?
Someone's got to pay for the horses.
Emphasis on the no daddy part. She said no dad. That doesn't mean she meant the sugar daddy.
Wait, so you, and did you raise your hand too?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into the sugar daddy stuff really quick. Only one sugar daddy, or have you had more?
Only one that like actually like paid me for stuff,
Paid.
or
then
like a
there's
significant
others?
amount. But I never like did anything like actual. Like we never had sex or anything like that.
How old was he?
Probably like 56.
How old were you?
Something like that. 18.
Okay, and how did you meet him?
Tinder.
Tinder.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had like some really weird like niche kinks that
Niche
he would
kinks.
just pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was the nature of the exchange between you two?
A lot of FaceTime or like texting. He really just liked to have somebody to talk to. And I did go to his house one time, and he called it a clothing fetish. He liked to buy clothing for women and have them just try it on. So I basically just got a bunch of free clothes.
I love that.
And so you said FaceTime, texting, he would pay you?
Yeah.
How much was he paying you?
He would like sometimes like just Venmo me like $200 and be like, just get on FaceTime for a bit. But he was like really annoying in the end, and so I stopped talking to him.
And how much for the in-person hangout?
It would depend. He would usually like just kind of like hand out cash as it went on, but he would also like buy me clothing or like take me out to eat. I only went to see him like 2 times and then really never again.
You said you went to dinner once or something?
Yeah, we went to Nobu.
Nobu.
LA.
How much is Nobu? How much does that cost?
It was like
pretty expensive.
$1,500.
In the thousand?
something.
Okay.
No, wait, 1,000. I don't know. Like for
Well,
a
it can
regular
be.
dinner,
Hundreds.
yeah. For like a 2-person dinner, it's like $500.
He
It's expensive.
spent like $1,500 at the dinner, but
At
he
the
was like
dinner.
just like buying drinks and like everything.
And,
Oh, that's why.
and then
Yeah.
so how much for texting would he pay you?
It wasn't ever like a set amount for texting so much. He would just kind of text, but he like had really weird hours. It would be like 3 a.m. in the morning, and he would just be like blowing up my phone, and then he'd like send me money if I wasn't responding, and
Yeah.
with the intent that I should respond, I guess.
How much money do you think total he sent?
That I made in total.
Yeah, from him.
Probably like 4,000, and it was only
4,000
like
total.
within a month span.
One month. Wow,
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said there was another sugar daddy?
There
or-
were just some other like older guys that I like tried to match with on Tinder. Like
You tried to match with them?
Well, I did match with them, but like they either wanted to like actually have sex or just never really happened. Anything happened.
How would, like, were they upfront about wanting to be sugar daddies, or was this something that you were kind of soliciting?
The one guy that I actually did see in person, he was very upfront about it. It was like a regular thing he did.
Okay.
The other ones, not so much. Sometimes, like, I would have, like, older guys on Tinder would, like, message me and be like, I'll pay you this much for this or this. And,
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it because they were ugly that you didn't do it, or was it because, like what Daisy said earlier, was like if they're ugly, it's kind of creepy, but if they were kind of cute, you would like do it.
Yeah, honestly, that is kind of real. Like, if they were ugly, I was like, okay, that's gross. But if they were cute, but like, I never actually wanted to have
This is
sex
honest. I
with
love
any
this.
of them. Like, I wasn't gonna do like sex for money. But
Sure. Okay.
yeah.
Did you ever send, like, lewd pictures or
I took photos from Pornhub and sent it to them.
so fraud?
Yeah.
So you would send him nude
Like
photos.
one time. He never really
How
wanted
much did
that.
you pay for that?
Probably like $50 or something.
Damn.
Not like,
Like feet
that
pics or something? Any
I
shit
would
like
love
that?
to find somebody that wants feet pics for money. That'd be great.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay. You had a sugar daddy. What about you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, me.
How many have you had?
I'm gonna pass it to you.
How many have you had?
How many have I had?
Yeah. How many sugar daddies have you had?
This is your question.
That was not my question. It was not my question. That I can pinpoint. maybe like a good handful.
How would you meet them?
Well, that's not very. Hang on. That's not very pinpoint. You say so. Pinpoint is to be very precise. I have had
I'll be
this
vague.
many. Saying a handful.
I'll be vague.
That's not very precise, right?
I'll be vague.
Yeah, it's very vague.
Very vague, very not cutesy. I'm just playing. No, so I at one point, so I'll tie it back to when I got out of like my religion and went to school paying for my tuition. I did at one point dance, and that
Wait, hang on. Now, when you say dance, right? So that just sounds like saying to me supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. It means nothing, right? It means nothing to me. What does dance mean?
Okay, so like if I had to put
dance,
if I had to put a point on sugar daddies, I would say that I've had a good handful would mean like five.
Yeah, but what does dance mean?
How long were you a stripper for?
I was dancing for like a year. Yeah, I was stripping.
Okay.
Stripping for like a year.
Okay.
It was pre-pandemic,
Yeah.
so.
So getting into the sugar daddy thing, you said you had.
You're more
about
open
5.
to it. So like when you go to the clubs, it would be more like.
You don't need to justify it. It's fine.
Oh no, I'm getting closer to the answer of like the sugar daddy part. So you'd meet sugar daddies there, whatever. Sometimes it'd be a go, sometimes I wouldn't, which ties me back to my answer. It would be a handful of sugar daddies where it'd be like, here's some money. I want to come support you. You look great. Here, let me praise you as a woman. Boom, there's that.
What was the age typically in their 40s, 50s?
Yeah, anywhere from like not even that
30s,
20s to
okay.
like
Yeah.
they're not obviously daddies, but they.
So this, I mean, we can talk about what was going on in the club, but I'm assuming when you're talking about sugar daddies, this is outside the club, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so.
I did have a seeking arrangements at one point, which is sugar daddies.
But so, of your sugar daddies, did you meet all of them at the club? Or how many did you meet from seeking?
I would say like 2 in club, 3 in seeking.
Okay. So let's talk. The guy who spent the most on you, let's start there. How much total did he spend?
On a monthly basis, I would say 3,000 to 4,000.
3,000 to 4,000. Okay. And how long was this going on for?
Like a year.
Okay. So total, would you say this guy who spent the most on you spent $40,000, $50,000? Is that fair or more?
If that's the math, yeah.
Okay. Well, so was he giving you an allowance, essentially? But then was he spending more on top of that?
Yeah, because they were farther away. So it was mainly like she was saying, like videos and stuff like that. It was a lot of feet pictures too. Like videos and stuff of my feet. And then it'd be more so like send me videos of you like pushing your tits together. It'd be like send me some videos of you like angled in a certain way.
Okay. And did you ever meet him in person?
Actually, one turned into like a dating, and it was the one that spent the most.
Wait.
One turned into dating.
Wait, but the guy who was giving you $3,000 to $4,000 a month, is that the guy who spent the most or no?
Yeah.
That's the guy who turned into dating.
Yeah. So that's why, like, when I said like sugar daddy, like it was like sugar daddy, but it turned into like a semi-relationship. Really.
How soon into the sugar daddy? Like 1 month in?
No, like 6 months in, and it came into a conversation of like when you're already giving that money and you want to have a relationship, comes to a conversation of like, am I still going to give you the money? Like this was the relationship when it started, so I would think so.
Did he?
I feel like he was trying to like cut it, like skimp it short, yeah. But then I always read back to like this could possibly be a relationship, but it couldn't because they were also married, had kids. So it's like you have.
Oh, he was married.
Well, they've been married. They weren't married when we were talking.
They were
separate. Yeah,
okay.
They were divorced.
They were divorced.
So they had the whole thing of getting married, having kids, and like I had not had that. So it's like I don't know how you would want me to like. That's something that I want to experience.
Prior to getting into the relationship, had you guys had sex?
No.
So he was sugar daddy 6 months. Then you guys get into a relationship. Then you guys have sex.
Yeah, but it wasn't like sexual. It was more oral. Like when we first like started meeting up, it was just like
What?
Like you would give him oral?
It'd be like.
Is that sexual?
He would give you.
I mean, yeah, that's sexual. Okay, that is sexual. You're right. Rephrase. So yes, it was more so like orally, like between like him and I. But it comes with fantasy, so it came with him being fantasized of like him playing with me, playing with myself, not him playing with himself. Me playing with myself. And
Sorry.
and then it just came to a point where he like did start asking for more, and then it came to like very like awkward and like.
What do you mean asking for more?
Like, when are you gonna like toss my salad?
What?
Okay.
Wow. And I'm like, look, I'm a big girl. I do like Caesar salads, but I don't toss them. Okay. But and it kind of got a little uncomfortable because that's something that I not had been into, you know.
So that was the deal breaker for him. A year into you guys talking to each other was.
I don't eat ass.
You wouldn't toss a salad?
Yes, I wouldn't toss. Tossing salad means eating ass.
Are you serious?
You don't eat ass?
I didn't either.
Yes.
I thought it was just having sex.
Not at all, ever?
That's what I did too.
Doesn't it just taste like Worcestershire sauce, I'm told?
What?
That's what they
A1?
said on this?
Yeah.
That's fucking disgusting.
You know what the most embarrassing thing is when like you're like sexually and you're like, yes, I'm getting into it, and you're like, maybe I'll try it, and then like I've had an experience where some guy like tilted his legs back, and it was like, whoa, pause.
I want to go home.
I want to go home. I want to go home.
What?
Okay.
Wow. But yeah, no.
So okay, you had like 4 other sugar daddies. How much were you involved with these sugar daddies while you were involved with Maine spending the most on you, sugar daddy?
No.
Okay. So how much were these other guys spending on you?
It depends. They'd be like, oh, well, I'll come support you at the club when I was dancing. And they would like spend money on either like VIP dances or they would do like stage to like flaunt their ego or whatever. Or they can make money.
I'm just talking like outside the club.
Outside the club?
Yeah.
Like go on dates and they'll get paid like $300-$400 just to go on a date with them.
Just go on a date?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Nice.
Okay, I'll get to, okay.
Bro, what? Let it out. We're supposed to be open here.
I'll get there. You said you had a sugar daddy. What? Just one? Multiple sugar daddies?
I had 2.
2 sugar daddies. How long did you have each of them?
So one of them lasted like a week, but he gave me like.
Lasted a week?
Yeah.
Okay.
He gave me like $500.
Okay.
And he DM'd me on Instagram. He said, I'll give you money for this picture. And it was a sponsored bikini picture. And I was just like, well, how much do you want for it? Like, I'll DM it to you. And he's like, I'll give you $500. I said, you're lying. Mm-hmm. And he's like, what's your Venmo? And I sent it to him. $500 was in my account.
Okay.
And then.
Wait, did you send it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I sent it after because I thought he was lying.
Yeah. And then the other sugar daddy?
I don't know where I met him from. I think we have mutual friends because he's in the military and he's stationed down in San Diego. And he'll just send me like money like here and there. Like he'll be like, hey, like what are you doing? And I'm like, nothing. He goes, do you want to get your nails done? I'm like, sure. He'll send me like $60. Or if he knows like I'm going out with friends, he'll send me.
Are you still
like,
talking
money.
to him?
No. This was like 2 months ago.
How long were you involved with this guy?
Before my last relationship to the current one, it was like a 3-month time span. So it was like then, and then it was like on and off for like since I was a senior in high school or freshman
with the
in
sugar
college.
daddy?
Yeah.
So 2 or 3 years then?
Yeah. It's been a while.
And he would just send you money. How much money do you think total he sent you?
Maybe like 10 grand.
How old was he?
He's like 23. Yeah, because we're only a couple years apart.
And it sounded like you've been in a couple relationships. At any point, were you receiving money from him while you were in a relationship?
No.
Really?
Yes. You can look at my Venmo history.
Well,
I'll pull that up right now.
I'll take your word for it. But you said you were on and off with a sugar daddy for 2 to 3 years. And so you said he'd send you $10,000. Did you ever send him any revealing photos or anything like that?
No,
or
he just wants someone to talk to. Just
talk?
Yeah.
Did you guys ever meet up in person?
We met up one time. It was because it was his family, or not his family, his brother. I knew his brother, and it was when he was coming back home from basic, and that was the only time I saw him.
Did you guys hook up or anything?
Nope.
I don't know. How old was he?
At that point?
Yeah.
19.
The fucker, 19? Bro. These fucking guys are ruining the dating marketplace.
There are a lot of men in the military that do that.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends
Simp?
that, yeah.
Fucking
I have a lot of friends
simps.
that have told me that men, like army guys or Marines, will send them money just because I don't understand it, but it's very common.
Buy a Corvette or some bullshit. Buy a fucking Mustang.
Yeah.
Waste your money on that shit.
They'll just send money to just like any fat floozy that is around. That's what you think they do?
There are a lot of
bro.
stuff like that happens in the military. You'd be very surprised.
It's the plastics in the water, dude.
It's sad, but it happens.
What is
often.
going on to our men? Damn,
really
that's
weird.
crazy. You're Christian, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
What denomination?
Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist. Okay. You said you did send a guy like a bikini photo?
Yeah.
Okay. Andrew, question for you. Does this, is that considered sex work?
Yes.
So how do you reconcile doing sex work with your Christian faith?
You think that's sex work?
Yes.
You received money for like was it a nude photo or?
No, it was a bikini, and it's posted on my Instagram too.
How is that not, the purpose of that is not to sell sexualization for money. How's that not prostitution?
I'm trying to think.
Well, don't try too hard.
That's literally what my brain does all the time. It works a little slow.
Would you agree that doing, say, like a woman does OnlyFans?
Hang on, let her answer, please.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, girl.
I would say, like, from both point of views, like, yeah, it's something, like, I shouldn't have done in the moment, but in the time frame, like, I needed money because there's something going on with my horse and I needed the money, so it was kind of like not like an ego. It was out of my characteristic or character trait to do that. Would I do that again? No. But on the flip side, I do see how you can see it as it is prostitution in a way.
No. I'm not asking how you think I see it. I told you how I see it. I'm asking you how that could be anything other than selling sexualization for money. How is it anything other than that?
I don't think it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, and is that not prostitution?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you did engage in a form of prostitution, right?
Yeah.
Saying that is incompatible with Christian ethics, correct?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Damn.
I mean, that's all right. Just it's fine. Just like I said, that whole accountability thing. I don't see how it could be anything other than that. That's all.
It does come, the accountability part. I think that, a lot of people, it sounds weirder than when you, lay it down, and when it's laid down and when you say it and you break it up like you just did, it's like, oh, my God.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. So I think you make a great point here with the normalization in society, how people can kind of do all sorts of mental gymnastics so that they don't think the thing that they're engaging in is the thing they're engaging in. There's all sorts of societal pressures and this and that. But I don't think that gives you a pass on the accountability front, right? So I think that recognizing that you did what you did, taking accountability for it, that's how you actually move past, the actual thing itself. That's what I think. Does that make sense? Or am I speaking in Spanglish here?
No, I agree.
Es muy claro.
Do you
Es muy
regret it?
claro.
Yeah, I regret it because it was a hard point in my life, so.
Yeah, right. But that's not accountability. That's a justification, right? Not accountability. It's like, yeah, I regret doing it, but here's my justification for why. It's like, really, If
I
so,
won't do
for
it
instance, so let me kind of like give you a little bit of pushback here. If anybody came to you who was a friend of yours who was a Christian and said, think about engaging in prostitution, would you allow any justification for it?
No.
No. So I mean, that's that, right? So there's no reason to ever make the justification, just the responsibility aspect, and that's what will always make you stand out from my perspective.
You hear one, take one, and so I think that like
You had a sugar daddy, correct?
I've had, yeah.
More than one?
Yes.
Were you a dancer too?
No.
2 is crazy.
Okay,
I can't dance, unfortunately.
fair enough.
She could
By
grind.
dance, you mean stripping?
Yes.
Okay. How many sugar daddies have you had?
I don't think I've ever really kept count. I mean, to me, a sugar daddy is just anybody that pays you for like your time. So I did go through a phase where I was on a website where.
Seeking?
No, it's different. It's called whatsyourprice.com.
This is a new one.
Sponsor.
I've used that
I have
one.
not
She's
heard
like,
of
that one. So you had more than 5 sugar daddies.
Okay. So you've had a handful of
A lot.
more
yeah.
than 10?
Yes, definitely.
More than 20?
Well, yes.
More than 30?
Probably yes.
More than, have you done
I did it for like a year, so yes, I've
How many?
had
How many?
probably like
100?
yes,
No, 100?
yes. When they paid for your time.
100 different men.
Do you want me to tell you how the website works so that way you don't question
Yeah.
my like,
Sure.
oh my god, I'm rich? It was more so like on What's Your Price? It's like they agree on a date with you, right? So you
Yeah.
send either you send them or they send you a request where it's like $200 for a date, just first date. So then you can either accept or like ask for more, ask for whatever you want. So then once you guys agree on a price for that first date, you guys go
Yeah.
on a date, they pay you, and it's just for the first date. And then if you wish to continue or not, then that's different.
Mm-hmm.
So I went on a lot of first dates for,
How
$200
many-
to $500.
Yeah, I'm looking at the website. It says 126 is the average offer amount. 56 million.
It is the
Does
average.
she look average?
I mean,
So it was never
5
like
million.
consistent. It was,
I've
like,
only
different
had
guys
probably like 3 consistent ones.
usually. Oh, okay.
Okay.
What's your price.com?
But yeah, the average for first dates is usually like probably less for most people. For me, my minimum was always $200 for a date.
And you said you went on over 100 dates?
I did it for a year, and I did a lot.
So what
yeah.
was this like?
How did you establish that? How did you establish that you expected $200 to be paid on the date?
Well, for me, it was just like, I thought like 200 was like, okay, like it's enough to pitch in for rent, bills, and all that. So I didn't
But-
really expect more for a first date.
Okay, so what was the average age of the men? Would you say that you were going on
30s.
30s. Okay. And how many? You said over 100 different dates.
Probably, yeah.
Did you ever go on a second date with any of these guys?
Yes.
Okay. But it was 100 individual men that you went on dates with?
Yeah, throughout the year.
Okay. And did you date any of them?
Date isn't like actually wanted something with them?
Yes.
No,
So your intentions to be on the app were
Make
solely
money.
to make money?
correct.
I mean, this is not a very good endorsement of this this app, because the guys, I assume, want to go on a date. They're even willing to pay for it in the hopes of getting into a relationship. You went on 100 plus. Wait, question. So you said you went on like second dates,
Yes.
third dates?
Yeah.
Would you what's the most amount of dates that you went on with one guy?
I would say only 3 of them were like actually like, I would actually like see them more than once, like maybe like once a week.
Okay, and they would continue to pay you for dates, right?
Correct, yes.
Would they have to pay you more for follow-up dates or the same?
No, just the same.
And-
Sometimes they'd give me more
yeah.
though, depending on like what I needed help with.
Now, of the 100 plus men that you met from this website, did you sleep with any of them?
No.
Okay. trying to think
It's a
here.
great website.
I've also used that.
But-
It's a good
so-
website. It's a really
Yeah.
good website.
Wait, you've used it?
I have used that website.
You didn't tell us about the website.
Well, I honestly kind of forgot about it.
This is new to me. I've never heard about this before. I'm
Yeah.
surprised I haven't heard about it
He's
sooner.
like, I'm gonna go sign up later.
No, I ain't paying. I don't care how hot a girl is. I ain't spending a fucking dollar to pay. I ain't paying a girl to go on a date with me.
I've always tried to realize
Fuck
like
no.
why they do it, but then it also
They're
comes with, like,
simps.
I just
that, and I
They're
feel like if
fucking
they're already
simps.
spending money on a girl, like let's say when you're dating
God
regular,
damn, bro.
you're dating regular and you're
They're
putting
fucking
so much
simps.
money on, they're probably thinking like, well, I'm gonna spend this
Oh my
amount
God.
anyways.
No wonder
on
all
a
these
girl.
I
girls
have a
think-
question.
Okay,
I have a
hold
question
on.
for the ladies. Anyone who's had a sugar daddy, do you like respect these men? Like when you are in their
Yeah,
presence?
just show of hands.
Like, do you
yes, do you
respect
respect the men? Show of hands. If you don't raise your hand, really?
Yes, really, I
You
respect them. You're
respect-
putting money on it, so let's put some respect on their name. Like that's you're doing it out of your own will
If
to do
you,
it.
you wouldn't date any of them, so you don't respect them.
Actually, just because I don't date you doesn't
well,
mean I
you
don't
did date
respect
the
you.
one guy, I guess, but he was still.
But that didn't
being
mean
a
I
simp.
didn't respect him. Like there's a difference between
Okay.
respecting and like.
Okay, what about the
dating.
guys who come to the club? Do you respect them? Or are they marks or whatever?
What?
What are they called? Or no, that's for like
Marks?
prostitutes.
Oh, yeah. You're talking
What?
about
Mark.
John's.
Marks?
A mark, a trick.
Okay.
John?
I've
John.
never heard of
John.
mark, but like also the word trick, right? So you like think like when they go to the club, like or when you go to the club, like people are there just there to talk and mingle and stuff, but like
Yeah.
you can't go to the club and be like, I'm gonna make this a boyfriend. Like you're at the freaking
Sure.
club. Like
Okay. Wait, any of the guys that you talked about were from this website?
No, they weren't.
Oh, so you got more than. Okay, you were. What,
Well, I honestly forgot.
how
I think
how
I
many
went on-
dates did you go on from this
I
website?
think I only ended up going on one, and like
Okay.
I like kind of started messaging a lot of them. And I feel like a lot of them knew that it was like never gonna progress to a second date. Like they knew they were just paying.
Yeah.
to
Paid for a
go.
date.
How much
Yeah.
did how much did it cost
I
for
think
you?
it was like only like $150.
And then
or
you've used this
something.
website too? Any other girls use this website? Okay. How many dates have you been on from this website?
like two.
Only two?
Yeah,
Homegirl
only
over
two.
here went on 100.
Look, she's good at like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when there's good things
Oh,
that you're at, and there's
shit.
good things that you're not at. Like, there's also like, it's also consists of like
crazy.
messaging and calling and like making sure I'm
Okay.
keeping updated with you. Like,
There-
yes, this date's gonna
Can I ask
happen.
a question?
But then it's also like, okay, like, yeah, here's a date. Okay, cool. But like, you know.
So with these guys on this specific website, if you were to tell them up front that you're not interested in like anything long term or even like maintaining any sort of friendship or relationship, do you think that most of them would still have taken you out and paid you?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Wait,
they can't really expect anything. They're going on a website called What's Your Price? Like,
Right.
You
What does
really
that
Exactly.
entail?
that.
Is that like, what's your price for me to take you out? Or is that,
100%.
like-
That's what it sounds like. That's like the
Yeah.
marketing
Are
of
these
their
guys
What's Your
on
Price.
there for dating, do you think? Or like long-term
They want
dating?
sugar babies.
Okay.
babies.
Oh
So
my God,
they
these
just
men
want
are
like
ruining the fucking
They
marketplace.
just want like a financial.
Yeah,
It's
I think
so
they know
bad.
what they're
Okay.
getting into.
Okay.
Yeah. Because most of them are unattractive. I've only seen like.
Fucking supermodels
have you ever
over
been
here.
with one, like, have you ever been on a date with a sugar daddy and you're just like instantly repulsed by them, and then you feel like you have to like continue the date to like?
Yeah,
you know
most
what I
of
mean?
them are repulsive.
Really?
Just by virtue,
I would agree.
just by virtue of them having to pay for your time
yeah, I
is
agree.
repulsive.
But I'm just wondering if you've ever had to. Like,
I saw
sit
it as like a
with somebody.
second job. Okay.
Wait, I don't get. I don't
hard.
get.
Just
I
working
don't
hard.
get. Why don't these men just get prostitutes? I don't get it.
So that's
Both
the
are just
thing.
as bad, I don't know.
A lot of them try to convince themselves that they're not like, oh, like I'm not paying for sex. I'm just like
Paying for your time.
paying for like your time, and if you want to have sex with me, you will because I'm giving you all this money. But it's like in their head, I think they're just delusional. Just how like most women are delusional. I think there's certain type of men that are delusional too. Like they
Yeah.
expect so much from a woman just because they take them out on a date,
Facts.
even if they pay them or
Well,
not.
wait a second. Wait, can we back off or back up just for a second?
Okay.
You have had sugar daddies, right?
Yes.
And you think they're delusional men, so you're taking advantage of delusional people, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And do you if a man were to take advantage of a delusional woman and have sex with her, would that be okay?
I'm not saying what I did was okay. I'm saying
No. Answer my question first.
no, it's
and
not
then qualify.
okay.
No, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are you taking advantage of delusional men?
Because it was a second job.
Oh, so if a man said, "Oh, it was a second job for me to take advantage of delusional women for sex," that would be a good justification, you think?
No, I'm not saying my behavior
Wouldn't be a
was like
justification, would
correct.
it?
What I did was totally in the wrong, but I still did it, right? I'm taking accountability for it.
So I have a question on this. You did say there were a couple of guys who you'd go on multiple dates with. Were you kind of,
manipulative?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you would.
Fucking honesty.
Manipulated the delusion?
Okay. So
Yes,
wait.
I manipulated
But so
them. You want to hear my story?
Yeah. So you would, knowing that you had no romantic interest, because you could kind of make the argument that you're like, you go on the first date and you're like, I'm giving them a chance. But usually for most people, after the first date, they've made a determination as to whether they want to continue seeing this person or not, right? Most people actually make that up within 5 seconds, 5 minutes of first meeting somebody, but they'll usually continue on with the date to be polite. But you've had the first date with these men. Some of them you'd continue to have, second, third, fourth dates. Did you make the determination on the first date with these men that you continued to go on dates with that you had zero romantic interest in them and that there would never be anything?
I didn't hear the first part of the question, but no, I didn't ever want anything romantic out of any of them.
Right. So I mean, you were just doing it for the money.
For money, correct.
Because I could sort of get it where the girl's like, well, if I'm going to go on these dates, I disagree with it, but I at least want it to be worth my time. And maybe I will find a guy who I'll like, potentially. I'm open to the idea of dating one of these men who's paying this money. But I think, and I'm not even prepared to even grant that that's the case for most of these women, even on the first date. But let's say it is. But it does kind of call into the question once you start going on multiple dates with them, where I'm like, okay, now you're milking. Mm-hmm. Now it's like, there's not even a shot in hell, a chance in hell, any of these men have a romantic or sexual chance with you. And so that's a bit of a quarrel I have there, where it's
the
like,
one that
I can at
wanna
least
date.
give you a pass if you're like, well, I'm giving them a shot for the first date, but I'm still not giving you a pass even for that. But if I'm being charitable, I will.
Okay.
But I'm not.
But why would I give them a shot if I'm not attracted to them?
Well, don't they have their photos on the thing?
Yeah, but what
So
I'm
why go on
saying
a date
though
with them?
is after I go on the date to obviously make money, why would I continuously give them a shot if I'm not attracted to them?
And if it was just for the money too. But yeah, I see your point.
But you would, I guess I'm kind of getting at is, would you lead them on, because it takes two to tango, right? So you have to want to continue to go on the dates to make more money, but they have to continue to want to go on the dates because they think it will be in pursuit of a potential romantic relationship.
No.
So are you essentially playing a game where it's like you're feigning romantic interest in them?
No, they want, at the end of the day, most of them, I know they wanted sugar babies, right? So this was when I was 19, 20 at the time.
Okay.
Most of them just wanted sexual encounters without having in the back of, in my opinion, I think they just didn't want in the back of the mind that they were going to a prostitute. I think they wanted to believe that they were dating the person that they were gonna hook up with. I think all of them wanted to hook up with me, and I did give them the idea that because my whole facade was that I was super religious and I was gonna be interested in
Facade
dating
is
them.
crazy.
That was my story. That was my story. I would tell them I'm
so
looking.
yeah, it was an
I would
act.
lie to them. Yeah, I would lie to them saying
boy.
I want to date you,
Okay.
and it can become sexual if I want to be in a relationship with you.
Oh, boy.
So at the end of the day, I feel they were working towards that. Even though for me it was just all a lie. And then for one of them, I think he deserved it because he was married. So that's the one that
You milked him.
I milked him
milked
because
him.
he had a whole ass
milked
wife.
him.
He
You
wanted
should
to
learn your
like,
lesson.
What's that
Learn your
saying?
lesson.
What is that saying? A fool is parted with his money or something? I don't know. I mean, me and Andrew have had a back and forth on this. We agree. I mean, I don't think men should be using these services, and they're kind of, I think they're stupid if they do use them.
They are.
But obviously, there's also manipulative women on these services.
Verbatim.
So,
what's what they get, right? I mean,
well, no.
No, that's not what they get. So,
I don't think
this
it's
is
that.
this is what I mean by the kind of this like double standard woman speak that drives me fucking crazy. Just mere moments ago, what I did was wrong, Andrew. What I should not have done that. This was incorrect. This was immoral. This was bad. And then literally, 10 minutes later, that's what they fucking get. So you got to make up your mind. Is that what they get? Or is it that you were doing something that's bad? Like, which one is it?
I think it comes to a point like nowadays, it's a little bit more like
Let her answer.
accessible.
Hang on. Let her answer. Which one is it?
Answer.
I feel like that's a tough one because, like, at the end of the day,
You feel
it's
it's a tough
like
one?
everyone's actions, right, is like has consequences.
There's consequences?
Consequences, yeah.
No,
I mean,
consequences. Okay, gotcha.
consequences,
Go ahead.
right? So it's like their actions of like paying a woman to like go spend time with them, like that deserves a consequence that like you might get played. Like, I mean,
You said that you said that these men
you would think
are
they were
delusional.
smart enough. They build businesses, right? You would think they like a business model to get people in, right? Marketing, all that. So it's like, why would you pay a woman to like go on a romantic date?
Well, wait. It's really funny to me that now suddenly there's some justification here where you're saying, well, wait a second. It's actually really tough for me to decide if what I did was wrong or
No, it
incorrect
was
or whatever. Hang on, let me finish now. Whereas just a few minutes ago, you said, wait, these men were delusional and it's wrong to take advantage of delusional people. So I would like to know how this isn't a complete and total contradiction, because that's exactly what it sounds like, is a literal contradiction everybody can see. Can you tell us which one is correct? Instead of continuously contradicting yourself, can you just tell us, are these delusional men that you took advantage of, or did they have it coming?
You can't say both, right? No? Am I wrong in thinking like both?
You can say both
like,
if you want to contradict yourself.
It's like,
is it okay to take advantage of delusional people because they have it coming? That would be the entailment, right? So either it's okay to take advantage of delusional people because they got it coming because they're delusional, or it's incorrect to take advantage of delusional people. So it's got to be one or the other, right?
it depends on the situation. For their situation specifically, right? Because like delusional can be like in different terms, like different people.
Oh, really?
Right?
Well, I'm sorry. I thought delusional means disconnected from reality.
Okay.
Would you agree that that's what delusional? What else could delusional mean besides
well, you know how like
disconnected
women
from
are
reality?
delusional with like men and like
It's gonna be
dating.
a perfect relationship and stuff like that.
Yeah, like women can
disconnected from the reality?
women justify a lot of like men's actions because they're delusional that like they think like he really means one thing when in reality he doesn't.
Well, hang on. Let's back up real quick. Let's just make sure we get this down. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me that delusional means disconnected from reality?
It's what that comment says, the blame versus fault. I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, forget the comment. Do you agree with me that delusional means disconnected from reality?
Yes.
Okay. And if somebody's disconnected from reality, do you think it's okay to take advantage of them because they don't understand that they're being taken advantage of because they're delusional, they're disconnected from reality, right?
No.
No. So then if that's the case, how could they have it coming?
I guess it's just more so my bias against these men that just pay for women.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's
they
just my
don't-
bias. But
I don't understand. So do they have it coming or don't they have it coming?
They're for sure not coming.
no. Well, yeah,
No.
like the right thing to say is no. Yes.
Okay, but is that what you believe?
No.
No. So you do think they have it coming even if they're delusional. So I just want to let you know there's some entailments there that you should know, right? That means that if there was a woman who was delusional, let's say, was disconnected from reality, if a man took advantage of her for sex, what would your objection then be?
Consequence of the action.
It's just biased, right? So it's just like, no, I don't like agree with that, but
Oh, you don't agree with that. So now you have a complete double
Correct.
standard, and you're
Correct.
contradicting yourself
Yes.
again, right?
but who doesn't have a double standard? So
Many people don't have a double standard or many people don't move into contradiction territory, especially. I can understand even if you said I'm hypocritical, I could even deal with that, but this is literally just a contradiction in terms. It's a contradiction to say it's wrong for you to take advantage of somebody who's delusional. It's just okay for me to do it because I want to. I don't understand what you're actually saying here.
I'm saying, like, those men, like, that are delusional and paying for women, like, it's okay to take advantage of them. But what I'm saying though is like for a man to take advantage of a woman or vice versa in like the dating realm, I don't think it's right. So like, because it can be vice versa. Like a woman can take advantage of a man too.
Let's back up again. In what fucking world could that ever make sense? In what world does it make sense to say it's okay to take advantage of delusional men for money, but it's not okay for men to take advantage of delusional women for sex? In what fucking world can you square these two ideas?
Well, they have the money to spend anyways, so
she has the sex to give anyways.
Yeah, but it's more like, well, not for every woman, but like some women
but not
would
for men.
consider that like.
So like every
An
single thing
emotional-
that you say, every single thing you say can just be applied right back at you, right? It's like, oh, well, they have the money to burn. Well, women have the sex to give. Oh, well, they knew what they were getting into. Okay, well, then they knew what they were getting into. It's like all of these things can be applied in both aspects. So
How do
either
you
it's
alleviate
wrong, you did
that?
wrong, and you took advantage of delusional people, and that's incorrect, or you have to bite the bullet that, wait, it's just okay to take advantage of delusional people if you have some motivation that's self-serving. So I just really need to know which one it is.
Graffito tagged donated $200.
Hey, good to see you
You
back in
offer
the
a
chat.
service, have a verbal agreement, and the customer then pays for that service. You now admit you never intended to fully provide the service offered. That's the definition of a scam.
But I don't want to be derailed by this because it's worse. It's actually worse.
Right. It's worse.
Because it's a contradiction in term where you are saying actually that delusional men have less value than delusional women. That's what you're actually saying. Delusional men, less valuable than delusional women. Right? Isn't that what you're actually saying?
I guess, in a way.
But then if she was a man and then doing it, it would be like the same thing. It would be contradicting. She can't really give the standpoint of a male if she's not in that position. So she can say like, oh, it's delusional for a man to do that. But like, she can't say it's delusional for a woman because it's not like she's getting paid from women to do it. If it was a woman,
We don't need her to. We don't need her to take it from the. Well, you're correct in a sense. I don't need her to take it from a female perspective. I need her to take it from a male perspective, right? So the ask here is from your perspective, that of the woman. Is it okay for men to take advantage of delusional women for sex? The answer is no. Then how could it be okay to take advantage of delusional men for money? The answer is I don't fucking know. So that's why I'm just like, well, can you reconcile these two things so they make sense to me?
Like it's money, like it's different, right? So in my opinion, right, it's like it's not like I'm making them spend millions, right? I'm not making them go broke. When a man lies to a woman to get her into bed, like I feel like they're
Versus
messing.
lying to
They're
him for
messing.
money?
Huh?
Versus lying to him for money?
Correct. Yes, I think it's like.
Why is there what is the distinction here? I don't understand.
So when a man lies to a woman to get her into bed and like makes her think like she's like the only one or etc., it's like that's like feelings, emotions, and trauma. A guy that I take money from is not going to be traumatized at the end of the day
because they know what they signed up for when they signed up for it.
Wait. I'm sorry. Hang on.
That's what I was meaning by all of this.
Why do we? First of all, we have a bunch of suppositions here that need to be attacked, right? So the first one is, how can you say that this would always come from trauma if a man is taking care or a man is exploiting a delusional woman for sex? You could never make the claim that that is traumatic, while at the same time saying that it could never be traumatic for a man to be exploited for money. How in the world could you ever make those claims?
Because how would a man be traumatized for losing $200?
Because they feel like they were taken advantage of the same way a woman would if you lied to her for sex, right?
No.
Yes.
No. Oh,
Can a
no.
really-
No.
can a man
Okay, so
really be
can you give me the
traumatized
counter
for-
to that besides no?
You have a different perspective?
Well, yeah. So
No,
this man,
no, let's not get into your perspective. Let's finish our conversation. So I'm not going to let you duck out of the convo so quickly, unfortunately for you. So can you reconcile these two positions for me?
I thought I explained myself already.
No, I think you didn't really explain yourself at all. I want to know why it's okay to take care of or to take advantage of delusional men, but not delusional women. I actually do want to know why that's okay.
I explained it because, like, taking money from a guy where it's like little money, like, I don't see that being traumatizing, especially since they.
What about a little bit of head? If a woman just gives you a little bit of head, if she just gives you a little tiny, like she just puts the dick in her mouth for a couple of seconds, right? Is that that's not really taking that much advantage of her, right? She only put it in her mouth for a couple of seconds, right?
Or she only has sex one time with the guy instead
Yeah,
of
it's not really taking advantage, right?
It's just one time.
She just licked the tip. She just licked the tip. It's not really taking advantage, right?
How does that correlate with $200 for a date?
Because the exploitation is the same. It's the same metric. The idea of the same metric is it's okay to fuck this guy over because it's a small amount of money. It's like, okay, well then it's okay to fuck her over because it's just a tiny amount of head.
Tiny amount of sex.
Yeah, but it's not.
Tiny amount.
But it's not realistic.
Yeah, it is realistic. Men take advantage of delusional women for sex. You would agree that that's true.
No, but
women are taking advantage
little
of
bit of head is
delusional
not realistic.
women are taking advantage of delusional men for money. How is this not correlated in the dating market, especially since you just got done telling me all of the different times you took advantage of men you consider to be delusional for money? How is this not correlative?
Because they just don't correlate with each other.
No, because well, they're not because they're not. Great, perfect. You helped me reconcile the two positions. Thank you so much.
But wouldn't you say, though, Andrew, that both parties are to blame in that? Or, like, wouldn't you kind of hold both parties accountable for that? Because I feel like they're both kind of the same, on, the same level, I feel like.
I think that you as a person who is not a mentally deranged lunatic, and knowing that you're not a mentally deranged lunatic and are dealing with a mentally deranged lunatic, have a higher duty to not do the wrong thing, specifically because you're not mentally deranged. When you acknowledge the fact, you acknowledge this is delusion, this is wrong, this is incorrect, they have wrong think, they're not engaging with the world properly, you know for sure that you're taking advantage of that person. That's where the problem comes in, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know any of you. I know now for sure that the woman that I just talked to in the orange is totally delusional, right? Just like incomprehensibly delusional. So I know that it's no longer responsible for me to continuously harp on the idea that she's living in all sorts of performative contradictions because it's clear that she's not living in the same reality that I am. So I just move the conversation on, right? Because what else can I do? When you're dealing with somebody who's delusional, what else can you do? But I'm definitely not going to be taking advantage of her for money or taking advantage of her for, any other thing. All I would ever try to do is try to get her to reconcile the contradiction so she wasn't fucking delusional anymore. I think that is the best thing I could ever do, right? What else could I do?
Interesting.
Stop being fucking delusional.
Interesting. We are going to move on to something else here in just a sec, but it is all your guys' stories on this. I do kind of think, comparatively speaking, that women have dating and life on easy mode compared to men. Anybody, any bites on that?
I agree. I totally agree.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's easy being a girl for the most part.
Really great being a girl.
For example, OF is like such a big thing now because I feel like back then it wasn't, and like now, like when you say like entertainment, like I feel like that's such like a big thing now.
Wait, sorry, OF, what?
OnlyFans? Like,
no, I know what it is, but how does that pertain to?
Like delusional, like men pay for that too. So it's like
Yeah, they're simps. But I'm curious. It's just like crazy to me because. So going back to you, how much money do you think you've made from that website?
Not a lot. I
Well, you
wouldn't
went
say so.
on over 100 dates. Your average, your price was $200. 200 times 100 is 20. Is that 20,000? Is my fucking math
That's
here?
2,000.
No,
Right?
it's,
No, am I wrong? Oh shit.
It's
Am I wrong?
20,000.
Oh yeah, you're right.
20,000.
Oops, I was
2
thinking
zeros.
something else.
20,000.
3 zeros.
Not good.
And it's like, this was over the course of a year? Okay.
That's like below
mean-
poverty. So
Well, yeah, but it wasn't your only source of income.
how do you know that?
Well, maybe it was, but I
You
mean,
said it was like a
second job.
Yeah.
Contradicting.
It was like a second job.
yeah. So,
I guess.
but what's interesting to me is like, who? Any girls here have adult brothers?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah,
Only child.
that's it.
Wait, adult brothers?
Adult brothers,
Like older brothers?
18 or over.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Comes over this.
Like, so your brothers would be kind of like, to some degree, your at least approaching or close to your looks equivalent, right? And it's like the sort of attention that you're going to get from men, it like completely dwarfs the attention that your brothers are going to get from women. That's always an interesting thing to me is like, you can take a girl who like has insane sexual optionality. She can make money through her looks or whatever. And like you look at her brother, who is her genetic counterpart in a male's body, and they are like, can't get a girlfriend. It's crazy. Like you look at, it's just wild to me, kind of the differentials here between men and women, even looking like within their own genetic, genetic similarity when it comes to a brother. So
Do you have a sister?
I do, yeah.
So like, what would you do if like she did that? Like, do you find it harder to date for yourself than it is for your sister?
I mean, me and my sister are very different people. I would suspect, though, for example, if my sister was inclined to have a bunch of casual sex, she could get it way easier than I could.
And why do you think that is?
Because she's a woman.
Do you think it's like the womanly part? Do you think it comes with like personality? Do you think your sister is more like fun than you are?
You think personality has anything to do with a woman's ability to get laid?
Yeah, I do think so. I think confidence is a big
No.
one. Personality.
Look,
if
you
you
can-
look like sad and like depressed and like boring, like you probably won't be as approachable as a
Yeah,
girl that's like fun
sure.
and like blah blah blah. You know?
Yeah, that's sure. I mean, a woman who's more approachable and who's got a more positive disposition, I'll grant you that she'll be able to sleep with 10 men in a day instead of 5 men in a day. But it doesn't really, like, you can still get laid very easily as a woman.
Is it because men have like lower standards than women?
That's part of it. Also, men have to be the pursuers, but you think that do you think it'd be pretty equal between men and women when it comes to getting laid?
Getting laid?
Yeah, getting
specifically?
laid. Yeah, having sex.
I don't know, because like for girls, it's not a thing to like pay for sex, but a guy would pay for sex. Like, let's say if you want to bring up prostitution,
Right.
like it's more prone or statistically proven that a man is more likely to pay for prostitution than a female is, right?
Yeah.
Because it says what you're saying, like girls are easier to get laid. Okay, yes, but I wouldn't say that it's dependent on like a male or a female. Like I think that like it's just at this point girls just probably have it a lot easier because like of the things all around. But
Wait, I'm a little confused here. So are you agreeing or disagreeing? When
I
it
totally
comes
said
to...
that I agree. I agree. I agree
okay.
with you 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Men just need to have higher standards, and then women wouldn't.
Wait, no. But if men, hold on. So if men had higher standards, it would be harder for them to get laid.
But you said that you agree with the men having lower standards.
No.
Sure.
Well, the only reason
Men
women
do have-
get laid is because men have lower standards, right?
No, that's not true.
So what are the standards for men if you
It's
like
not
thinking of a
because
realm of
that.
like
Yes, it is.
It's not because of that. It is true that men do have lower standards.
Okay.
And it is also true that women have a much easier time getting laid.
But
That-
why
it's
do
not
women have an
because-
easier time? Why?
Why?
Because men want to have sex with them.
Because
But
why?
the
Because
thing
they
that's
look
really
good?
funny is like, okay, fair enough. You can say men should raise their standards on women before they have sex with them. I agree. I think that they should. But shouldn't women lower their standards when it comes to marriage and long-term relationships of men so they don't end up being fucking cat ladies, which so many are ending up being in their 40s or ending up being cat ladies?
What do you think,
I
34-year-old
love cats.
virgin?
I have 2 cats. I love them. What do you have against cat ladies?
Won't be the only pussy.
Well, seemingly, at least this is the perspective that I see, is that these cat ladies, and I'm guessing that you have multiple cats.
I have 2.
Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. What are their
Damn, you fit
names?
the- that's the
What are your cats'
stigma.
names?
My cat's names, Reggie and Wills.
Reggie. So you gave them people names.
I
gave them
did.
people names.
Nice, strong Englishman names.
You didn't even give them animal names. You gave them person names, right? And
did.
so this kind of actually shows the void, right? The void of the idea of no children, so I make these like fur babies and I give them people names and then I anthropomorphize them into people like Disney does with Bambi, right? Now the deer can talk and it's like a person. Women do this all the time, but ultimately they seem to complain incessantly about it by the time they're in their late 30s and 40s when they go, oh shit, I don't have children and can no longer have children. What the fuck do I do? And you know what the answer is?
Play with your
There's nothing
kitty.
you can do. It's done.
Play with your cats.
Play with the
Maddie, we got to read a couple chats. Go ahead.
As a 66-year-old man, it gives me some hope that you do what you do, Brian, or remind me of my son.
Oh, thank you, man.
Andrew, always a pleasure to see you in debates. It's great to see young men bring forth facts and truth.
Hey, old man, Mr. Peace. I think this is your first time sending in a message. Really appreciate the message. I remind you of your son. That's kind of
And the $100.
little wholesome moment.
And the money.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Scam too?
That's cute.
No, it's not a scam because they know exactly what they're paying for. And they receive what they're paying for.
Oh, like what's your price?
So prostitution is okay.
Not the same.
Because they know what they're
I'm
paying
sorry,
for. So
I'm
if you
sorry,
pay for a
I'm sorry.
blowjob, that's okay.
I'm sorry, hang on, let's back up. Did Brian describe his audience as delusional? No. Did you describe your Johns as delusional? Yes. Do you understand the distinction?
Yes.
You described these men as being delusional. So you knew that they were not right in the head. Did Brian describe his audience as being delusional? No.
I said
So
In fact-
these things do not map on at all.
In fact, I even describe my audience as they're absolutely 300 IQ, impervious to any sort of hoodwink or scam or razzle dazzle, impervious to it. They're all Giga Chad, super intelligent, rocket surgeons.
Except Giovanni.
Yeah, he's an attorney. Go ahead, Maddie.
He's a real piece of shit, that Giovanni guy. Don't send in any more fucking super. Giovanni, you're just scum. You're the worst.
Go ahead, Maddie.
I would lie to them to steal their money. So funny and cute, teehee. Oh, but the one was married, so I contributed to his infidelity, teehee. Literally a foul demon.
Foul demon.
You foul demon. It was very
Foul
demonic, not
demon.
Samira.
Oh, right. And then Maddie, this one.
I have a question for Andrew. I'm 17. I'm from Australia, and what does the Orthodox say about smoking weed? Because I'm thinking about putting him on self to Christ, but I don't know allow weed.
Huh?
Really? Yeah, you're going to risk eternal damnation so you can smoke marijuana? That's kind of stupid on the outset, right? But there are exceptions which are made within the church, I'm told, for people who use marijuana for certain purposes, especially medical purposes. But genuinely, it tends to be frowned upon by the church, and why wouldn't it be? But this idea that, like, well, I have to have my weed or else I'm not going to enter into eternal salvation. It's like, well, then don't, dude. I don't care, right? Go to hell then, as they say.
All right, we have a question from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. I'm going to start with you.
What's my name?
Liz, I think.
Yeah, it is Liz, Brian.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looks just like physically.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to see me, how would I see myself? I would say like a 9.
Okay. All right. To you then.
Skip so many.
I'll get you all, but.
I'll go by the number that most people give me, 8.
8? Okay.
Hard 9.
Oh wait, let's go to you.
I would say 8. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Like a 6.
What?
6. I don't think that's a bad number.
Into the mic.
I think you're beautiful.
6.
Okay.
Under these lights, I look pasty. I would say you can't. Why can't you say 7?
Don't pick 7.
Why not?
Everyone picks 7.
Figure. Okay. 8.
7.5.
Final answer.
8.
Yes.
Okay, Maddie.
People are humbling me, so I'm gonna say 6 now.
No way.
No way.
No way.
Was it from the IRL?
Brian, what would you say yours?
I've been getting so many DMs like, Maddie, you're definitely not a date.
Yeah.
Damn.
No,
Brutal.
somebody
I'm
said
gonna say
earlier they were
6
like,
now.
you're like the most like non-catfish person. Like I think I started like Maddie. I was like, who's Maddie? And then like you said Maddie, and I was like, okay, that's for sure.
That's nice.
I give myself a 5. Although I feel like I got to downgrade a little bit. I'm gonna give myself a 4.5
Is it because of the higher health stream?
because of bros.
Makes
I
sense,
mean,
two of us.
Yeah. I'm a 4.5 right
You were
now.
a 6 last year.
I gained some weight, so definitely downgraded. Andrew, what do you rate yourself?
3.5 without a beard.
3.5. Okay, downgraded. We're all downgrading.
I like the
Without
beard.
the beard, 3.5. With the
Grown and
beard,
hairy.
a solid 4.
Okay, there you have it. There you have it. So wait, 9, 8, 8. Okay.
Damn, don't humble me.
Wait,
'cause
so-
I don't care.
So you gave yourself the highest rating. Do you think you're the most attractive girl here at the table?
No, 100%. I don't think that.
Do you
I
want-
mean,
Just
actually-
would you say that that's insecurity?
actually no, because like I'm not here to compare, but I do think highly of myself, and I would say that I consider myself a 9, and that's just
Do
what
you think that people who think highly of themselves, when that thinking of them thinking highly of themselves isn't warranted, would that be considered narcissism or possibly insecurity?
Oh my God, probably, but I don't. I mean, he just asked, what do
So
I view
can you
myself
be
as,
the
and
most
that's what I view myself
Wait,
as.
I'm sorry. Are you the most beautiful woman at the table?
Don't compare yourself.
From your perspective, are you the most beautiful woman at the table?
I think we're all equally beautiful.
That's not even possible.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
How could it even be possible to state that you guys, literally all of you, are night and day in looks from each other? You look completely different. You have different facial shapes, different body shapes, different shapes across the board. How is that even possible to say? It's like saying squares and triangles and circles are all the same thing. It makes no sense at all.
Right,
It's
but
like
you're thinking,
gibberish,
you're
right?
asking for now my opinion on how I
Yes,
view
your
other
actual opinion,
people.
your real opinion, not your Don't bullshit me.
I'm
The
not
truth.
bullshitting you. I'm just saying I think that I'm a fucking 9, and I do think that these women are beautiful. When she said she was a fucking 5 or 6, and I
So
was
they're
like,
all
damn, you
10s?
could have gave
Do
yourself.
you think it's just like the most beautiful women on planet Earth come to the whatever podcast? That they're just all gorgeous, all of them, every single one.
I'm sorry. Are
I'm
you
a
asking
great
me?
talent recruiter, obviously.
Yeah, is it just so happened
These Victoria's Secret
that
models.
since almost every woman on the whatever podcast rates themselves close to a 9 or a 10, that Brian just so happens to be a recruitment genius who only finds the most beautiful
Very
women on planet Earth to come to his podcast. Is that what you actually think? or-
Cream of the crop.
I don't think so. I think he there's obviously this podcast is for for content purposes. Like you want to get a range of everything, and I don't think there is like if you see a hard 1 or 2, are you going to bring her on the show?
Yeah.
Of course, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So you bring
Yeah.
up everything. There's
Yeah.
no
What
there's
if
no
that hard-
disrespect.
Hang on. This is a great point.
Andrew, are you
What
being
if the
sarcastic?
What if the hard 1 or 2 rates themselves a 10? Are they?
Then that's what you see yourself as.
Yeah, but is it true?
I don't know. I haven't seen a
Wait,
fucking
can you
1 or
rate
2.
me? Can you rate
Wait,
me?
I'm sorry.
You
just
gave
said
yourself a
that
5.
there-
I wouldn't
hang
have
on,
gave you
hang
a
on.
5.
You just said that there are 1s and 2s. This means that you, inside of your head, can categorize what a 1 or a 2 is. So if that is true,
of how you see yourself. So Andrew, what I'm saying is, if
no,
you see
forget
yourself
about how you
as-
see yourself. I'm asking how you see them. Not how you see fucking you. I don't care how you see you. I'm asking how you see
I wouldn't
them.
fucking know. There is no 1 or 2s at this fucking table.
I didn't ask you if there was a 1 or 2 at the table. I asked you if you're the prettiest girl at the table by how you see them.
You're looking around crazy. I think that like it's like so interracial. You know what I'm saying?
We all look so different.
Like you guys all look so different and like fucking fine. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
those are all
bisexual or
fine
anything,
points.
but I think you guys are
Great.
like a 10. I don't even know what a 10
fantastic
would
that
be.
you're reiterating
There's no such thing
all
as
of my
perfect,
points.
but I
They
would
all look
definitely
different.
say
They're all different races. They're all different shapes. They're all different sizes. Perfect. So from your perspective, your worldview, you, the person who is you, are you the prettiest girl at the table or not?
Just say NA.
not applicable. I'm gonna keep. Look, we can like agree to disagree, but no, I'm like, okay,
How are we gonna agree
okay,
to
fine.
disagree
Do you
when
want
I ask
my
you a
answer,
fucking
Andrew?
question?
Do you want my answer, Andrew?
Yeah, but I wanted the answer to the question I asked, and the question I asked
Do
was,
you think you're the prettiest girl at the table?
So I'm going to ask the question again, and then you can go off on your crazy ass diatribe that has nothing to do with the question I asked. Obfuscate away from it, pretend like you didn't hear it, lie your fucking ass off. But I'm going to ask it one more time. Are you the prettiest girl at the table? Now fucking lie to me.
No.
Okay, then who is?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna look around. I'm just like, I can't really pinpoint that. I don't have an answer for that because I think
You just know that you're not it.
I know that there's a lot of beautiful women here, and
So you can judge that you're not the prettiest one there, but you can't judge the
because I
one
look
that
at
you think is the
myself.
prettiest
I
one
look
there.
at myself in the mirror every day, but I wouldn't say like you wanted my answer. That's my answer. I said no. So,
Yeah, I agree with you. No, fine, sure, I agree with you from your perspective. No, you're not.
You agree with
But
me that
if
I'm
you
not the
can
cutest
judge
one at the table?
If you can judge, hang on, if you can judge all of the qualities that make it so that you're not the prettiest girl at the table, then you should be able to judge all the qualities of what makes the woman at the table who is the prettiest, the prettiest. So who
you
is
don't
it?
have to answer that if you don't want to.
I mean, I don't because I'm like, fuck. If there was guys around the table, I'd be like, yeah. But there's like girls, so I
yeah,
can't be
you're
like,
a girl's girl. You're not
I'm-
gonna say like,
I know
oh
who
my
the
god, like
prettiest
she
is.
is prettiest.
Yourself.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
the fucking baby.
So hang on.
Who are
So
you
let's
gonna say,
back
Brian?
up real quick. If
From a
you
male's
can
perspective.
judge, if you can judge, I'm not the prettiest girl at the table, then you have some metric that you're using that makes you think that there's other girls there who are prettier than you. All I'm asking is for you to apply that same metric and tell me which one you think is the prettiest.
I would say like that's why I probably don't have a definite answer, and I like the way that you're like, you know, making me think about it in depthly, and makes me want to change my answer because if I say no, you're making me pinpoint to a point of like figuring out who is the cutest, then or prettiest, whatever you say it. Then I would take it back and I'd be like, you know what, I am the prettiest at the fucking table.
Now I want to show you something. Can you tell me who the top 2 prettiest are?
It's a trap.
I mean, no, my answer remains the same. Hang
on, can you tell me who the top 3 are?
No.
Top 4?
No.
You can't tell me who any girl
It's gonna
is.
insult someone,
But wait,
so-
No, and I'm not here to like try to insult or not insult. I'm gonna keep it
I just want to ask you this
honest.
last question. I just want to ask you this last question. Can you tell me who the top 6 prettiest are?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You're gonna insult someone.
No,
No, you can't. Hang on. But if that's true, then how can you say that you're not the prettiest then?
Well, that's what I just literally said. That you make me think about my answer when you can't okay, it's contradicting. You can't pick somebody
Yeah,
that's
it's
prettier than
contradicting. It
you.
makes no fucking sense at
So
all.
what I am
I just
saying-
gave you 6 options. You're the 7th. And you can't
Exactly.
tell me any of the girls who are prettier than you, but you're not the prettiest girl who's there.
But
Do
this
you
is why I
realize
say-
how fucking insane that sounds to me? It sounds
But
like
this is what I
the
just said.
ultimate cope, the ultimate fucking nonsensical cope, right? Makes no fucking sense. Can you please make this make sense to me?
But like at the
please?
end of the day, I told you, okay,
Rate
you're
me.
right, and you can do that. Hold on, Brian, hold that tit. And what I'm saying is, I'm only saying, okay, you made me think about my answer, and I'm going to rephrase myself. Yes, I do think I'm the prettiest one at this table because that's how I see myself. So you can disregard everything else you say because I'm changing my answer because you made me think about it. So thank you, Andrew. Like, okay, I don't have somebody to pick, but if I can pin it point now, I see myself as a 9. You can ask me who's the prettiest one at the table. I'm the prettiest one at the table.
Rate me.
Rape you?
No, rape.
Chill. Hey, yo, pause.
I'm
sorry. Rate.
Rate me.
There we go.
I was taking my drink. A 7.
So if we were dating, you would be settling,
Whoa.
looks-wise.
Well, hold on.
You
Where
said
did
you were
that come
9.
from?
You were 9.
Hang on. If you're a 9,
Well, what is
so you're
what?
settling.
Well,
So-
what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm settling. I never
Looks.
once said that's how I see myself.
Right,
That's
right.
not
No,
how
yeah.
I see
No,
somebody else.
Yeah, that's totally fine. That is totally fine that you see yourself as a 9, but you see me as a 7. So if we were dating, you would be settling for me.
No, there wouldn't be settling because there'd be prior conversations and why, like.
What do you mean?
Like, we're sitting down, okay, I think you're a 7. But you said if we were dating, I wouldn't fucking know because we've never dated or we never, you know what I mean? I can't put myself in that position.
Well, let's
that.
try this a different way. Let's just see if you and I can actually level with each other. We just level with each other. So let's say you and I are in that podcast. The podcast is done. Everybody has left. We're just sitting there. We're having some chit chat, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about when it came to this rating shit? Makes no sense. Clearly you judged everyone at the fucking table when you sat down and they judged you too, and you know it's true. We all fucking know it's true. Why wouldn't you just give an honest answer? Isn't the truth that the reason that you're having so much trouble giving an honest answer to this is just because you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings?
Yes.
Isn't that really what's true?
No, I'm not even thinking that deep about it. I mean, do you have an opinion about it? Because fuck, you want to contradict me, but no. I don't want to. I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. All I'm saying is fucking no. I don't think that, and that's just how I am. You can think that I'm lying, but I'm not. Like
I do. I think that you purposely don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, and so you feel like if you single somebody out and say they're the prettiest, it's going to hurt everybody else's feelings there, and so you refuse to do it. I literally think that that is what's going on right this second. Can you tell me with a straight face, look at me directly in the eyes and say, Andrew, that is definitely not what's going on. The truth is that I'm just obfuscating and lying my ass off and contradicting myself because, Andrew, the reason I'm doing it, Andrew, is because this is what I really think. Go ahead.
This is what I really think. There's no fucking ugly girls at this table. And I even foresaw, because don't get me wrong, I've seen a couple videos of you guys trying to
if there was any ugly women at the table. That's not what I asked you. What did I ask you?
If I'm the prettiest at the table.
I asked you, who's the prettiest? Is it you? You said no, so who the fuck is it?
Rephrase. I definitely rephrased myself to being a yes. So you ran it back twice.
So what
this
makes
is the
you
third time for a clarification. I said yes.
What makes you the prettiest? What makes you the prettiest?
I fucking just said the 9. That's how I see myself. Like, that's
what
how
does that
I
mean?
see
That doesn't
myself.
fucking mean anything. I see myself as the king of France. Am I the fucking king of France?
No, but if that's how you see yourself, then lose the way.
I see myself as the God Emperor of all that I survey. I am the God Emperor of the Whatever podcast. I am the God Emperor of Santa Barbara. Is that true?
Well, that's how you see yourself.
Oh, so then it's true.
Opinion.
As long as I see myself as the God Emperor of Santa Barbara, therefore I am.
It's your opinion.
No, well, don't shut down. Don't be a brat.
Whoa,
and
shut down,
Engage with
brat.
what's being asked.
Wow,
Engage with
brat
what's being
and shutting
asked.
down.
Is it true? Is it true that I am the God
egotistic,
Emperor of Santa Barbara if I see myself as that? Is that true?
I think she's the fucking prettiest. Like what they said. Shit. Make room. Say hi.
Like
Rat?
anything to
You fucking
avoid
rat?
answering any question. Can you just answer my question? Is it true that if I say I'm the God Emperor of Santa Barbara, that I am?
Yes.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because that's something that you say. Is it factual?
so then it's true.
100%
It's true 'cause I
it's
say
not.
it.
Whatever you say, you're entitled to your opinion, but that doesn't mean it's true. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
right.
you think.
It doesn't mean it's true. You're entitled to your opinion, but it doesn't
So if I
make
think
it
that
true.
I'm a 9 and you don't think that it's true, then that's fine, but I think that I'm a 9. The question referred to is how you see yourself. What would you rate yourself? Break it down, dissect it. That's what it fucking means.
That's what we're doing right now. We're breaking it down and dissecting it. And so that we're asking you, if you're a 9 and nobody else is rating themselves as a 9, are you fucking delusional? That's what the rating system is.
Am I fucking delusional? Let's ask the fucking table. Am I fucking delusional for thinking that I'm a fucking 9?
The table, like you, is going to fucking lie and say that you're not, even though we've just established that almost everybody here will lie to not hurt somebody else's feelings. So let me ask the table then, just to humor you. Is she a 9? Raise your hand if she's a 9. Go ahead. Lie to me. Yeah.
So you want a hand raise or you want to go one by one?
Yeah, one by one.
I don't think you're a 9. But I don't think that's bad. It's not a bad thing.
Right. I mean, we didn't ask how bad or good it is. He's just asked, like, do you think I'm a 9 or not?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hurt my fucking feelings. She's like,
I'm not sure. Suddenly, the way that I rate all other human beings that I engage with has suddenly fled from me. I no longer have any idea of what beauty means or my standards for beauty. Suddenly, all of my stature for everything I think has flown out the window. Okay, next.
I don't think it's wrong to not want to hurt people's feelings, first of all, but if we're doing a physical analysis based on my standards of beauty, I would not rate you a 9. I think you have a very pretty face.
Face is crazy. Face card valid?
That doesn't actually answer the question.
No, I said I don't think
Is she a 9?
On her standards of physicalities.
Of my ideal beauty standards, I would not rate her a 9. That's just my...
Great. What's your rater?
We're going on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, hang on, let her answer.
It's kind of brutal. I'm not interested in dating women, so...
Facts, that's what I'm saying. You can give your opinion on a man and a woman. That's kind of fucking weird.
Wait, hang on. I'm so confused. She's not a 9, but you don't know how to rate women? That's super weird.
No, I didn't say I don't know how to rate women. I just said I'm not interested in dating
what
them.
Is she?
So what is the point?
What is her rating?
I think it's mean to do this.
Oh, it's mean.
Be mean. It's okay. I can swallow a hard
pill. So then Andrew Wilson was right. And you won't give a real answer because you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
But that's her or me. I'm willing to accept that.
But what's wrong with not wanting to hurt anybody's feelings?
I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. I just want you to be fucking honest about it.
I'm admitting that I don't want to hurt
I just want the honesty that I will literally fucking lie in order to not hurt feelings. That's all I'm asking for.
I'm not lying. I'm not going to pump her up and say that she's something that I don't think she is, but I also don't think it's necessary to
tell her what you do think she is. Yeah, you don't think it's necessary to answer the question in an honest way because you think it will hurt their feelings. All you have to do is say, I'm willing to lie to not hurt feelings, and that's fine. I'm willing to accept that.
I'm not making up an answer. I'm saying I'm not going to answer because I don't want to knock anybody down.
So you're proving his point on your perspective.
Yeah, totally proving my point.
She's proving your fucking point.
Go ahead.
Yes,
we can move to the next.
No.
Yes.
I'm also going to prove your point, Andrew. I don't feel comfortable talking about other girls' appearances, so I'm not going to comment on that.
Just like that. Now you guys all see. Now you understand. You understand that all of you will fucking lie in order to spare the feelings of the girl next to you, even though everybody who's watching this, including everybody sitting at the table, knows that this is not true. You're just unwilling to say what is true. You're afraid it's going to hurt somebody's feelings.
I don't think there's anything wrong with not wanting to hurt feelings to an extent, though. I mean, I don't feel, I know, but I just don't feel that it's necessary. But I obviously get what you're saying.
That's great how you feel. I love how you feel.
I know.
How you feel matters more to me than anything else on planet. I'm glad you feel that way.
I know, me too. Thanks.
We're gonna read a couple chats. Maddie, can you read these?
Just remember, guys, the higher you go, the more delusional you are. This is a delusional scale here. Brian and Andrew are too modest with themselves. I rate both Brian and Andrew a solid 6.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I did say 7, so you're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome,
we have Who Cares? Thank you, man. We have Old Man Marine here. Thank you, man, for...
Right to left, 6, 5, 6, 5, 4, 7, 5, 7. Morgan is a 9. My personal eyebrow rating. Maddie, good for you on claiming a 6. Stay humble. It's way more attractive than saying 9 or 10.
Hey, Old Man Marine, thank you for the message, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Giovanni, thank you, man.
If you're a 9, why is your dress above your belly button? Every other chick on the podcast has their pants/skirt below their belly button. Explain why it's so high and call yourself a 9. Delusional.
It's above the belly button.
I don't get it.
Now, I just wanted to just very quickly point out before Brian moves the topic. I'm not really trying to beat you guys up. I'm just trying to show you something which is important from the male perspective that people miss out on all the time.
Oh, right.
That men don't have the luxury of lying to each other all the fucking time. We don't have the luxury of this, ever. And we're constantly brutal with each other because we have to, because men compete within a hierarchy. Women don't have to compete within a hierarchy. They only compete with each other individually. And so what happens is when I hear this kind of over and over, every single panel, right? Just the complete and total lack of on. And then when I drill down, we find out, listen, the reason nobody really wants to tell the truth is because they're afraid it's going to hurt somebody else's feelings. I can even understand that. I can rationalize it. I just wish that more of you would be honest about it. That's all.
I'm really honest with my girlfriends who ask. One of my friends recently gained some weight, and she said all of her other friends were telling her that she looks fine, and she asked me my opinion, and I said, yeah, it looks like you've gained weight. And she was like, thank you so much. Now I'm going to work out and do something about it.
Listen to the caveat. Listen to the caveat here. The caveat is if somebody comes to me for criticism, constructive criticism, I'll give it to them because that is being nice.
Yeah.
That is being nice. That's not how men operate. How men operate is like this. You fucked that whole thing up. You fucked that machine up. You don't know how to use a wrench. You're a fucking idiot. Get off the line, you fucking dumb fuck. What the hell were you thinking? That's how they correct each other. They correct each other by saying, you suck, you're shit, you're garbage, get better. And then when you're better, they give you compliments, but they're so rare that when you get one, you know you earned it. And so the thing is like, I just want to point out this kind of stark contrast. And why that relates to dating is because this contrast exists, where men seem to be able to be far more honest with each other, women far less honest with each other. That's all.
Have you guys done this with men?
I have.
We ranked ourselves, but
just you two, or
I'm just gonna do an analysis here of the ratings.
Do you have? Is that the DBZ? Is that the?
It's a scouter. It's a scouter.
I was gonna ask that.
Yeah, y'all were your power, like where you think your power levels are. Like you think you're like Vegeta, but y'all are like Krillin.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
Like you think you're Frieza, but you're like Yamcha.
You think you have a big
Chill
dick,
out.
but it's actually small? Chill out.
I am hung like a stud hamster, thank you very much.
Stud hamster, there you go.
Stud hamster.
I have one more thing on this. So, do you think you will be better looking in 10 years' time?
No.
Okay.
Probably not.
All right. So
I've gotten better looking with time. Like I look better now than I did at 18, you know? So, but in 10 years from now, I'll be 48. I do have a girlfriend in her 40s that looks amazing. So hopefully I will, yes.
Okay. So better looking at 48 than now?
No. I'm going to say this is probably my prime.
Okay.
I'm probably peaking right now.
Were you, are you better looking now than you were at 28 as compared to?
I think so, yes.
And then are you better looking now at 38 than you were at 18?
I would think so, yes.
And then were you better looking at 28 than you were at 18?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any? It'd be interesting to see like old photos or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I have old photos. My phone's up there.
Yeah. Or maybe we could. Well, maybe we do an Instagram deep dive. Be like, what happened?
I didn't get Instagram till like 2016.
Oh, okay. Well, better looking in 10 years' time?
I'll be 35. I don't know if I had kids then by now, but.
Wait, I thought you were 26.
Oh, yeah, 26. Sorry, 36.
Oops.
I mean, 25, 26.
Yeah, whatever.
36,
so better
whatever.
looking at 36 than now 26?
I mean, I was like better looking than I was like 18 for sure. So.
Better looking now than at 18?
Yeah.
Okay. But better looking in 10 years' time?
I would say yeah. I'd be like in my woman era, you know, like womanly grown. I don't know if I have kids or not, but yeah, I would. Yeah.
Okay. Better looking at 20 years' time. So 46 versus
46.
46 versus 26.
No.
Okay. Better looking in 10 years' time?
I feel like I've looked the same since. Yeah, it's the Asian genetics. We don't really change.
I mean,
we do. Like
you do.
Like
Once
you can
you're
see the
50.
maturity
Not
in my
as much.
face.
Probably not till we're like 50.
50, yeah.
50.
So maybe when 50
but
hit me like a truck,
hold
then
on.
maybe I'll be going down.
Look,
but
I'll grant that Asian women age well, but I can tell a 40-year-old Asian woman versus a 20-year-old Asian woman.
that's true. That's true. That's
I'm
why I said
also
I
going
went
to
her in the
dispute.
face.
I'm going to give the cultural dispute that Asian women do not age nearly as well as the stereotype says. I'm just going to point this out. that oftentimes, in fact, when Asian women get too old, they look like little gross pygmy people running around. I'm just pointing this out. And this is, by the way, I think that many people would actually agree with me on this, that this idea, this really hyper-inflated, over-evaluated idea that Asian women just get better with age is just that. It's highly overinflated.
So who ages more?
I don't think they get better with it.
Since we're talking about like
Okay, then no.
culture.
I don't think any women really in any racial group really age very well, even in comparison to each other. I don't think that they do. I think that youth is generally valued in all demographics.
So 25, will you be better looking in 10 years' time?
I think so, yeah.
At 35, what about 45?
No.
Okay. And then Lauren, 34, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
44. I don't know if I'll
44?
be better looking, but I feel like I'll look about the same. I take good care of myself.
About the same.
Sunblock and fitness and good food and happy.
No sex.
Happy. Yeah, exactly. Yes, the virgin skincare. Delusional. I don't know.
Do you do, are you intentionally make yourself look like a vampire, or is that just...
Me?
Yo.
Yes, like the Volturi.
Are
we saying
you put like the red...
It's not red, but I know it looks red.
I'm gonna suck your blood.
Did I just insult how you actually look?
No. But especially under this lighting, I feel like I literally look like a vampire.
You don't wear any like red eyeshadow? It looks red.
It's more of like a purple.
Oh,
but I can
okay.
see the red. Yeah,
It's got
I think
tint.
We're wearing
It's
the
got a
red as
hint
well. It kind of like
of red.
comes out.
I wasn't really looking at your
Okay.
eyes deep enough.
Yeah, exactly.
So wait, better looking in 20 years' time?
20 years.
Or
time?
will you said you'd be the same in 10 years, so
I
the
think
same
I
in
will.
20 years?
The same in 20. I'll be 54. 54. I don't know. I mean, who's to say? I'm not gonna say because I like to set an intention for myself. So you can call me delusional. That's okay. I don't know if I'll look. I definitely won't look better, but we're just gonna keep putting it out there that we're gonna look good as time goes on.
Are you better looking now at 34 than you were at 24?
I actually think I am. Yes, I would say that. I do believe that. Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Anna.
There's the answers to that one.
Do you think women look better, like, when they're younger? Is that like your? Like,
I think.
what you're
Well,
implying?
actually, I think.
Is that what you guys are
Yes,
implying?
unequivocally yes, of course.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you're young,
So it doesn't change the
Yeah.
fact, like, when, 10 years ago for me was, I mean, that's bad, but like, since I was like 18, we'll keep it at 18, right? So from like 18, like, I would say to even like 22, I was just like fat. So, and I had no looks. So like me saying,
Yeah,
like,
but
I feel like I'm going to get
exceptions don't
better.
prove the rule. Exceptions don't prove the rule. We
So-
can say, yes, there are some women who were much less good looking when they were younger than when they got older, but that's not going to be a rule which is true across the board, not even close. For the most part, the opposite is true. You would agree, right?
yeah. So it's all else being equal. So if you were healthy your entire life,
Oh, okay.
And
On those
rem-
standards. Okay.
and you remained in your best shape your entire life, then
Yes, when you're
that's
younger,
kind of
you look
the-
better. Correct.
yeah. So, yeah.
Do you
But
think
I-
you'll look better when you're 10 years from
Yes.
now?
No.
Ryan?
No.
No.
How old are you?
35.
Oh, damn.
And I think I was better looking 10 years ago. So I think there's some differences between men and women on this one, but generally speaking, I'd say for most people, whether you're a man or woman, as you get older, you become less attractive.
I disagree, though. I feel like some men age like fine wine. I think they look better in
Right, but-
their 30s and their 20s.
Some look good with facial hair, some look good without.
Well, I mean, there's another differential here. Moving off of like what I think is more of, like talking about objective beauty, there's appraisals of physical attractiveness. There's differential there between men and women. So men, as they start getting older, even 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, they will continuously, if you poll them, they will continuously say what they think is the most physically attractive tends to be pretty constant between like, it's around like 20 to 22 is what they deem like most physically attractive, even as they get older. However, as women get older, their appraisals tend to match up with their own age. So they'll say, well, the men that I find, or well, maybe 1 or 2 years older. So if you're 33, you'll say men who are about 35. that's what you find the most attractive physically. But so there is a differential there. I think there's a biological evolutionary reason for this. It comes down to why is that funny?
No,
is this too?
This is too what?
Is it too? What's the word for it? Anyways, whatever. But was there another question there? Or?
No.
Actually, there was one man who I think aged like fine wine, to be honest. I saw this video. I don't know if any of you know this guy, Paul Wall. I haven't heard of this guy in nearly 20 years.
Paul Wall, the rapper?
Paul Wall, the white rapper. He recently was on tour with, like, he did a concert with Megan Thee Stallion, or I don't know who it is. And,
Sexy Red, I think. Or was it like, I think it was like Glorilla or Sexy Red.
He had a bit of a glow up. He's, he's looking good for 40 or whatever the fuck he is. He's looking good.
Him up?
Yeah, we can look it up. Actually, it might be copyright or some shit. But good for Paul Wall. Congratulations. I guess. Do you guys even know who that is?
I fucking
What's
don't
his
know.
song? Hold on, I'll rap it for you guys. Paul Wall, what's his song? Sittin' Sideways.
He's in a Brooke Hogan song from way back.
Still tipping on folks. Wait, that's Mike Jones. Hold on.
No, I know. Wait, rapping fofos. Is that that?
But that's a Mike Jones song. Back then, hoes didn't want me. Now I'm hot, hoes all along me. Okay. Still tipping on fofos. I'm gonna read the lyrics to the song
but I've never seen
as
a picture.
white as possible. Still tipping on fofos, wrapped in faux vogues, tipping on fofo. Wait, it just repeats. What the fuck? Hold on. I'm still tipping on fofo. Now look who creeping, look who crawling, still ballin' in the mix. It's that 6'6" long dick. Wait, I can't read that word.
Donated $200. Why do most women deny biology and the effects of time? If you don't believe you age, you must have been bitten by last act's mistress in red. Pull up a pic from 18 and the mirror.
I do want to. Killer of cereal, thank you. By the way,
I have a quick answer for this question to you, killer of cereal. It's called good old-fashioned American cope. That's what it is. It's not. They don't deny it. They do everything they can to avoid it. They put on hordes of makeup, plastic surgery, everything they can to retain youth, while at the same time pretending that youth is in no way important. It's the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my life, but it's just pure cope. Pure cope.
Pure cope.
There's no woman here who would want to be magically aged 10 years older. If it had no negative life effects, meaning it didn't hurt you in any way, it didn't hurt you with heart disease, there was no disease of any kind, would anybody here, show of hands, actually want to be aged forward by 10 years? So that you look 10 years older than you are right now, even though there was no negative health effects, nothing negative towards the longevity of your life. Would any of you actually want to do that?
No way.
I would like to stay exactly at this age for the rest of my life and look just like this.
Chick's a MILF.
See, I think she looks amazing. So like 10 years ago, basically you were around like my age. So like if in 10 years I can look like that, I'd take that offer.
Oh, thank you.
When we were younger, you'd be like, I really wish I was 18 or 20. I don't think it was like a physical thing. And then when you're older, you like take actually like physicalities. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I want to be a hard 40. Like, no.
Word?
Yeah, no, right. No woman who ever wants to really look older. It is kind of this insane cope where they pretend, oh, well, no, age just a number. Oh, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But then you ask, would you like to be aged 10 years? Well, fuck no, I don't want to be aged 10 years older. It's like, come on.
I'm terrified of looking older. It really terrifies me.
Gray hair?
I don't dye my hair.
I'm going to get into, or actually, Nick, do we have things to pull up? Paul Wall? You going to pull up
You
Paul
don't dye
Wall?
your hair?
You got Paul Wall?
No, I don't
You
dye
got
my
Paul
hair.
Wall?
Gray hair's
Nick,
genetic.
you got Paul Wall? I do. You got Paul Wall? Let's see Paul Wall.
Love it.
Glow up. Wait, so on the far right,
He looks just
that's
like
like
you, Brian.
young Paul Wall.
And then where's
And then I'm trying to find like older. Wait, scroll down a bit, Nick. Wait. Okay. So look at the far left.
Brian,
That's
it's
like
you with
young
the grill
Paul Wall.
on.
And then the one where he's smiling, 3 down. No. One over. Here. Okay. No. Nick.
The scarf?
Click far left.
With the chain going up, yeah. Literally Brian with the grill on.
You click it so it's a bit bigger. Okay, then scroll down here a little bit. No. Here, on the left. No. Okay, you could just X, I guess. Yeah, and then the one where he's smiling, far left. Just below it. I think that's a glow up, dude.
Yeah.
Drugs, no drugs.
That's a glow up.
It's a glow up.
And he's
it's
still
not,
got
like,
the
best
grills.
glow up I've ever
He looks
seen.
healthier.
Tipping on full foes.
Yeah, I feel like it's because he's not on
that.
this and stuff. Maybe I don't know.
Let's do Twitch, then do Discord really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have on twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub. Guys, there's almost 2,000 people watching on Twitch. Thank you guys so much. Drop us a follow. And if you have a Prime sub available, guys, it's been, let's see, how long has it been? Where's the last Prime? 2 hours ago, boys. I think it's bugged.
Help.
I think it's bugged. There you go. Brian's teeny peen, bro. How you gonna, first off, it's average. Get it right. Secondly, how you gonna throw me under the bus like that, Brian's teeny peen? Thank you for the Prime. Rage ahead. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. And then let's do Discord really quick. Guys, discord.gg/whatever. If you don't know, me and Maddie, we went out to do an IRL stream on the mean streets of Santa Barbara. And we had to take it down. We had to delete it because this twat in the pink polo here said some very, very, very TOS shit. Had to delete the whole stream because of him. If you want to see the clip, we can't post it on YouTube. We can't even play it on stream now. Go to discord.gg/whatever. You got to join. You got to join.
Or something, so we had to delete it, or like did they like delete it for us?
They didn't delete it for us. I preemptively deleted it just because you got to be careful.
What's
you got to
TOS?
be careful out there.
What's TOS mean?
Terms of service, like someone said or did something that's against, like, put your channel at risk. So
Talking out shit.
yeah. So we gotta get through.
Got you.
What's up?
Are you want to react?
What were some? Oh yeah, we got reacts. What are the reacts? What do we got?
The first image.
What do we have? What's the first one? Oh, this is going back to Lauren here. Lauren,
These,
why don't you-
these reacts are bug boys. You got to send in the super chats, boy. The reacts
Boys.
are bug boys.
They're bugged boys. You got to send them in. I don't know what's going on. Like YouTube's just like being a piece of shit or whatever. It's the federal government. Thank you for the primate. Okay, Lauren, can you read these, please?
Yes. One of the biggest misconceptions about being a virgin in your 30s is that you are religious or saving yourself for a husband, but no one really knows what to do with you when you aren't affiliated with any particular religion and don't want to get married. LOL. The facts are, I believe in a higher power, and that's about as far as it goes. I'm humble enough to recognize I don't know everything. That doesn't mean I'm going to share my body with any old Joe Schmo, though, and being legally bound to someone through marriage is so not my dream. But would I do a committed long-term relationship should the right guy come around? Yes, I would. Stay tuned for part 7 in the series.
And then there's another one, Nick. We'll do that one too. It's like a Instagram page.
You want the sound of it?
Yeah.
There she is, ladies.
No, you don't have to play it.
Yo,
I mean, it's
no
just
one higher standards than the.
no one has
thicker
higher.
skin.
Say this for us.
And no one has higher standards and thicker skin than a 33-year-old virgin. Radical feminists, so patriarchal. Ew, red pill bros, expired meat.
Word.
But it's true though. It's like that's. I mean, I get it from both sides. You know what I mean?
No one has higher
Okay, so no, I'm
standards.
going to challenge this, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think it's true. I think that what you've created is a false dialectic where you're paraphrasing what the position of each is, even though that's not actually the position. I don't think that any red pill bro would give a flying fuck under the sun that you wanted to retain your virginity due to the fact that you're just not attracted or asexual. I think instead the pushback you would get probably would be from the, quote, Christ-pilled bros who would just say, well, this isn't being done for the purpose of virtue, but just like due to quirks, right?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I would just say going off of some of the comments from being on this podcast the last time, I would say that a lot of them were that I was expired because I'm in my 30s, although I don't want to have kids. And then I would say in terms of like the other side with the ladies, maybe like more the modern day feminists, I feel like I get a lot of that I have internalized misogyny, that I'm part of the patriarchy. It's like I'm part of the problem. So I do feel like I'm getting it from both sides.
Well, I think that there's a conflation which happens. I think that the conflation from the leftist side, the non-patriarchal side, is saying they probably assume that because you're promoting your chastity and virginity, that you are some kind of like right-wing patriarchist, and so they're probably strawmanning your actual position. I could see that as being true, but the red pill version of it, I can't see as being true. I don't see why any red pillar on planet Earth would give a shit one way or the other if you retained your chastity based on asexuality. Though I do think that an argument could be made from their end that if they're saying expired, they just mean, well, what's the point in keeping the chastity if you get past your 30s and are unable to bear children? What would be the point of the allure for a man who wanted children? Which I think would be a fair point, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair enough. I think, obviously some guys aren't going to respect it if they want kids, and that's totally fair. I've been very open about the fact that I don't want kids, so I don't see the problem in it necessarily. But but I would say, though, I don't think that I have less value as a virgin because I don't want to have kids and don't want to be legally.
Yeah, well, you would have significantly less value to men.
Well, that's fair. I mean, yeah, men that want that, of course, that's
well,
fair.
no. I mean, just most men.
Because I don't want kids.
Would be desirous of a virgin because of the paternal aspect of this, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that would lessen the desirability. I understand kind of the play of both sides of hitting both sides, but I don't see how a red pill position, and I'm no red pillar by any means, by the way, but I do understand the position. I don't actually see why they would give a shit one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, and I think honestly, the criticism from the red pill would be that your standards are too high. I think that would be the criticism, not that you're expired.
But there's standards, right? It's just like it's asexuality. What standards are we even appealing to?
Well, I'm not full blown asexuality. I mean, like I said, it's not that I'm asexual necessarily. I just am not attracted frequently to people. So I guess yes, you could.
Yeah, there's a lot of qualifiers going on here, which are really hard to navigate. I'm not really. I kind of am, but I'm not. There's a lot of qualifiers to navigate this idea. So we can consolidate the idea.
Okay.
Asexuality. I don't want to have sex with the opposite sex because I don't find sex and sexuality to be particularly appealing.
And that's where I would not consider myself asexual, because it's not that I wouldn't have sex with someone or find it appealing.
I'm not asking if you would or wouldn't. But generally speaking, you seem to stay away from it because it's not like it has no real import to you. Sexuality itself is not of great importance to you.
I want to try to be as honest as I can. I feel like it's not that I don't see the value in it. It's not that I don't want to have sex, but I'm not going to just sleep with someone to sleep with someone. Does that make sense? So if I'm not...
Yeah,
we've already established
that's diverting... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I continue, but
we've already established... It feels like that's a real big diversion kind of away from what I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't see value in sex. I'm not saying you wouldn't have sex. I'm saying that your attraction to men is almost negligible. It's almost not there. And you don't find sexuality personally to be of great importance to you, or really of any importance to you, ultimately.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the right person, yes. I don't really know what to say other than that.
Wouldn't every asexual person say that?
I don't think so, no. I think
if the person came along, I wouldn't be asexual anymore. Wouldn't that be kind of the great cope of all asexual people?
Well,
I don't think so. I
literally
think
goes back to what we were saying. If you don't know what it feels like, then technically, you would be considered that because you don't know what it'd feel like to be indifferent from that.
Right, exactly. And I also feel that a lot of people who consider themselves asexual are sex averse and know for sure or grossed out by sex and wouldn't want to have sex. So I actually don't think that's true.
It's interesting. I've talked to several asexual people, male and female, and the universal that I found between all of them was the idea that if the right person came along, then I would probably break the asexuality, but they just never have.
That's fair.
And so I just don't really feel much in the way of attraction to people. But if I ever did, if suddenly I did find other people attractive, then I would. But aren't you just saying kind of the same thing? Isn't that really the same thing you're saying?
I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
Wait, can we pull the article back up?
Yeah.
my article.
So it says in the article, so you're an only child, right? Can you scroll down, Nick?
Yep.
To kind of keep going. Keep going. Okay, this part, can you read it, Lauren, from here?
As an only child, Harkins learned early on how to be content on her own and never actively pursued a relationship. And while her friends navigated the ups and downs of young love, Harkins, it's funny to call myself Harkins, was dealing with the death of her father, William, who passed away when she was a teenager. Harkins now lives primarily off her late dad's trust fund and has enjoyed an action-packed life of travel and adventure, saying sex simply wasn't a priority.
So, okay, well, this changes the context significantly. So, sex for you has never had to be a tool of barter for resource, right? So, you're essentially a trust fund baby?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, then your interactions are definitely outside of the norm, right?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how that
Yeah.
changes.
What's the trust fund looking like?
What's the trust fund looking like now?
I mean, I spend a lot of money, so.
It's what?
I spend a lot of money, so I don't imagine it'll be a forever thing. I mean, my
Hashtag
dad wasn't a
life insurance.
millionaire, so, you know.
Oh.
I'm an only child, but
He wasn't
Only
a,
child trust fund
wait,
baby.
he wasn't a millionaire.
was not.
However, I would like to comment and say that I am sorry about your father's passing. That's awful.
Thank
I wouldn't
you.
wish that on anybody. That's a terrible thing. But let's get back to the trust fund baby thing, okay?
All right.
So the idea that how is this not just basically all down to a series of quirks? I mean, it basically has to be, right? So you have this great big trust fund. You have no reliance on the opposite sex. You can basically live in your own world, free from the externalities of the world because you don't really have to live in it, right? I mean, have you even had a job? Have you ever really had a job? Like a real job?
Yeah, I mean, I worked in corrections for 2 years. I've done jobs. I would say that working in like the law enforcement field was the most fulfilling job that I've had.
Would you date anybody like?
No, hang on. I just want to clarify a couple things real quick. When you say I worked in corrections for 2 years, was it a part-time job?
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
never had a full-time job.
I thought it might have been.
Yeah, 100%.
Thought it might
Wait,
have
you've
been
never had a
part-time job.
full-time
I've
job?
never had a full-time job.
34, never
Yeah,
had a
never
full-time
had a
job?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's true.
So your interactions with the world are extremely limited, right? You've never, I mean, all your jobs have either been part-time or just no job, right?
My interactions with the world are limited to the extent of jobs, yes.
Not just jobs, but the way that you engage with other people is going to be from an elitist set, right?
No, not necessarily, no.
I think necessarily. Like, how could you ever really understand the struggles that people go through? You've never had to deal with any of them.
I guess to that I would just say my friend circle is varied ages, different economic class, so I'm not friends with people just based on social class or.
Well, I'm not saying that you're friends with them based on their social class. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's no way for you to internalize the same experience that they do because you've never gone through anything like it, right?
Sure, that's fair, yeah.
You're basically born with a silver spoon in your mouth, so your experiences are far and away different. This is actually interesting to note as well that that a trust fund baby with a silver spoon in her mouth, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, had an article written up on her about virginity from a secular worldview. Do you think there's any correlation there? Like, do you have contacts in media? Is that why that happened?
No, they reached out to me based on my social media. But I would like to clarify, when you said that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, I mean, I wasn't. I was raised, middle, upper class. I only have been able to afford my lifestyle because my dad passed away.
Yeah, but he
Does that
passed
make
away
sense?
when you were very young.
Yeah, I was 16.
Yeah, so you were very young. So no, the externalities of now having a huge fund of money, which is at your disposal, definitely shields you from the externalities of the world in a way most people don't get, right?
No, that's fair. Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And let me just ask this one last follow-up question. If I were to take 2 boxes and just see which ones you filled the most, right? I'm not asking for which one you think you fit perfectly into.
2 watches?
But just the 2 boxes.
Boxes.
Just the one that we fill the most.
Okay.
If I put up the box for progressive or conservative, you would fill the progressive box far more than the conservative box, wouldn't you?
No, I don't think so. Would you only say that because I'm not traditional?
No, I would say that based on social issues, which I would assume that you would have. Look, can I name the social issues
Yeah,
and we'll see how correct I am?
Yep.
When it comes to abortion, women have the right to choose.
I've always been pro-choice, so yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay, so women have
But-
the right to choose.
but I would
okay, hang
say-
on.
Yes,
hang
go
on.
ahead.
I'm not asking for the caveats yet.
Yes.
Okay? Social justice matters.
Social justice matters.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would check that one.
No, social justice doesn't matter?
I wouldn't check that box for myself.
Do Black Lives Matter?
Oh, Andrew's going deep with it.
It's not deep.
What?
All lives matter.
Okay. So, so moving to the next social, is equality important, and is feminism a product of its time, which was necessary to free women from the entanglements of the enslavement of the patriarchy?
At the time, in
Yes.
first wave feminism, second
Yep.
wave feminism, yes.
Yep.
I wouldn't say
Okay.
that. I wouldn't say I have any value. I don't think that has any
you're,
value
you're
today.
progressive through and through, progressive.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're asking me questions though that I would check more of the conservative box on.
Well, okay. Well, what is a conservative?
I would say, in a lot of ways, traditional, which I don't check that box with a lot of
Traditional, well, okay,
Traditional,
traditionalism can be correlated, sure, but traditionalism meaning what? You wear like a fedora and a long coat, and you have a house where you have a mommy and a daddy and kids. Is that what traditional is, or what is traditional? What are these values you're alluding to?
Oh man, I mean that's I guess one way of looking at it.
What's the way you look at it?
How do I look at traditional?
Wait, are we
Yeah,
trying to
what
ascertain?
is conservative?
Are
I'm
we
just
trying to
asking
ascertain?
basically, what is conservatism? What is it?
You're
from
not
your purview?
traditional, though.
I'm
right?
not traditional.
She's not traditional.
But
I agree. She's not traditional.
Right,
I'm just
but
wondering
No,
what
but she
that
says
means
it.
for
She says it.
Yeah, I'm 100% not traditional. But
I'm not saying you are. I'm just wondering what that means
and that's
to you.
okay. But in terms of conservatism, I feel like a lot of my values and the content I enjoy and the things that I agree with are more conservative than progressive.
Great.
So what's
Can you name one of
traditional,
those
right?
values?
Oh, I think that's what he was asking. Like, what's traditional?
Medical mandates, for one.
Medical mandates for what?
For
No, I don't.
like, yeah. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know where that's. I don't even know what the hell that means.
I don't
medical
believe
mandate.
in medical mandates.
Oh, you mean okay, for
Yeah.
that. Okay, yeah, but that's not a conservative. There's plenty of progressives who never believed in mandates for lockdowns, for
Okay.
instance. So what is an actual conservative value you adhere to, a real value?
Second Amendment.
There's liberals who believe in the Second Amendment.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just aren't seeing eye to eye on that one. I'm kind of a
So
balanced
guns and no
person.
lockdowns, and that's conservatism?
No, I wouldn't say that's conservatism, but I never claimed to be a true conservative. I just said, for the most part,
Okay.
my values are conservative leaning. But
I would say the opposite. I would say they're very progressive leaning. By the way, if you start off with I'm pro-choice, right? I
That's
think
fair.
that any other position you have behind that is irrelevant when it comes to the progressive conservative dialectic.
That's fair. I would say one thing, though, because I would like to clarify. I feel like since becoming more conservative, I can see where the other side is coming from with that. But I would still say, yes, I am pro-choice. However, I can see where the other side is coming from. I think that's important to note as well.
Then what
Well, I
would
can
be,
see
like-
where the other side is coming from, too. They're just fucking wrong, right?
Yeah, and that's fair. I feel like I'm like I said, you're obviously more traditional and conservative than I am, and I totally respect that. But I'm not.
I do not associate traditionalism with
What
conservatism.
is traditional then in this aspect, right? Because like you're not traditional.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionalism is set with cultural standards. It's just saying we're appealing to experiments that worked. So men pay for dates. They open car doors. There's a way that they react and act around their families. There's a way in which stoicism is applied. That's all the idea of traditionalism and application to culture. Conservatism is a political ideology based around the conservation of the ideal of the ethical framework of Christianity. That's what it is. Progressivism is the slow march towards social equality, trying in every way possible to eliminate whatever perception of injustice exists on planet Earth. That's the distinction between the two ideologies.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I think, to be honest, you're a fantastic debater. You know way more about this than I do, so I respect your opinion. I respect your views.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, that's all.
Yeah, and I'm
But anyway,
happy
I appreciate the inquiry. I can see that Brian looks like he's going to punch himself in the mouth, so I'm going to turn the mic back over to him so he can move it on.
Fair.
I just want to try to get some of the other panelists involved here. So going through the notes here, going to Lauren, you're a horse girl.
That's what you put on the episode name?
Yep. You got 5 horses. You got 5 horses.
Yep. I live
Does
a
it
pretty
ever
boring
get in the
life.
way of your dating?
No. I think guys find it interesting I ride horses.
Okay.
I think it's super cool.
Is there anything to the trope of horse girls being crazy? Is there anything there?
Oh yeah, I get that a lot.
Are you crazy?
A little bit, yeah.
Why? How are you crazy?
I feel like my past has like made me crazy. Like guys like made me crazy, like not being communicative, or like not living up to the standard like I want. So it created me like with trust issues. So then it kind of filtered into relationships. So that's what kind of made me crazy.
Okay. And how did it filter into relationships?
The trust issue thing, like when the guy said like, is it fair if like my girl is like being crazy, like if I've never broke her trust? Like I've definitely had my fair share of like something happened in my past and then it kind of was like, I don't know how to explain this good. Like someone did something like in my past and like someone in like who I'm currently dating is like kind of showing like signs of it, and then I'll like go crazy about it and be like, well, this is what happened before, like why wouldn't I think it's happening again? And then I'd have to be like, wait, like this is a different person I'm dating, I'm not dating that other person. That kind of makes sense.
Okay. People say horse girls are crazy, but I've always found them rather stable.
Ha 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 ha.
I want to be a horse girl.
Some people think horse girls are real nightmares.
I don't know if I am a nightmare.
Well, I would like to dive into a couple things. I've been trying to do a little bit of math over here. Brian, can you play the math emblem? I just want to make sure that I have this right. You have 5 different horses which are boarded all over the country and are currently being trained, correct?
State. Yeah.
Okay. What is the average cost to have one of these horses trained?
I just dropped 20 grand on all 5 of my horses, so about 4 grand each, right?
Okay. And how often do you have to drop payments on these horses being trained?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How often do you have to drop cash on these horses being trained?
That was a one-time payment. They're only there for about 4 to 6 months, and I have to go and get them when I get back home.
So for $20,000, you can have 6 horses trained?
Basically. 5 horses.
And they're boarding them for this cost as well, feeding them, all
Yeah.
of that? 6 of them?
Mm-hmm. 5 of them.
I'm sorry, 5 of them.
Yeah.
So it's only $5,000 per horse to have them boarded for 6 months and trained?
Mm-hmm.
I literally just don't believe that this is even possible or true. I don't.
Well, I wrote
I'm
that
not
check.
trying to be charitable here, but I just don't think anybody would board a horse for half a year for $5,000 and train it.
I know trainers pretty well up and down California. That's why. And
So they're just doing it as a favor?
some of them are, some of them aren't. My most expensive for like 6 months was about 10 grand.
And you're shelling out all of this money.
Yeah.
You shelled out $20,000. What do you do for a living?
I do social media management. I'm a server, and I'm an influencer.
Mute it.
Well, are these like highly productive jobs when it comes to payment?
Well, yeah, like I pay them either, like we have payment plans because like obviously I can't give out $10,000 at a time. So like I'll pay them like monthly.
You're doing like pay-go?
Yeah, like Afterpay
Okay.
or like a credit card.
Okay.
No, I'm not like physically and have like a bag of cash and it's like, here you go.
And there's no external help from the parents at all for the horses. I just want to make sure we're clear
Yeah,
on that.
that's
None.
why I haven't been able to move out and I'm 21.
I have more notes to get to you from you, but before we do that, I did want to ask this question. It's related to a conversation we were having a little bit earlier on in the show. I know some of you are in relationships, but to answer the question as if you were single, well, I suppose you can even answer this question despite your relationship status. Do you think men should pay for first dates?
Not always.
Okay,
Like pay for the meal or something like that.
sure.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah?
Yes.
Into the mic if you can.
Oh, yes.
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 Yeah.
Okay. You said yes. I'm a little confused here because wouldn't that be a man falling into his traditional gender roles?
Yes, I love traditional gender roles.
But are you deserving of traditional treatment from men?
I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
Are you deserving? I know you're in a relationship with a woman, but are you deserving of
That's what she
traditional
said,
treatment
Neil.
from men?
Yeah.
Wait,
Into the mic.
Would it be the same thing? Like, would you let a girl pay for your first meal?
Hold on. Let's
First
not
date.
derail. Answer the
Okay.
question.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Are you deserving?
Are you deserving of traditional treatment?
Yeah, of course.
I think so.
Yes.
Hold on. All four of you have been engaged in basically sex work. You've all admitted to having sugar daddies. Is that even approaching being a traditional woman, having sugar daddies?
Well, if we're talking about like 50-50, like I like would say that like when you're first trying to establish a relationship, like if you can prove that like traditional will be like gender roles, I think that's where you're going.
Yeah.
You have to, for a woman, like womanly duties, man-willing duties, provide, but also be protective, whatever. The first dates, like, yeah, pay for the meal, but like when you're in a relationship and establish that a man might not always have that or be able to provide all that. So you have to be able to match each other's energy. Like, oh, I'll pay for this if, you know, like, because that's what we're in a relationship. But you do obviously want to like look good in front of the woman. Like, I mean, would you go on a date and not pay for the meal, or would you let the girl pay for the meal?
Well,
Brian?
that's a different
What he's
conversation.
asking is if you deserve it because you participated in sex work. Do you deserve a man, a traditional man,
You used
because
to be
you've
a-
done
you used to be a
untraditional?
stripper, you've done sugaring or whatever.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You still deserve it. Okay. All right. Now, you were talking about, well, once you get into a relationship, then things can become a bit more 50-50. You said your longest relationship was 2 years. Was it a 50-50 relationship?
Well, we were in junior college. Yeah, I would say it was 50-50. Like,
But at the beginning, he would pay for dates?
yeah.
Okay.
Like when we would go on our dates, when we went to movies, he'd pay for the dates. When I traveled to Chicago where he was from, like I'd pay for other things. Like
Would you pay for the flight?
yeah, I paid for the flight.
Okay. But on the first dates, you do want the guy to pay?
Yeah, and I think it recalls back to like the accountability part. Like just because I danced back in the
stripped
back in the day, like doesn't mean like I consecutively still do it. Like,
When's the last time you had a sugar daddy?
like 2 years now.
And if a guy didn't pay for the first date, would there be a second date?
Yeah, I don't really think it matters that much.
You want a guy to pay for the first date, but
Like,
if he doesn't, you'd
ideally,
be
I
okay
guess,
with
but
it.
if he didn't, like,
Would there be a second date if he
No,
didn't?
it's not a deal breaker. I know.
So okay, check comes, or the server comes, Will there be anything else? No. 2 checks, please. Will there be a second date?
Yeah, of course.
Will there be a second date?
Yeah.
At least you stand on business.
If their personality is good, yes.
No, no way.
Okay.
Hashtag what's your price?
That's the price right there.
Well, I guess what is difficult for me to understand is why should a man pay for a first date? That's what I want to know.
Because a man asked me out.
So?
Why you're gonna ask me out if you can't pay for a date?
Do you ask guys out?
Do I ask guys
Yeah.
out? Absolutely not.
Have you ever asked a guy out?
No.
Okay. So de facto, men have to ask to get a date.
I feel like the reason that I believe men should always ask out women is because I think it's a masculine thing. So
Is it is it feminine to be duping men out of their money on for dates? Is that feminine and traditional?
Shifting gears.
I think it's feminine, right? Because
It's feminine to
because feminine
manipulate and take advantage of men financially.
I guess you could say it's more of a female thing, more female.
Yeah, it's like a female thing.
Well,
I guess.
I'm actually, I'm willing to grant this. I'm willing to just kind of grant that it's true, that it's far more masculine for a man to ask a woman out on a date than, of course, it would be feminine for a woman to ask a man out. I'm just actually willing to just kind of grant that that's true. Can you tell me why it's masculine to pay for the date, though?
Because I mean now, like, I think that things are different. Like, I think like the pay and everything. But back in the day, I feel like the reason men always paid for first dates was because they make more money. They're the providers, right? Men are like providers,
Gender roles.
protectors.
Yeah.
Well, no, they had expectations as suitors that they could potentially be finding a woman who they could have children with, and the expectation came that she would likely be a virgin or likely have almost no body count whatsoever and would be a good wife to them, et cetera, et cetera. So they were willing to shell that out in order to find the right ones, in order to have their children and be a good wife and all of those things. This is a whole different scenario now. And again, I'm kind of willing to just grant that it's far more masculine for a man to ask out a woman than it is feminine for a woman to ask out a man. I'm just willing to grant that's true. But why is it more masculine to pay? That's what I'm not sure about.
I mean, for me, the men that I encounter usually just make more money. But like, I don't think a man has to pay.
But even if they don't make as much money, I don't understand why it's a masculine trope to pay. Why is that masculine?
Did I say that was masculine?
Yeah,
to
you
pay?
said it was masculine.
To pay?
Yeah, you said it was like a masculine thing to pay. But I think it comes out like
I
the
guess
gender
like
roles.
masculine is just like
Gender
I don't know.
roles.
It's just like gender roles, right?
Gender
like
roles.
it's just
So you have the expectation that men will pay because of gender roles?
yeah. I mean, just for the first date. I mean,
And what are women's gender roles supposed to be? Should they be virgins as part of their gender role?
no, I don't think they need to be virgins.
Okay. Well, then no, I don't think that men should have to adhere to any gender rules if you don't think that women should have to adhere to any of theirs, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense.
To each their own.
So I guess almost Andrew already made the point, but just to kind of reframe it a little bit, should men pay for first dates? Just to you.
They don't have to.
No, but should.
Should they? Yes. I think they should.
Should women be virgins?
Should women be virgins?
Yes.
No.
Okay. There you have it.
Okay.
It's interesting. Women have completely abandoned and cast aside any and all of their traditional gender roles, yet with the utmost entitlement, still expect men to adhere to their traditional gender roles. I find that interesting. Kind of like the buffet of equality. You want to pick and choose what benefits you. Men have to still exist in the 1950s world, but women can exist in a 2024 world where you do OF, you're a stripper, you do sugar daddy websites, you do all this stuff. But men should pay for first dates, men should be providers, men should protect you, blah, 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 blah. It's interesting how that works.
Yeah, in fact, let's dive a little deeper. What gender roles should women take on? Should they take on any female gender roles? Like, what
Yes.
should they actually take on as
Yes.
females?
For sure.
What? Well, what are they?
Well, for instance,
Well,
I
hang
think,
on, let me ask her real quick. She was making the claims first, so I want to ask you directly. What actual gender roles should women take on?
Well, I mean, I still think women should have like a low body count. I just don't think being a virgin is like a possibility nowadays because I mean, you date people and then
It's
after a year or
impossible?
two. Lauren. I mean, I guess
You just have to, right? I mean, you must.
I mean, I feel like
Okay. So low body count. What other gender role?
I feel
What
like a
actual
guy
gender
won't date
roles
you
do
more
think
than a
woman should
couple
take on?
months if you don't end up having a sexual relationship with them.
Okay,
so
okay.
how are you
Forget that for a
supposed to date
second.
to marry nowadays?
What other gender roles besides just that do you think women should adhere to?
Cook, clean, be mothers.
Okay. What if and what about submission to their husbands?
Yeah, submission.
And what does that mean? What's the entailment of submission?
Submit. So just what they say goes.
Always?
Always.
What if you disagree about where your kid should go to school?
I don't care.
Should you
the
submit
man
to
can
what the
make-
husband says?
Yeah.
Now, what if that
If he's a
school
good
is
man, I trust his
hang on. What if
decisions.
the school is an hour and a half out of your way, and you say there's a perfectly good school that's even better, and it's only 20 minutes away, right? So I'd prefer to drop the kids off there. You still going to submit?
Yes.
Yes.
Damn.
Okay.
I'm very submissive, so. You can ask my ex.
Wait, related to this, do you want to get married?
Yes.
Have kids?
Yes.
Do you want to get married? Have kids? Just say into the mic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get married, no kids.
Well, you have kids.
I have kids too.
You're married. Did you take your husband's last name?
Yes.
Will you take, are you going to marry a man or
I
what?
don't know.
You
I mean,
date women, so I don't know.
Or a mask female.
Will you take your husband's last name?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Will you take your husband's
Yeah.
last name?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Didn't get you guys on that one. I just, it's interesting, like going back to it really quick. So a lot of women they'll demand all the privileges and benefits of a liberalized society while still demanding men take on all the burdens of traditional society. And it's just like, you want your cake and eat it too, you know?
What's the burden part? The body count? Because that seems like the only like controversial conversation that we had in regards to like
Body
gender
count.
roles.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, though, that I actually believe the answers that are given when it comes to submission. Most men will not abandon a submissive woman who is taking good care of them. They just really won't do it for the most part. Though some do. I understand that there are some who will. Under
Killer
some
of Cereal
circumstances.
donated $200. Men, forced military conscription, cannot vote unless we sign up for selective service. Women can vote to send men to war. That alone says women should pay first. Do you believe women should be drafted?
Just show of hands. Do you think women should be drafted in the same way that men have to be drafted?
Talking about war, right?
Maybe.
W, Andrew.
War, right?
You guys don't
Is that what you
think?
said?
You guys don't.
In the military, yes.
So okay, the men have to register for the selective service. In the event of
So
No way. Women should stay home.
women should stay home.
I think given the context of this, the
Women should be
climate that we're
virgins
in-
then, right?
Yeah, ideally, you know what?
Have
ideally,
only one sexual partner their entire life.
I would ideally want to have been a virgin I thought I was going to be in the relationship with my kid's dad that I met at 18 for life. You know?
Wait, so okay, go ahead. You were saying something, but I want explanations as to none of you raised your hand.
Well,
So
I raised my hand. I do think women should be drafted,
Well,
like
besides you,
given
I
this
meant.
context and
Okay.
of the society that we're
And
in.
sent right to the front lines.
In this current society that we're in, I think it's fair if women are drafted. Yeah, unless
And
we
sent
regress.
right to the front lines.
Yeah, like infantry.
Right
sure,
alongside the
yeah.
men.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
Wait, I
say
agree.
like if we were to regress back into like when the family structure was more traditional, then sure, I'd say that women ought to stay home. But given the climate that we're in right now, no, I don't think it's fair.
If you were drafted, would you go to war?
I would have to. I'd be drafted.
Would you go?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have
Yeah.
to. You could dodge it.
Well, I don't know if I could dodge it, but I would go. Yeah,
There's
if I was
draft
drafted.
dodgers. You can.
Yeah, you would go.
Draft dodgers?
Wait, going around the table before we get into it, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
Honestly, no.
No? Okay.
No.
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 Is anyone a feminist here?
Well, I think Andrew's definition of feminist is a movement towards equality or egalitarianism with a rejection of patriarchy. Does that, so rejection of patriarchy, does that change your answer? Anybody? So,
No.
So then, in favor of patriarchy?
Yeah.
I guess. I've
Really?
never really thought about it. I mean, I'm dating a woman, so maybe that makes it different.
Okay.
I'm in favor of patriarchy.
In favor of patriarchy.
That means like inequality or no inequality? Like, oh, wait,
A male-led society.
Patriarchy means of the father. It means that the systems are led by and men are in charge of systems. All systems. The family, government, everything. Men are in charge. That would be patriarchy.
I do think that, yeah. Just because I think, yeah.
Okay.
Scratching my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to patriarchy.
Okay.
So if men tomorrow say that they don't want women to vote, do you think you would be for that, right?
Okay.
My husband doesn't let me vote anyway. Like.
Well, I mean, he should.
Yeah.
You should double his vote.
Yeah. Well, if I do vote, then it would be a double for his vote. But
Yeah.
he doesn't recommend that I vote. So.
No, I mean that's absurd. He should recommend that you just vote how he votes. But anyway, so the going around the table, right? The quick question here is: if men didn't want you to vote, would you be okay with that? Would you just be like, yeah, sure, I'm not going to vote?
Are we going around the table?
Honestly,
Tell us how you really feel.
Honestly, I wouldn't really care. I don't like to follow politics.
Oh. Okay. All right.
I think there's so many women that are voting incorrectly that I would give up my right to vote so that we could cancel out those women's votes 100%. Because I think men are probably smarter at it.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure if we were expecting that one.
Because we're whores. Because we're prostitutes, I should say.
You said it, not me.
No, you did say. Well, implied it.
I didn't.
No, you guys did say it because you guys
No,
were
that
saying
was
like the
An- that was
definition of
Andrew.
prostitution.
That was definitely
that was
Andrew.
Andrew.
Wait, is Andrew frozen? Oh, he just like frozen.
No, there's no implication. You engaged in prostitution. There's no two ways about that. So there's no implication. I'm not trying to make an implication where there isn't one. I'm just outright saying that that's prostitution.
Rest in peace. Nick, do we have more reacts?
We do.
Before we do that, going to you, Lauren, more of your notes. You said you're Republican, correct?
Yes.
I'll open it up to this whole panel, but I don't know if in your notes you said difficult to date. Maybe you didn't. Difficult to date as a Republican in California.
Who
Did
said
you say that? Did you say? Maybe I'm.
No.
Okay, well. On that note, though, going around the table, well, I guess, this is maybe just for you. Would you date a Democrat / liberal / feminist / vegan?
No.
I don't know why I threw vegan in
No.
there.
It fits.
Yeah, it does fit. No, I wouldn't.
Show of hands if you would date any of these. Nobody? Come on.
Vegan?
Come on.
Hard nor.
Come on. I know you're the
Not the vegan. She obviously no meat.
All right. Nick, the reacts?
Yeah.
I don't know what these are. Oh. Okay.
Sound on, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what are reacts like to what they?
Who is that?
Oh, it bugs here.
Just
reload it.
okay. While he's doing that, Maddie, can you read this?
Sorry to backtrack, but can we ask around the table how many of the ladies use anti-aging creams and the like? If you use that, you can't say you think you'll look better in 10 years.
Anybody use anti-aging cream?
I like retinol.
Did you say yes?
I was just
just demonstrating.
indicating that you can raise your hand for.
Does like moisturizer count as like a preventative?
No, it's like the
Maybe.
only
Just use face oil.
Word.
Yeah, oh, I see.
Yep.
Okay.
I went on a date with a guy who said he was 6'2", and apparently I'm 6'2" as well. I mean, I thought I was 5'7", but we were the same height, so it's
Lied
crazy
about
how
their
that
height is
works.
crazy.
Is it wrong for a guy to lie about his height?
Why would you lie about
I
your
think
height?
so, because if you're planning on meeting them, like we can tell how tall you are.
Yeah, it's not a good
I'm
look.
fucking
But, like-
5'9". Do you think that if you say I'm 6'2" and then I show up on the date and I'm like 5',
Yeah, but what's
same height? It's like,
I mean,
What if I lie about my body count?
what's wrong about what's wrong about it?
Well, I wouldn't lie
What's
about my
wrong about
height or
lying?
weight, and my pictures look exactly
But
like how I
if you
am.
Nick, pull up her thing one more time. Yeah. Just you don't need to play it. I just want to see a photo of this woman. I want to see a photo.
She has fake
Okay,
lips.
she has fake lips. She's wearing makeup. She's lying about her physical appearance. What's actually? I mean,
is she
what's
really 6'2" though? I feel like
She's 5'7".
She's making a point about men who
Lying about
lie about their height on dating apps. Yet here she is lying about her
But he
lips
can see
and-
that. He can see that. We
Well-
can't see how tall you are on a dating app if you're lying about it. We can see that in person, though.
Well,
so
I'm
he's
an
accepting
expert.
that.
I have fake lip radar. Not every man has fake lip radar, so they might think that this woman with these big lips, they might think it's real.
True, you're right.
And you bamboozled the guy. He really likes women with big lips, but you don't actually have big lips. You just got a bunch of bullshit pumped into them. So
Is the guy wearing steps in his shoes and he looks like he's 6'2", and then he takes them off? That would be a more like accurate comparison.
well, I mean, wouldn't that be worse?
No.
If he lied about his height on a dating app and then
matched it.
Except, he's not always going to be able to wear those.
Right. So maybe
Right.
he'll be
So
honest
that's-
with her later, and maybe she'll.
But do you think women would tolerate a guy who, wore those
things, whatever they're called, step?
Let's assume every time they hung out.
The steps in the
Every
shoe.
time they hung out, when they went into public, he wore these they gave him 3 inches.
Yeah.
He was 3 inches taller. You feel like women wouldn't feel a certain type of way about that? Like, well, you're not actually this tall. Same with, I guess
it's like kind of like a push-up bra, I guess.
Well, it's the same with makeup. You're not actually that pretty.
We can show them the tweet.
Yeah, let's do the tweet. Good call, Nick.
Well, so the idea, hang on. I would like to dive into this just briefly, but the idea here is this. If a woman is not particularly pretty, at least by whatever social standards you consider pretty to be, and so she does up her hair, she does up her makeup, and she does up all of these things to go and meet with a man, and she presents her best foot, all of this kind of cover for what she actually looks like, with the assumption that, but if he really gets to know me, he's really going to like me, but I need to have a shot. I need to at least have a chance at this. And so I'm going to make myself look the best I possibly can, appearance-wise. Do you think that's wrong of her to do?
It's like a deal breaker. Like if you think height's a deal breaker, probably. If you think natural and makeup is a deal breaker,
Yeah, but hang on. I'm just asking from the perspective of she's putting on makeup, she's doing herself up to the hilt with the idea here of I'm improving my physical appearance because I think that once this guy gets to know me, he really will like me for me, but I need to have a shot.
I think that there's a threshold. I think that young women these days especially, are they look older. Like all the Botox, all the lip filler, all the crazy makeup, the fake eyebrows, the fake eyelashes, the weaves
Yeah, but
or
I'm
whatever.
asking
That's
if
crazy.
it's okay for her to do that.
Right,
I'm asking if you think
I
it's
don't
all
think
right for
that's
her to do
okay. I don't think that's okay. But also, there's guys that are really attracted to that. I wouldn't be attracted to a guy that's attracted to that kind of girl. But
Well,
they
then I'm
play
sure
into
that there's
each other.
women who are attracted to guys who lie about their height. I mean,
Maybe-
that's
I wouldn't-
saying
I
some women do
I've never
X.
met one.
Sure, I can grant every outlier you could ever come up with. I'm fine with that. I'm just asking because it seems that the case is that women do themselves up to the hilt in order to put their best foot forward, and this is completely socially acceptable.
To look like an
Don't you
entire
guys
other
even do
person
that
is wrong.
yourselves?
to like do it so much so that you don't look like any semblance of yourself, I think that's totally wrong. Yeah. I hardly ever wear makeup. I put some makeup on for this show, but like I've been told I look better without it.
What do you think the alternative to that is then? Do you think that women shouldn't wear makeup, or like what do you think about that, Andrew?
No, I don't have, me personally, I don't have a problem with women wearing makeup, and I never have. I have a definite delineation from Brian on this. But what I'm asking about specifically is whether or not you think that this is a deceptive practice for a man to lie about his height. I would say it is deceptive, but there could be motivation behind it but maybe if I can put my best foot forward when I meet this person, they'll understand that, they should have given me a shot, and this was the only way I could get that shot. And I think that women do this often, just the other direction. And so I'm just wondering if you guys think that that is also the case.
No, I think to outright lie about your height is just not setting the stage for a good, foundation in a.
But you're lying about your face in the opposition, right?
Yeah,
I think you can maintain your face. You can't maintain that height because you can't really.
You can't be like, let me see what you look like taller.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm willing to grant all of that. So he shows up in lifts and you don't know that they're lifts. Okay, and then later you find out he was wearing lifts. Is that still problematic?
Yes.
Well, then you're just doing the exact same
If
thing.
he turned out to
3
be,
inches.
if he turned out to be like a really great guy, I understand what you're saying, because like on a dating app, I might definitely swipe away from somebody who had like a height of 5'6" or 5'7". But I have male friends that I think are really great guys that are shorter, so I understand the why somebody might lie about that, and maybe they are a really great person, and maybe it will get them in there. Who knows?
Well, it's just the idea, what Brian's trying to explore here is the idea of what is socially acceptable when it comes to deception in dating. And I would argue it's every bit as deceptive for women to put on gallons of makeup, have fake boobs, everything else, in order to put their best foot forward. But for some reason, if men are equally as deceptive, that's frowned upon. And I think that that's what he's moving towards here.
I think it goes back to what Nancy said, though. I think if you are presenting yourself in a way where you're, putting your best foot forward and kind of enhancing your natural beauty, I think that's acceptable. But I mean,
The overkill is
yeah,
crazy.
it's obviously there's overkill for sure, and I think that's just like, I don't care for it, but
some guys like
some
that and
guys
go for
like
that.
it.
Wait,
That's like catfishing.
Are you willing to concede that it is deceptive
Myself,
to wear makeup?
to some extent, sure, yeah,
No, to any extent.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So then isn't it really just a double standard to say this deception is okay and this one over here is not okay?
That's a good point.
I mean, if you're,
I think it goes off of what the guy's into. Like, if the guy's into a girl that he wants to look like that, then he's obviously into it.
You could say that about anything, right? Like serial killers are okay as long as the person's into getting killed by serial killers, right? It's just a nonsense way to look at a thing. Is it deceptive across the board? Is it deceptive to wear makeup? Is the purpose of it to show something which is not actually true? I would argue that it is. I'm not even saying there's a problem with doing it. I'm just arguing that it is to show something which is not actually true.
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's the case, then wouldn't it just be it would just be deceptive both ways, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Ultimately.
I think the deception is more acceptable on one side than the other. I mean, what guy doesn't?
And that's
think,
where I wanted to get.
But what guy doesn't?
Why
like,
is
thinks
one
that's what a woman
deception
actually
okay,
looks
the other
like?
deception is not?
Because it's okay. It's okayed by the other party.
Why though?
Yeah, but it's not really.
You have
The
It's
guy
not
is
really
saying,
okay.
"I'm okay." And maybe some guys might want. I prefer a natural look, but some guys might want this like Kardashian look or whatever the thing is that's popular.
Yeah, but they don't.
Or
But they don't know
BBL
what's
or whatever
underneath,
that is.
right? They don't know what's
Right.
underneath.
I think that's
so,
totally deceptive. But
okay, if
yeah.
that's the case, then let's explore and see if
But
that
just
is actually
putting,
the
like,
case. If a man shows
one-
up, if a man says he's 6'2", and he shows up and he has on height enhancing gear, lifts of some kind, and you can't detect them, but later you find out, okay, he was wearing lifts, okay, and that's why he was 6'2". You would consider that to be highly deceptive, right?
Yeah, and I would relate, the thing that would make more sense to relate is a woman lying about her weight and like showing up for a date 20 or 30 pounds heavier than she said. I don't think a coat of mascara and some lip gloss is on the same level of deception.
True.
Yeah, but why not? I don't really understand the delineation point here because the idea seems to come down to you just say, but some men could prefer that. But the truth is that women are covering up what they actually look like. Yeah. How would the man know if he prefers her without makeup if he's never actually seen her without it?
I think that some guys just like a fake look in general. They don't maybe want to even see what she looks like. And some guys prefer a really natural look, and then the over the top is unattractive to them.
So you think he just wants to date the chick for the rest of his life with her just always having a suit of makeup on so he doesn't have to see what she looks like?
I think in nowadays culture, unfortunately, I think that feeds into each other. That culture feeds into the guy and the girl both like that, you know, it's just.
You think that men genuinely would just prefer to just never
not the
see
men
their
that I'm
woman's
attracted
actual face?
Not the men that I'm attracted to, but yes, it appears that way. It appears that way based off of.
It does not appear that way.
Media, and I think it does.
And by the way, there's no way to make the comparison anyway. So even if I were to grant that, well, men would still prefer that you like hide your hideous face, let's say in this instance, and only makeup is what's stopping it from being hideous. They still wouldn't have a frame of reference to know what it actually looked like. So it would still be a deception either way. How would it not be a deception?
I think that any guy who like thinks a girl who clearly has makeup on naturally looks like that might not be the smartest tool in the shed, you know? Like, I don't know. I think he knows she's wearing makeup.
Yeah, but the frame of reference for how much different she would look absent the makeup is not there.
Right, and so that's why there's a scale. So if you look like
deception?
If you look like a completely different person is one thing, and I think that's like, that would be really unfortunate. Like, I would not want to be a guy who woke up next to a girl and was like, wow, who the hell are you? I didn't take you home.
Neither would I. That would suck, right? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is that they both seem to just be the same deception, just played on the opposite end.
To still know who the person is and recognize who their face is, and like, I think that's not deceptive. I think that's like putting on a dress that accentuates your features. Like, I don't.
So deceptive?
No, I mean, it's like, doesn't a man want to shave and put on a nice suit or do his hair in a certain way, whatever?
Yeah, but you're making my point for me is that I think that that deception played is only men being punished for the deception, even if they're deceiving.
No, but you're only using one example with the height.
Your social standard here is that women should not be punished for the deception, only men. That's what the point is.
No, but
I'm not saying both aren't deceiving each other.
But
I'm just saying, why is one more socially acceptable than the other?
You're only using the example of height, and I think the thing that is a better comparison for height would be women just lying about their weight, and I do think that's equally as wrong as lying about your height.
I mean, great, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about makeup itself, and
I don't
while
think
I
that's
can
a good
grant that you even made a better comparison with deception, I'm still asking about the makeup comparison here because that does seem to be deception.
I think makeup and haircuts are like at the same value of deception because like a haircut can make a guy look really good, and obviously if they grow out their hair, it's like
or a balding guy wearing a hat.
Well, they're all the same like principle, I think.
Still
like
deceptive.
They're all a form of deception.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know if you could argue if one's worse than the other, but they're all like
deceptive.
It's the same principle.
So I guess my ultimate point here, so we don't belabor it forever, is just to say that I think that both sides deceive each other when it comes to dating by trying to put their best foot forward. I think that there's many examples that you've even cited here yourself, right? Perhaps they wear a hat to cover up the fact that they're balding, or perhaps they wear a dress on the other end to accentuate their features, or perhaps they try to hide weight, and perhaps the other one tries to add height. The only distinction here that I see is that it seems to be socially acceptable for women to do this, but not for men to do this. And I guess that's where we're actually diving and driving this point towards.
And I don't think it's acceptable for women to lie about their weight, specifically.
I think they do it all the time.
I don't think it's acceptable.
Oh, okay. How much do you weigh?
I weigh 130.
Exactly?
I was 129.5 last time, so I'm just assuming that I'm 130 right now because it's the end of the day.
Okay, well then the gal next to you, how much do you weigh?
Me? Left or right?
No. To your, I think it would be to your right.
190, 188 the last time I weighed myself.
Next, how much do you weigh?
132.7.
Next.
158. I gained weight.
I haven't weighed myself in a while. Like 120.
Okay.
Muscles.
How much do you weigh?
Do you have a scale in there, Brian?
Huh?
I do not have a scale.
We need to get a scale for when this happens.
I will
because,
get one. I will definitely get one. We should do that.
We should.
We should do that.
Yeah, because like weight's like a big thing. I feel like if you lie about your weight, it's like, damn, if I see you in person, it's like,
Yeah, it's the same thing about lying about your height.
Weight, true, for sure. Like, yeah, like what? Okay, yes, 100% agree. Makeup is like, okay, you can wear makeup one day, not wear makeup another day. But yeah, I mean, like height, you can't really change. Weight, makeup, you can. But I mean,
I feel like you have to be really good at makeup though to change how you really look.
for real.
People
I mean,
do.
actually, not really. Not
I don't
really.
know.
Girls
At
be
least
looking
maybe
crazy.
guys lie to me, but they tell me I look the same with and without makeup. So maybe they're lying to me. But
You look the same. I feel like you look the same.
maybe
I
they're
mean-
lying to me. Maybe they're just lying to me. I don't know.
Maybe you're just
Like,
delusional.
why would you, if it didn't improve or change how you looked, why would you wear it to begin with?
Some people like it. Like it's your form of
So I'm
art.
just going to waste a bunch of money and waste a bunch of time putting on something that
It's a hobby.
doesn't change how I look at all.
I prefer to not wear makeup, to be honest with you. But
Right, but women would not wear makeup if it didn't change their appearance for the better.
right,
Right.
yeah.
So if we can agree that it changes your appearance for the better, that's not how you actually look. It is.
I mean,
deceptive.
some women don't do a very good job, and I think it makes them look worse,
Sure.
arguably.
Sure, that's a fair
don't
point to
come at me.
make.
Like really bad.
That's a fair point to make, but I think most.
They think that they're enhancing it, the person
Sure,
applying it.
there's-
Like, I
So.
look better, but like
That's
shit.
the exception to the rule, though. I would say most women will put on makeup, and it will tend to improve their physical appearance. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's get back into more notes.
Do you want to finish Vex?
Let me get through the notes first. Okay, we have. Let's go to Sarah. Finding out the guy I was hooking up with for 4 years
years
ago was in a relationship with Summer Rae the whole time.
Yeah.
The like influencer chick or whatever.
Yeah. Well, we hooked up for a little bit, and then a week
Is it
later.
Jake Paul?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's a director, like music video director.
The Lyrical Lemonade.
Yeah.
Oh, that's him. I was totally
Yeah.
guessing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cole Bennett, is that his
Yeah.
name?
Yeah. He posted with Summer Rae like a week after I saw him. Like I was like, oh, okay. And then
Okay.
stopped talking to him.
Wait, so how long were you dating him?
We weren't dating. We were just
Oh.
yeah.
But he was in a monogamous relationship with Summer Rae while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it like a public thing? Like, how did you not know?
They posted publicly like a week after I saw him, yeah. So I don't know if they were like dating for like a month prior, like 2 months prior, and just didn't really like publicly announce it. But he's notorious for doing that apparently.
Huh.
Just
Did he
within
just
LA.
like ghost you after?
I stopped talking to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If he. Oh, wait. You're married.
I'm married.
Yeah, you're married.
But the answer is no. He did DM me. Oh, what was this? Like January of this year. I did not respond. I blocked him. So.
Just curious about your tattoos really quick. I noticed you have some Pokemon tattoos. What can you... There's... Or is that Kirby? No, that's
Yeah,
Kirby.
Kirby, Eevee, Mew, and then a Keyblade.
Kingdom Hearts. Okay, that's cool. Let's see. And then... I think we already kind of talked all about the whole celibate until marriage thing. You don't do casual hookups, but you used to. Used to. Damn, that's a tough sell. You were like in the middle of a relationship with the dude, and then you're like, yeah, by the way, I don't want to fuck you anymore.
Well, it was kind of like a slow burner, long conversation. Took a while for me to actually commit to being celibate. But yeah, yeah, I get it. I get why he would be upset if, I get it.
All right. Any other crazy dating, any other celebs you hooked up with and they were fucking other people?
No, I did sleep with one other celebrity, but...
Who's that?
Ski Mask, the Slump God, some rapper.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I have no idea who that is.
He's Cole Bennett's friend.
He's who?
Cole's friend.
So you fucked Cole and his best friend?
Yeah, like a year apart.
A year apart?
Yeah.
Which one first?
Ski. In 2019, yeah.
You get the rapper, then you get the music video guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was... Yeah. I was in LA a lot.
How did you get in touch with them?
Well, I...
Slide into the DMs, or?
Yeah, I slid into Ski's DMs.
Oh.
This was like 2019. I DM'd him. He was on tour with Juice WRLD at the time, so he invited me. And then we had an on and off thing for like a year and then stopped talking. I was in LA. I got invited to some BET after party, and then Cole was there. That's how him and I started talking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, going to Angelina. I should have gotten to some of these a little earlier, but so you say you're 38, 3 kids from the same man.
Nancy.
Huh?
My name's Nancy. On Instagram, it's
Angelina.
Not Angelina. It says not Angelina.
Oh,
It's pretty private.
All right. You said you have 3 kids from the same man. Yes. You stripped. You did girl on girl.
Hold on a second.
What?
Let's just.
These were in the pre-show notes.
I know, but can we just be conscientious of like wording right here for certain reasons?
Okay.
You're concerned. Are you concerned that your kids are going to hear this?
Yeah, I mean, I told my daughters that I was going on the podcast, and they're older, but I'm going to really, like, my son likes this podcast because he's very into tradition.
How old's your son?
He's in 6th grade.
Wait, he shouldn't.
I know. Andrew Tate and you guys.
No, he shouldn't be dating.
He's not dating. In fact, he just told me his first week in middle school, he's like, Mom, somebody has a crush on me. And I was like, okay. And he said, but it's a little too early for me, and I'm not interested. And he's like, and I'm not interested. And it's too early for me. And it's different for boys and girls, too. So
come to think of it, I was listening to Loveline when I was like in junior high
you know
school.
what? I was too, yeah.
Adam Carolla.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So let's just hold on a second.
Is this word? I feel like this show's probably more tame.
Your son should not be watching this.
Than Loveline. I think it's more tame than Loveline.
What's Loveline?
It's like a K-Rock
It was a radio show called. People would call in.
Let's not talk about all of the notes that I said. What I will
sent in the
I know,
notes.
and I forgot to say that I mentioned
Invite
on one.
me on the show and I'll talk about this.
Right, but hold on a second. I will say that my kid's dad. So going back to like wanting to be a virgin for your partner, right? I agree with that. In a perfect society.
Wait, that's not even the topic. What are you talking about?
It's going to tie into it.
Okay, all right.
So I was 18 when I met my kid's dad, and he was 25, I think. He lost his job. He was a mason, and then pressured me into stuff that was going to support us. And I was young, and that's what he said to do. And then I got pregnant. So it was a very short period of time, 2 years. Then I got pregnant, and I said, like, look, like, you gotta like get a job, man. And he did, and but this was, it was part of my past that I will say that I'm not proud of it, but I'm also, and I'm also not open about it. So it's the point of that is that like you can sometimes be in these situations and come out having, different values. Those weren't my values. I didn't like that. You know what I mean? I felt pressured into doing it from a man that I loved, that I thought I was going to be with forever. And I was with for 12 years.
I mean, you do include that in the notes. You say.
I know. Okay, let's.
Can you let me? Can you stop interrupting?
No, because I'm just. Want
you
you
can
to
stop. Okay, so you said at the insistence of your kid's father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I was going to say.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't really understand it though. I mean, they're going to know all this shit sooner or later anyway.
But yeah, and it's just, you know, I've been open with my daughters about stuff now that they're older, but
okay,
it's not for everyone yet.
All right. So you.
And also another thing that I said as well, I'm going to say.
You want to preemptively.
Hillary
Okay, well, I just thought about some of this
$200. Comes on the podcast to discuss dating. Is too ashamed to discuss it because of her kids. Maybe that's a sign for all nude girls and sex workers.
That is a good point.
Yeah, I don't have OnlyFans, and I do think that's a good point. Like when I think about you girls, like that say you want kids, you guys all say you want kids and stuff like that. Like you have to think about those things, you know. Like this was a different time when I was 18. Like there wasn't OnlyFans, there wasn't like, it was just different. You know, there's certain magazines that were out that aren't in existence anymore. That, you know, like it was just a different level of things. It wasn't $5.99 for like selling as part of your soul. I feel like
Still sex work.
Wait, is mine sex work even though it's just dates?
It's.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Because at the end of the day, they're only going on dates with me because they want to.
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, right?
So
I
what?
wouldn't define it as sex.
What are the other things you want to preemptively tell me to not talk about?
I'm okay with the age gap thing, and we can talk about that.
I mean, I try to be reasonable with people, but
we can talk about the age gap.
It's just like, here, invite me on your show, and here's what I like. You're like, it's like a fraudulent inducement.
Yeah, I was.
No, but it's like somebody's like, let me on the show. I'll talk about X, Y, Z. I invite you on the show,
I understand.
and then you refuse to talk about X, Y, Z. It's kind of like, whatever. It's
yeah,
okay.
no, I just thought it was going to be framed a little bit differently, and I also thought we'd talk about some other topics like politically.
You said you were also liberal until your mid-20s,
Yeah.
a Democrat until 2019, ex-vegan, and now you're a hardcore conservative Trump supporter. Although I do still have some sexually liberal viewpoints still personally, but I'm very against a certain agenda, which I'm not going to name. I've been broken up from the father of my kids for 8 years.
Yeah.
Only date guys from Texas talked about that because California guys are mostly trash. Going to used to be liberal when you were young, Democrat until 2019, ex-vegan, now hardcore conservative Trump supporter. But you have some sexually liberal viewpoints still. What are those?
Yeah. Well, so I would say that I think it's like threesomes, for instance. I think that those are acceptable and really dependent on the discussion that you have with your partner.
And like boy, girl threesome?
I would, in a relationship with a man, which is the only kind of relationship I'm in, I'm open to girl, guy.
Wait.
Okay.
You're right. You don't want the boy to know that you strip, but you're okay with him knowing that you would be willing to engage in a threesome. I just want to make sure I got that correct.
Okay.
Is that,
well, thanks for putting the words
here?
out there like that. Yeah, I feel like I've watched some of this show, and I thought we might be talking about more like political stuff. So I was kind of,
Wait,
you know.
dating.
I know it is, but you do talk about it a lot, and I was really looking forward to that.
But the political stuff, while it comes up, tends to be secondary to the dating conversations.
Okay.
I'll just point that out.
So I guess I'm just trying to say that you can, you can have had a certain past, and then you could change it.
I mean, truthfully, I don't really. If you want to have threesomes, I don't really have any objections there.
I think that some people are against that are more conservative.
Okay. You
said I'm against that 100%.
Yeah, same.
I don't want to get bogged down.
I don't understand at all how the idea
Hey, can you guys stop talking over there?
That your past could be brought up here when it comes to these decisions as it relates to dating. Somehow that's taboo, but this idea that you would be open to having a three-way is not taboo. I really don't understand that at all.
Well, because like I said, I'm not proud of and regret the past decisions. This is something that
Why the fuck would you be not proud of any of the? If you're willing to have a three-way, what the hell? Who gives a shit about whatever these other like tangential things are? Who cares? Like, why would that even be a big deal? If you're willing to share your man and let him fuck other women in front of you, why in the world would whatever your past is be in any way problematic? I don't even understand that. Like, you're willing to watch him suck another dude off in front of you, but the past, that's a little too problematic. I really do need to understand this.
That why I'm okay with threesomes and not okay with my past?
I assume that you say, okay, well, this former thing I did, I felt some shame about. That's why you don't like it, right? But currently, you're willing to sit in the cuck chair while your husband does another chick. Is that correct?
I don't think that scenario would turn out that way. But
Which way? How would this scenario turn out?
I wouldn't be sitting in a chair.
Yeah, right. No. You'd be participating, right? But if you were participating, and you were watching, you would be watching your husband bang another chick, or your significant other bang another chick in front of you. Right?
So I think
is that the case?
That men are designed biologically to want to be with lots of women. I think that's just designed that way biologically with their DNA. In a hope to spread their seed more, to replicate their DNA, right?
I'll just biologically grant all of this.
Right?
I just
For
grant
me
every
as a
bit
girl,
of it.
I don't think it's okay to be with another man, but I think that sometimes if you can open that up in your relationship, it can be really fulfilling and prevent cheating sometimes as well.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to kind of grant all of the idea that men want to sleep with multiple women and this and that. I have no problem just granting all of this. What I do have a problem granting is, what in the world could you possibly look at in your past that you would consider to be shameful if you're okay sharing your husband with or significant other with another woman? How is that not kind of the ultimate form of shame?
Because that's a private thing that you've both agreed upon in your relationship. Not
yeah, but
that's
not any less shameful. There's cucks who agree to allow their wife to get banged by other dudes. That doesn't make it less shameful because it's private.
I think a man letting his wife be touched by another man is very different than a girl having a wife having a threesome with her.
Oh, I'd love to hear what the delineation is.
Sorry.
Really? It's kind of mind-blowing that you can't determine, like, you don't see a difference with the two.
Yeah, that's not an argument. Just saying, oh, I'm incredulous about your incredulity is not an argument. I'd actually like to know, what is the distinction between you being the cuck and him being the cuck? What is the distinction? If he's plowing another chick and you're allowing him to do it, how can I ever gauge that you are a person who has self-respect? If I would never consider a man who would allow the same the other way, I'd never give him any form of self-respect.
Isn't a cuck, like, by definition, a guy who, like, gets off on watching his wife be with another man?
Yeah, wouldn't this be the exact same thing in reverse?
No, I'm not saying that it's getting, like, I'm not watching. First of all, I'm participating. And second of all, it is something that's fulfilling him, not fulfilling me.
Okay, I'm sorry. So if a man is participating while his wife is getting banged, then he's not a cuck?
I don't really have experience in that scenario, so that's just not something I would be into.
If a man if a man is participating in his wife getting banged and he's participating in that, he's not a cuck now, or he is still a cuck?
I think it's probably different than being a cuck, maybe, but it's still not something I would be okay with.
How is that different A cuck is allowing somebody else to plow your chick. That's what a cuck is.
Okay,
So
then
if you
if
allow
that's the
on purpose
exact
to allow a
definition, I thought it
dude
was just
to
watching.
plow your chick, you're a cuck. How would this not be just like basically reverse cuckism, right?
Well, I just think that in my scenario of two girls and a guy, with it being like your significant other, that for me, like I really enjoy fulfilling. It's fulfilling to me to like make my man happy, and if that's something that makes him happy. If he said to me, it would really make me happy to have another dude, I would say
Lol
no.
Paladins donated $100.02. My past bad decisions are shameful and be hidden from society. My future bad decisions are open for discussion. You've got the mental maturity of a toddler. Stove hot. Maybe I shouldn't touch it again.
Thank you, Lil
Okay,
Paladins.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat, man. I mean, honestly, I was more interested if there were. You said you still have some sexually liberal viewpoints.
Yeah,
Is
I thought
it just
that was
the
it.
threesomes? Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought there was more. Do you want to, Andrew? Do you have more on
That's
this,
it.
or?
That's it.
Yeah, I'm still struggling here with the delineation point. Why is there an actual difference if your husband wanted to watch you get banged by another dude? Why would that be different, really, than you allowing him to bang another chick? I don't really understand what the distinction here.
I mean, I think that, like, there's not really societies. There are, like, societies where a man has had multiple wives. There's multiple societies around the world and in history where that is acceptable, right? But you don't ever see it the other way around. So I guess it just is that way.
Yeah, that's
for a
an
reason.
appeal to history, right? It's fallacious argumentation on its face. You're just appealing to how things used to be. You're not telling us why they should be that way now.
saying they are that way because that's just the way that it is. It's fallen in line that way, and I think they're different.
Oh, it is what it is?
No, they're obviously
that doesn't
different.
Listen, it doesn't tell me anything to say to me. So let me give you some more history. Here's some great history as well. The West has stayed monogamous under some form of Catholicism for almost time immemorial. Catholicism made the demand that the West stay monogamous, meaning one man, one woman.
Mm-hmm.
So you were kind of appealing past even the identity of the West, which has mandated this basically forever, right? Wouldn't that be more of our history than the idea of having these kind of open relationships where you can just screw whoever you want?
I think that there's many successful couples that have this has worked for them, and it's not whoever you want. It's maybe what you guys have defined is okay with both of you. So it's not just whoever. I mean, maybe some relationships are like that. They're just open to whoever. That wouldn't be something that I would be interested in.
Okay. So let me back up. I'm just going to make this as concise as I can because it's very evasive what's happening. I feel like you're doing everything you can to kind of duck the question. So I'm just going to be as blunt and concise as I can be. A man having sex with two women is different than a woman having sex with two men. How?
Well, are we talking about just strangers? Or are we talking about a married couple?
Any couple. Or any variation
'Cause I
of
think
any
that's different as
configuration
well.
of couple you can possibly think of. How is this, what is the difference here?
Because I think, I don't think, I mean, a man doesn't want to see, it's not desirable for a woman to be with multiple men, and a man wouldn't want to see that because they're naturally possessive and want what's theirs. But for a woman to share, I think, is different. Like a man does like that. That probably makes him feel really good and like
Well, then it
wanted.
logically follows. Then it would logically follow that if the idea is because this is what men like to see, that if a man would like to see his wife getting plowed by another man, what exactly could ever be your objection to that?
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about my own personal preference. That can be a scenario that some couples are okay with, and I'm sure it is. It's not for me.
Okay, but you think, but I just want to make sure that we're totally clear. The only delineation point that you can see is how this isn't basically exactly the same thing in reverse, because that's exactly what it is in reverse. It's just that men prefer it not to be that way.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Does anybody agree or disagree with me?
Just moving on.
Giovanni JD donated $100. If my wife went on a podcast with millions of viewers and talked about getting porked by some Z-list scumbags and his friends, I'd leave her so fast. If he sticks with you, he's a cuck and deserves you.
Oh.
I took some MILF.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. I think that's a fair point. I guess I don't totally disagree, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how to respond.
Mm-hmm.
Fair point.
Okay.
I guess. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Giovanni.
Hillary Epstein donated $100. Is LA just a cesspool for degeneracy? Why are so many of girls sex workers or just scam men? Why is she mad about stripping? Your son should be ashamed.
That one really hurt. Yeah.
Do you want to respond?
Just, yeah, he might end up being, I really only care about what my kids think and nobody else really. So, maybe it wasn't the best decision to come on here. Like I said, I thought we might have talked about other things that I was more interested in talking about. But yeah, we have a very close bond and he's getting older, and I'm sure he's going to realize, he has a hot mom. He's going to be getting into high school. That he's going to have to deal with a lot of stuff. So
I took some MILF.
How is this not a political topic? This is a very hot political topic, in fact. You're talking about the discussion of traditional families, marriage, the structure of society itself. It couldn't be a more political topic. And so if you say on the politics front that you're okay with non-monogamous relationships where they're opened up to having other sexual partners, you are talking about the social order and the political order of society. I don't even understand why those would be distinct in your brain. What political topics did you want to talk about exactly?
Let's see. Gender roles a lot, I guess. It's the thing that we can't say the thing that the agenda.
What agenda?
Brian, the agenda. I can't say the.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
All right, yeah. So things that nobody wants to talk about.
Wait, hold on. Are you talking like trans stuff?
Oh yeah, that stuff. Yeah.
You said, okay, I'll just say it. You said LGBTQ, but you would fuck a woman in a threesome?
Yeah. What do you mean? What are we talking about here?
Wait, you said, okay, fine,
I'm not
I'll just say it.
I'm not
you
bisexual.
You wanted to talk about LGBTQ, but you'll have a threesome.
Yeah, I said I didn't like the agenda. Like, I don't like how it's being pushed in schooks. I don't like how it's everywhere.
That's not really within the purview of the podcast.
Oh, okay.
I'm not inclined to talk about it.
Well, what about the agenda would be wrong, right? It's like all you're doing is griping about same-sex people saying that it's perfectly acceptable for them to be engaged in same-sex activity, and yet here you're saying it's perfectly acceptable for you to be engaged in same-sex activity. Like, I don't even understand. What would even be the complaint?
It's not just saying accept that we like that. It's just putting shoving it down your throats. Like, it's fine to do things like behind closed doors, or to say I want equal, to say I'm in a relationship but with a woman, great. But to have a parade and do all that stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't know why you would come on this podcast thinking that's what we're going to talk about.
I'm sorry.
It's
My
a
mistake.
dating podcast.
I know, but I noticed that those topics have come up before, so.
I don't think that specific topic.
Like the trans stuff, because you've had trans guests, so.
Cookie?
No, we have.
That has nothing at all to do with homosexuality, just so you know. You can be a transgender person, not be a homosexual, correct?
Yeah, but it's part of the letters. It's all the thing.
Yeah. So but you could just infinitely add on to that, right?
Right.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Could be added in addition to this, but it really has nothing to do ultimately. That just because that's a tagline doesn't actually mean anything, right?
Yeah. So moving things on, you said that. You're very conservative politically, more liberal sexual dating viewpoints. You agree with a lot of what the host's opinions. You think something that you'd love to discuss is how people can change.
Yeah.
I certainly have over the years, and I feel the host and Chase, more specifically, mind you, Chase has not been on in almost a year, are very dismissive to the thought of dating someone who may have a lot of experience but has truly changed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're talking like a man who doesn't want to date a woman
who may have done stuff like work in her past like that.
What's wrong with that?
Wait, you said work?
What would actually be wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I feel like, you know, when I look back on being a vegan, for instance, I'm just like, that was the most annoying part of my life. Like, I was so annoying, like, just talking about it all the time, just trying to push it on people all the time. Like, you can really, really change. And, like, I think it should be more based off of who the person is now and what their opinions are now and their perspectives.
Sure.
If they can also be honest with you in a personal one-on-one about their past and leave it up for you to decide. But instead of blanketly saying, no, I only want.
What's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with a blanket, like, if you ever did this in your past, I entirely disregard you, even if you are an amazing, fantastic person today. Mm-hmm. Now, if you used to do OF or porn or strip, you can be saved, you can be redeemed.
Yes.
But men do not need to then disregard your past and go on to date you and marry you. These two things are compatible. Or do you think men are obliged to date redeemed women?
No, definitely not obliged to. But, I mean,
If a woman wears pink socks, I can reject her on that basis alone. I can reject a woman for any reason I want.
You can.
Just in the same way that women will reject men for a wide variety of completely arbitrary and benign reasons. Men are allowed to do the same.
I agree. But the woman with pink socks maybe is going to make you the best tacos that you've ever had in your life. So I'm just saying that you guys are closing yourselves off to possibility of some potentially really great qualities and really great experiences. That's all I'm saying.
But it's just it's a total incompatibility if here's my standard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't date women who are or have been involved in sex work. Don't care how fantastic she is. This is a boundary. This is a standard.
Okay.
She could conceivably be the most compatible, and we would otherwise have a fantastic relationship. But on this basis alone, I refuse to even engage with her. Even knowing she could be fantastic, it is just a deal breaker for me.
Yeah.
What's actually wrong with that?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that it's a little closed-minded. Like I
Why is
get
it closed-minded?
It's just you're being selective of what you're looking for.
You mean the same way that women are incredibly...
Yeah, we all do it.
We all have our
We all do
standards.
it. I
That's
would
your
never date a
standards.
vegan,
Everyone's
and I would
Wait,
never date a
who's more
liberal.
picky, men or women?
Women, I think.
Well, y'all are super closed-minded about all the things that you look for in a man.
We literally said that
Maybe you
earlier.
guys should consider dating a guy who's shorter. Maybe you should consider a guy who doesn't make X amount of money.
Well, that's what you said earlier. when you was like, lower your
I would
standards.
totally
That's
do
not what
that.
I'm saying. I'm speaking in generalities.
Right. So, right. But I'm speaking like personally. I'm just saying you might be missing out on some amazing women.
So, like, you have to understand, though. So, if you were engaged in this kind of work, regardless of how fantastic you are now, most men are not going to appreciate their future wife having nude photos of them on the internet. That's forever. You can't take that back.
I
then
agree.
your future children are not going to appreciate that too.
Yeah. That's why I would never have an OnlyFans. I just wouldn't do
But
that.
you said you did.
But that was
girl on girl stuff.
Right. That was different.
It's
time.
probably out there somewhere.
Yeah. And
Was it video or picture?
I was in a magazine.
It wasn't video?
Magazine of a threesome? How's that possible?
Okay.
It's just
No,
pictured. Yeah, I don't think
no.
they're, like, out there.
That wasn't. The threesome conversation was something different.
But I mean, like, okay, so I just don't understand. Why is it like closed-minded?
Because it's closed-minded because you're dismissing an entire, like, for instance, and there's lots of.
So?
Okay.
What's wrong
yeah,
with
you can.
No, but what
you can
is
do that.
actually wrong with dismissing an entire cohort of people?
No, you totally can. I do that all the time. I don't like to date guys in California, so there we go.
There's kind of an even worse entailment here. Like, for instance, would you ever drink ayahuasca tea and then go naked kayaking with a group of strangers?
Osmosis 12 donated $100. Girl to girl, respect yourself. You might be frightened that a man will cheat, but any man okay with doing that does not love you and does not respect you and is the type to cheat. Threesome topic.
Yeah, we can back up to that, but like, would you drink ayahuasca tea and then get in a kayak full of naked strangers?
Probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, isn't that being closed-minded?
No, I've just said probably. I didn't say I would for sure never do that.
Oh, okay. Well, would you
I'm not
by
inclined
chance
to do it.
Would you by chance go and get into a gangbang with 15 different guys
Absolutely
at the same
not.
time while it was being filmed?
Absolutely not, filmed or not.
Oh, well, wait. Aren't you being closed-minded?
No, I just said that's fine. You're right. I just said that's fine.
Experiences.
I said that I do. I said that I do that as well.
Would you date a man who previously had sex with men?
No, absolutely not.
But he's bi. He's not
No.
gay. He's
No.
bi.
No.
So he is attracted to women.
No.
Well, that's very close-minded of you.
I think girl on, girls with girls is different. Girls.
Well, I'm not
can-
even making that argument. I'm
Okay,
just
good.
saying.
I
like,
think
that's
guy and guys, like,
it's in his
completely
past,
different
but
thing.
you could be missing out on a really fantastic.
Yeah, what about all the
Yeah, you're right.
experiences, right?
You're right. So I'm seeing where you're coming from. Absolutely not. Would never do that. Never.
Right.
So I get it. So that's a standard for me.
Well, this is what I mean is the idea. I would agree with you. There is all sorts of potential, I suppose, experiences or things that you could be missing out on.
Yeah.
But the thing is that why isn't that true of literally everything?
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it is. So.
Could be. Oh, let me let the chats come in. I paused them temporarily. Yo, Hillary, thank you.
Hillary Epstein donated $100. Repent and regret are not the same thing. Your son watches. He knows. Admit you made a mistake and educate him and the sex workers in the audience of how it's a terrible idea. You can set an example.
Yeah, I agree. It is a mistake, and I'm not naive enough to think that he's never going to find out. So, yeah, I think it is important, though, ladies, to think about your future families and things like that.
There's two more.
Hail and well met.
Thank you, Lol
Lol Paladins donated $100.02. I refuse to date former murderers. I guess it just makes me close-minded. I might be missing out on some really great threesomes. Lady, you keep saying conservative. Do you even know the definition?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes.
There's another one coming in. Lol Paladins, good to see you in the chat, man. Appreciate the TTS. TTS
Avatar, what a great avatar.
Killer of Cereal donated $100.
Thank you, Killer of Cereal.
Get sun, get some. Stay hydrated, stay alive. Keep life in perspective, live within your means.
It's beautiful.
Work to earn your keep.
That's beautiful.
Never give up on yourself. Life is only as hard as you choose to make it.
I'm gonna kill it of cereal. I need to find
I really
a
like
GIF
that.
That's nice.
to like give you a custom thing because you're a frequent TTSer like Lol Paladins and Grid One. Where is he, anyways? I'll do one. We need to find.
Can you give him a Count Chocula? Give
Yeah, I
him a
was thinking
Count Chocula.
cereal, like maybe somebody stabbing like a.
What about Captain Crunch? Do Captain Crunch.
Captain Crunch, yeah, something like that. Maybe the ding will be like, they're great. I don't know. Thank you, Killer of Cereal. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I don't know. Why, do you have a thing for Chase?
No, I don't.
I could link you guys up if you want. No. No, you're not? Hold on. This gets into the other notes here. Because you said that you have a lot of dating, experiences.
Yeah.
And you dated a lot of younger guys since you've been in your 30s.
Yeah.
Including an 18-year-old once.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I did do that.
Did he go to your daughter's high school?
No, I went to Texas. I was in Texas.
Wait, you went to Texas? How did you meet this guy?
I had met him when I was on the dating app in Texas.
Wait, when you were in Texas or when you were?
No, I'm on the dating app here. I set my location.
You set your
there.
location to Texas. What was the age range that you set it to?
Oh, like 18 to 65.
Ooh, okay, cougar over here.
MILF. But I've actually like only dated 2 guys my age.
MILF.
And then.
Wait, your whole life? Mm-hmm. Your age or older? Have you ever dated?
Around my age.
What's the oldest guy you dated? Like,
like it would be my kid's dad. He was 7 years older than me.
When you were 18, right? Okay. You dated? Wait, so you're?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, when I was 16, when I was 16, I had, no.
When you're 16, you dated a guy 7 years older than you?
No, much worse. And it's not great. It was bad. It was not,
okay.
Should not talk about that because of the age. Okay, we'll skip it.
But you dated an 18-year-old. So you flew out to Texas to date an 18-year-old?
No, not to that. Like I mentioned, I have a lot of family and friends there, so that's why it was convenient for me to set up the location there. Go out there and visit, maybe meet some of the guys that I'd been talking to for months.
How many guys did you meet?
Are you a teacher by chance?
No.
Okay.
Wait, how many?
I'm a massage therapist.
Wait, how many times have you gone out to Texas?
Oh, well, I just crazy. He was almost 19, by the way. But how many times have I gone out there? Maybe 9 times in the past.
Nine times? Because you said when you go out there to Texas, you'll meet up with all the guys that you're talking to.
Well, no, actually, not necessarily. It doesn't. I've dated some guys like consistently for just a month. Just talk to those guys 2 months. Go out there, meet them. It doesn't work out. And
do they fly you out? Or do you?
It's been both. So, because like I said, sometimes I go and visit my family. So.
Cousins?
I have triplet cousins that live there.
Wow.
They must be wondering, like, why the fuck is she coming to see us?
She really loves us.
They knew that I wanted to check out the area. They knew that I wanted to check out.
All of a sudden, she's been very interested in us as cousins.
No, they knew that I was thinking about moving into the area, and I have some friends out there as well.
The 18-year-old, you went on one date with him?
Yeah, we were.
Is he still in high school?
No.
Okay.
We were talking for a couple months, and I don't know. I'm just like such a sucker for like romance and stuff. And he was like, "I love you," and I was like, "No, you don't. That's crazy."
Damn, 18-year-old Riz, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know.
I love you.
I thought he was really sweet.
Oh man, did you smash?
She did. Or did you watch?
No. Was it a one-time thing? Was the sex bad?
No.
Hail and well met. Lol Paladins donated $100.02.
Nice.
Flown out, blown out, shown out. Men, don't commit. Why would you? When they'll whore themselves out when they like you.
You know, just so you know, I was really like thinking about like we were talking about like future plans and stuff. It wasn't like let me go out there and do this one-time thing. I know it seems stupid because he was so young, but he was like had a really great construction job.
Took some MILF.
You know, it's like I'm not going to discount. Like I said earlier, I'm not just. I don't care that much about like the whole money situation. Like he was a good hard worker. These are values that I care about. Like he was a really.
But like, do you think a 18-year-old is looking at like I want?
Well, that's what he thought. I tried to. I mean, I said that.
Wait, did you end things or did he?
I guess it just kind of like
fizzled after.
No, not right after. Some unfortunate.
PSA donated $100. Should it give you the ick to date an 18-year-old boy, the same as dating an 18-year-old girl? Their prefrontal cortex isn't even formed yet.
Well,
I don't have a problem with it the other way. Yeah.
Like if it was a 38-year-old guy.
Well, let me ask the panel
I don't have a
quick
problem
question,
with
just
that.
with a very fast show of hands. is that sort of age gap, if it was a man and an 18-year-old girl, appropriate by a show of hands? Do you think that that's okay?
Wait.
Is it okay if like a guy dates a younger girl that's 18?
You guys are saying it's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, if the
it's
girl
totally
is
fine.
18. Yeah.
Totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any objections over the age gap, to be honest. It's a little more uncommon for women.
No. It's predatory, and what's happening here is that you're taking advantage of this poor, well, boy, really. If you want to
poor
technically,
baby.
just freshly 18, a boy, really. If
No,
you
he
wanna
wasn't
get right
freshly
to
18.
right to the core of it, and you're taking advantage of him for the
Andrew.
sole purpose of his body, and you don't even care about what kind of horrible fucking monster does this, really.
Does it give you the ick, Andrew? Does it give you the ick? Does
I
it
got, I
give
got
you
the ick, Brian. I got the ick.
Gives him the ick. Can you actually, think of is there any actual moral objection here, or just gives you the ick, Andrew?
There is.
Just
I
gives you
do
the
have a wonderful moral objection to this, but until it actually comes up on the whatever podcast for me to give my moral objection, I'm not going to.
We can't,
But so for now, it gives me the ick.
Gives him the ick.
It gives me the ick.
Yeah. Wait, so who's
Icky.
against?
She nailed it. Dig out. Do it again. Do it again. You hit it. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, who's against age gap relationships?
I mean, I don't know. Like,
Okay, here's the scenario: 35-year-old, 20-year-old. Against?
But is it what's a boy and girl?
Against.
Male 35, woman 20.
No.
No.
Oh, I thought you were okay.
No.
20, yeah. I feel like 20 is a push to start. Yeah, it's cool.
Is a what?
That's
Is
cool.
It's what?
It's
That's
appropriate.
cool.
It's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
It's cool. Okay.
Not if they're 18.
Yeah.
Fine, but it gives you the ick.
No, I don't get the ick. I was just like
Okay.
thinking
Yours
that
is
could be
commentary.
Lauren?
I think it's
Lauren?
wrong.
No. I mean, I would
Okay.
never date younger myself, personally.
Well, I sure get the ick, Brian.
I get the ick.
It's
That's
just disgusting by every metric. I can't believe
is it gross?
these hyper predatory women who prey on these poor, hapless, freshly 18 kids.
He wasn't
just
freshly
right out of high
18.
school
He was
kids.
almost
These
19.
These fucking monsters, Brian. I can't even imagine.
Yeah. But you said when you go out to Texas, you'll meet up with the guys who you're talking to.
I've talked to at a time, one at a time, dated. So I've had some crazy.
Stop the cap.
I'm not. No.
You're a fucking liar.
I'm serious.
You're a fucking liar.
I'm really I really thought I was this guy's the one. This guy's perfect for me.
18-year-old.
I even thought that about him. I call me delusional, but
Am I
he
too
really
old for you?
he really talked me up
Am I
a
too
lot.
old for you?
He said he didn't care when we were older.
Am I a dinosaur? I'm 35. Am I too old? Am I geriatric for you? Okay,
no.
I'm just curious.
It's just okay, so a couple of those guys that I thought were for sure.
For sure.
It's just crazy. They're crazy things happened. One of them, we didn't even get to meet, and all of a sudden he sent me a video and said I thought this.
Dick pic?
No, I never even no.
Oh.
I really thought we'd been FaceTiming for 2 months, and he would it seemed like things were going great. I was like, wow, this is so easy. I just got this idea in my head about this Texas thing, moving there, find a husband, and wow, I found a guy. And then I don't know what happened in his life. I'll never know. He sent me a video crying. I went out there, sent me a video saying he's going through something. He wasn't crying, but he was tearing up. He said he's going through something. He just couldn't talk about it.
Wait, how old was it?
This guy, no, this guy was just was one of the guys that was my age. He was a year younger than me, actually. So
he was crying?
No, he wasn't crying. He was just something happened.
What is up with all these dudes crying?
He wasn't crying, but something, I don't know what happened, and who knows what happened. I have no idea. We hadn't even met yet, and for 2 months we've been FaceTiming and talking, and I really thought this is great, but then I don't know what happened in his life. So
okay, all right.
He was just no. Another guy I really thought was gonna be the one.
What's wrong with you? I say that in a nice
no,
way.
No, I know. I wonder that too.
Okay,
for instance, yeah, okay.
I know what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Okay. I know it's just gonna sound so stupid. Like I did have a boyfriend that broke up with me for being too nice.
Oh my. Okay.
That happened. I think I could be like.
My only weakness is I have no weakness.
I think I could be like intimidating. I think it's not because I'm so like happy and positive.
Intimidating.
You mean like too friendly?
Yeah, I think
that
like,
it
Hail
can
and well
be like
met.
flirtatious in
Lol
ways?
Paladins
No.
donated $100.02. This poor Texas child is going to have to go on a podcast and talk about his trauma 10 years from now. I do guarantee one thing, he wasn't a fat Warcraft player, she didn't F him for his personality.
Hey, he might
Well,
play.
you have to understand that when you're flawless and perfect in every way,
I'm not.
It becomes intimidating towards everybody who's around you.
It wasn't nice that you didn't rate me a
That's
9,
not what it
actually.
is. I think it's like I'm just going off of feedback that I've gotten because I've been rejected a lot because I think it's intimidating that I'm like, oh, hey, I think you're really attractive. Like, would you like my number? Would you like to, you know what I mean? I think that in and of itself is sometimes intimidating because guys aren't used to that. And then I've gotten guys that like think I'm trying to like scam them or something. And I'm like, what am I trying to scam you out of? They're like, why would you talk to me? And I'm like, I don't know. I was just like, I really thought you like we had similar values on the app and I'm trying to be open-minded and like, I don't know why you think I'm trying to scam you. I don't know what the scam is.
What the hell? Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Maddie had a question that she wanted to ask.
So if a guy doesn't want to date you for your body count, do you think he's like insecure? We kind of went over this earlier already.
Did we?
Yeah, I think so. Talked about like security and stuff, and
Does
it's like
body
it doesn't
count matter? Does
Like,
body count matter?
if it matters to him, are you?
I don't think that.
Wait. Let's start right
Oh,
here.
sorry. I thought she was looking at me, so I thought she was talking
Go
to me.
ahead.
No, I don't think it shows any insecurity.
No, that's like his preference.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think it's insecurity.
I don't think it shows insecurities.
I agree with them.
I agree.
Yeah, it's preference.
Maddie, follow-up question.
So what's everyone's body count?
Mine is 10.
I'm not sharing that.
Yeah, I would
Range?
never.
You
I
wanna
would
do
never
range?
It's
answer
like
that.
it's like 7 to 8.
Okay.
I would never answer that.
You want to?
Look, I was in a relationship from 18 to 30. I was like Rapunzel in a tower. So maybe that's why I literally was. Like I was in a very not great kind of abusive relationship. So I was never able to do anything. I breastfed my kids for 5 years. They never had a bottle. They never had a pacifier. I never even went to a bar until I was like in my late 20s. Like, so in my 30s, yeah, I've been enjoying this like whole MILF thing. I've been enjoying it, and I'm not gonna lie about it.
MILF. Hell fucking yeah. Like 20.
Sorry, how much?
Like 20.
Like 20, okay.
Under 8.
NA. No answer.
Range? How about range?
No answer.
More than 50?
No answer.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Okay.
So
if you say
3.
so. All right.
Well, 0 takes 3.
Now, for the sake of pure transparency, I did earlier, and for people in the future, you can rewind my broadcast to see this, but about 3 hours ago, I said that I thought that the entire precursor for why you had made all of these caveats and why you thought that men were missing out and various things like this when it came to promiscuous women was that all of that was a precursor so that you did not have to actually share your body count. And then it turns out that I was absolutely correct. We get to you on a body count, and of course, you don't want to actually share the body count. Was a lot of that just kind of foreshadowing for the fact that you knew that that question was coming and you did not want to actually share the answer?
That was a lot. I'm sorry. I don't
Andrew,
understand that.
It was a lot, Andrew.
Something I said foreshadowed.
Not you. I'm talking to the gal we were just in an engagement with.
I was so confused.
No, I did know that question was probably going to come, but no, I just find it like, I just don't like the language. Like it would be like, tell me to describe in detail like what your breasts look like. Like it's just, I don't like the wording. Like I don't like that.
Would you answer how many threesomes you've been in?
I wouldn't be able to.
Have you ever been
I
in
haven't
one?
kept track.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, wait.
Have
You've
you
been
ever
in
been
so
in
many. You don't know how many.
Haven't kept track of threesomes.
No, I was in a 2-year relationship with my last serious boyfriend, and that was my first time exploring that in a relationship. And it was that's nothing.
Open-minded.
It was a good experience, and we had.
I know how that goes. Like, I lost track of all the threesomes that I've had too. It's a very forgettable thing, you know. So sometimes you have like 20 or 30 or 70 threesomes.
I don't know. I wasn't,
you just kind of forget.
I just wasn't keeping track.
It slips out of the mind.
I was in a 2-year relationship. And
Andrew drinks a lot too when he has threesomes.
It happens.
That's true.
Really
That's
hard.
fair. Yeah.
He drinks a lot of vodka, so it's hard for him to remember. It's very difficult.
I was in a
Very
relationship with one man, and we had several in that relationship.
Have you ever had two dudes?
A DP?
Have you had a devil's threesome?
No, I have not. Not interested in that scenario.
All right. Okay.
So
are there more?
Would that be considered like a DP or something?
Not necessarily. Not
There's
necessarily.
like 2 guys, right, and 1 girl.
I mean, it's just
double penetration.
It's just like haram, but you know. We have Anna getting back to. Oh, what the fuck? Anna's nuts. You said you have a lot of crazy dating stories. You want to care to share? Like 3?
Well, my ex was like a 2-time felon.
Sweet. You said you dated a guy for a year who was crazy, all caps.
Yeah, that's him.
He got
It was
arrested.
more like 8 months exactly.
He got arrested and had 2 felonies before I broke up with him. What was he arrested for?
Stabbing someone.
Stabbing? Hold on. Stabbing?
Stabbing.
But like,
I don't have a button for that.
Like fatally?
No.
Like fatally?
No.
Did he stab
What
you?
was the
No, he didn't stab me. But then he actually wanted to do an open relationship, like polyamory, like 5 months into our relationship.
How soon into the relationship did you know he was crazy?
Like a month.
And you stayed with
I
him?
just didn't have any standards.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
So wait, he got arrested once or twice?
He got arrested once, but it was like 2 charges. It was 2 felony charges.
Like stabbing 2 individual people?
No, it's just like the way they do the charges. I don't remember exactly. Like it was
like a charge for 2 things, so you probably did a stabbing.
He
and
got like
assault,
6
robbery,
charges total, but 2 of them were
stabbed and like desecration of a corpse or something like that. Just casual desecration. Okay, you said you also dated a guy almost 10 years older than you. He ended up
I did, yeah.
wanting to buy the same car as Ted Bundy?
Yeah, he was like really into serial killers, and so he basically was like, he was just randomly like, yeah, like one of my life goals is to buy Ted Bundy's car and I can drive you around in it.
What?
Where do you find these guys?
Was he a serial killer?
I don't think so.
Oh,
He was
okay.
nice.
Oh, okay. Wait, how old were you when you dated him?
I was 19. He was like.
So he's like 29 or something?
27-ish.
Oh, okay.
28, something like that.
All right.
It was almost.
Any other crazy dating stories from you?
I would say those are definitely the craziest.
Oh, Nick, can you pull up her Instagram? By the way, I wanted to do a little brief dive on it. There's not. It's Anna. Anna's her name. Yeah. Whenever he's got it. You got it? He's almost got it. He's almost got it. Does anybody have who's watched the show any disagreements? Besides those that have. Yeah, sure. Okay, so scroll down a little bit.
Little baddie.
Who's that?
Okay.
One of my
All right.
friends.
Oh, little. Okay. All right. And then wait. What? So Nick, click the picture with the dog.
That's right.
Okay.
That's really cute.
3 months before COVID. All right.
Okay.
X out of that. And scroll back up.
Hail and well met.
Oh, bro.
Lol Paladins donated $100.02.
Thank you, man.
How am I supposed to compete with these past experiences? This is what men mean by younger women have less baggage. I don't want to have to murder 4 people just to be your most exciting partner.
He's not wrong.
Anna, your response?
I feel like somebody else could be more exciting because they haven't like attempted to murder 4 people. Like
Oh.
Like, it's not really a flex. Like, that's not cool.
That's fair. Pull it back up, Nick. Just scroll all the way to the bottom again, please. Okay, X out of that. Okay, and then scroll all the way up. And then, like, so what happened? Like, here's this wholesome photo with a dog.
Went to college.
You went to college. Look at what happens, boys.
I came to Santa Barbara.
Where are you are you at a Halloween party in an office, empty, like the back rooms? Click on that photo. What is that? The fucking back rooms?
No, it's the dorms.
This is such a
here.
liminal. Like, I mean, remove you. It's kind of liminal.
It's on a pool table at the dorms.
Oh, it's a pool.
in
I thought it was the
Study.
floor.
Oh, I did too.
I was like, why is there green carpet, moldy, wet carpet? Okay, whatever. I didn't see that. Whatever. So, what happened between wholesome dog photo in a sweater to like, here I am standing on a pool table in a dorm room? What happened? What happened, Dana? We're concerned.
What happened? I moved out of my parents' house,
Yep.
came to Santa Barbara.
Yep.
UCSB's a crazy place.
You see it? Very crazy.
Some trauma in there. and
Throw a
that's
little
about it.
dating trauma. Went to college.
Yeah.
Many such cases. Many such.
Brian, we have to actually go. I'm so sorry.
I accept your apology. I accept your apology. Thank you, guys.
No, but you were the best. You're like the
Yeah,
best
you're the
panelist
best.
we've ever had.
You're the best.
You can't stay for another 30 minutes while we wrap the show
Yeah,
up.
we're
really?
almost done. We're almost done. Listen, don't you guys?
Well, it's giving me the ick. If you leave, it's going to give me the
If you
ick.
guys leave, it gives me the ick.
I need another shot.
Get this girl.
Okay, yeah, take another
get her,
shot, 30
Get her
minutes.
some alcohol. Get her some
alcohol.
Listen, you guys are veterans. You guys are veterans. You know, you've stayed out, you know, till 1, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, partying, stripping, taking your clothes off,
yo.
getting dollar bills thrown at you. You guys can handle. You guys got this. This is amateur hour for you guys. You guys,
It's
you guys are
nothing. 30
fine.
more minutes.
You guys are fine. You'll do great. Just listen. If you're dozing off while you're driving home,
Got like 15 more minutes in me, I swear.
just make sure you.
Take a
Yeah, I know.
pause.
30 minutes. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
no
30
problem.
minutes,
15.
40 minutes.
Like 15.
Like 50 minutes, no big deal.
All right.
Like 60
so
minutes.
45 minutes, and we'll split the difference
got
at
it.
30. That sounds fair.
Yeah, no,
See?
no worries.
This
We
is
got
why.
it. Why?
Anon donated $100 to Threesome Girl. So you say girl on girl sexual experiences are okay, but guy on guy not okay? Please explain how that makes sense. Sounds wildly hypocritical.
Well, I think this is
call
what,
me a hypocrite,
This is
but-
what Andrew was kind of trying to get at a little bit,
Yeah.
sort of maybe. But yeah, it's just.
I know. I don't. I mean, call me hypocritical. Then I don't know how you could not see that there's a difference between girl and girl and guy on guy.
Wow.
I don't. And you've never actually made the delineation
Get
for me,
her
except like
I
you
don't
just
know.
perceive it differently. That's it.
Get her some booze.
I mean,
She
do you guys
can't
think
have-
there's a difference between girl on girl and guy on guy?
You know what? I'll actually, yes, I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you.
Vector donated $100. I am a 38-year-old virgin. Yes, we do exist. However, because of this society that has no concrete morals or values, I do not have virgin eyes. My eyes lost their virginity when I was a kid. Abdul.
Yeah, that brings up a great point, Vector, that we should get into sometime in a future show. The idea of even if you are a virgin, if society is showing you nonstop corn and every vice, does that still rattle in your brain? I think that's actually a pretty good topic.
That you want to speak on, or?
Well, I was saying maybe in a future show, but
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just trying to respond to the super chat, Brian.
Of course.
You know?
No, do it. I'm just.
But yeah. I do think that the idea that what he's alluding to is, okay, yeah, I'm a virgin, but so what? I've seen every sexual position on planet Earth 80 times. That can ultimately still fuck you up, even if you keep your chastity intact. I think that is an issue in modernity that should probably be addressed. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful. So, any disagreements from anybody else at the table?
I have a disagreement with you, Brian.
Okay, what's up?
I disagree with the fact that we've gone this whole show and you have not plugged Debate University, not even one time. My disappointment is immeasurable. I am super upset.
That is a fantastic disagreement, Andrew. And I'm going to actually have to, what's it called in chess? Is it
Checkmate? Checkmate?
No. Concede?
Concede, yeah.
No, there's another word for it.
Forfeit?
Forfeit? Concede?
In chess?
What's the chess term for it?
What, stalemate? You got stalemate, checkmate?
I think concede is the right
Is it concede?
I think
Is it concede?
so.
You concede?
Let me I need to find, hold on. My OCD is going to kill me. Synonym for concede. Synonym. Surrender, yield, relinquish, cede, forfeit.
Why don't you look up-
Forfeit. Could be a forfeit. Could be a forfeit. I just have to forfeit this. You're right, Andrew. You win the argument. Nick, pull up debateuniversity.com. Guys, you have to go to debateuniversity.com. Verbal combat. If you want to learn how to become a master debater, like Andrew, he's the best master debater. He's really the best. One of the top master debaters in the world, really. Nobody comes close. His technique is unparalleled. Wait, what? Anyways, guys, you got to get the course. Verbal Combat, debateuniversity.com. Listen, guys, holidays are coming up. You got Thanksgiving, you got Halloween, you got Christmas. You know you're going to be arguing with your liberal family members at the dinner table. You got to fucking buy this course if you want to fucking catch some W's at the dinner table and piss off your whole family for 6 months.
You absolutely have to. It's coming. You know, the holidays are right around the corner.
Right around the
corner.
corner.
Your scumbag in-laws are going to come in. You know, they're all going to be progressive pieces of shit. That's just the way it works, especially if you're out on the West Coast. Must get the course immediately. That's some shameless plugging, by the way, brought to you by Andrew Wilson and the Whatever podcast. Buy the course. You won't regret it. Tons of great feedback so far. People seem to really enjoy the content. We worked extremely hard on it. And yeah.
TTS is 30, by the way, but debateuniversity.com, gentlemen. Debateuniversity.com. You got to check it out. And
resign.
Resign. Thank you.
Resign.
Thank you. That's it. It is resign. Guys, TTS is $30. Roast. We're going to do a roast session. Yeah, we'll do it. Nick, can you pull up Twitch? Guys, also go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. Guys, it's been 15 minutes since we last had a Prime. Maddie is very upset by this. She thinks I think it's bugged. Help.
Andrew said it like
Help.
me.
Guys, follow Prime sub. Oh, what the hell? Why didn't it? Wait, what? Why is it not? Oh, hold on. I'll re-trigger it. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. I got you. Okay. I'll get it re-triggered. My apologies. TTS is 30. TTS is 30 if you guys want to get it in. Yo Chobo Muffin, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Very nice of you. Gonna let that one come through.
Roth_PSA donated $30. The difference between girl on girl and guy on guy is it doesn't count toward body count if it's not a real phallus. I got the ick. Watched the live last night. What's wrong in SB?
That's a good question.
A lot.
Honestly, I was thinking, I don't know if this would be good content, but even if we just sent out someone to film, and it would be called documenting degeneracy, and just like not even doing street interviews, just documenting it. So you're just walking around and seeing the actual degeneracy.
Giovanni JD donated $30.
Ah, shit.
I'm a conservative Trumper, but I'm pro-cuckoldry. I was pursuing an 18-year-old, young enough to shove my son in a locker, but I subject him to public humiliation instead, so conservative.
Thank you.
You're going to have to abdicate the throne on the super chat angle there, Giovanni. I think you're getting beaten by Killer of Cereal, to be honest with you.
Curtis_Leon_ donated $30. To Jabba the Hutt in the whatever hoodie. I see you upgraded to the XXL hoodie. Pretty soon people will have to pack a lunch to walk around you. Have you applied for your own zip code yet?
Yo, I need to lose weight. You're fucking right, dude. But Curtis Leone, this guy's crazy, dude. He's crazy. First off, I have not upgraded this. It's the same size. It's the same one. I haven't changed. But yeah.
Ryan, are you going to go on your weight loss journey?
Yes, I am. As soon as
I'm on my weight loss journey.
Join it with me. As long as we do it together, Andrew.
I'll join you on your journey.
Join it.
Gross Pygmy Maddie donated $30. Help.
What is a
pig?
What's a pygmy? Wait, what is a pygmy?
Smaller version of something like a pygmy goat is a smaller goat. Pygmy hippo is like a mini hippo. Yeah.
It's a mini Madison. A miniature Madison.
Oh, is it the baby?
They are talking about you. Guys, you need to roast the shit out of Madison. She got a little too confident during the IRL stream, which reminds me, guys, you were very, very whatever. Guys, go to our Discord because we had to take down the IRL live stream that we did on Friday. Discord.gg/whatever. Look, you see that dude in the pink polo, man? This fucking kid. This fucking guy, I'm telling you, we had to take the whole fucking stream down because this fucking guy had to say some bullshit. You understand? Very upsetting. I was very upset. And by the way, Morgan...
Sons of Liberty donated $30. Kamala is a Marxist and 304. Vote Liberty. Say not to socialism. Trump 2024.
Oh, thank you, Sons of Liberty. But going back to the Discord, this fucking guy, we had to take the stream down. We had to delete the stream. It's been nuked off the internet because of what this fucking guy said.
Hillary Epstein.
So go join discord.gg/whatever. Join that.
W. Andrew, W. Brian, W. Maddie. Thanks for the show. Blue
Desmond.
White dress for the sake of your son. His imagination is going to kill his view of you more than admitting it. I mean, he watches Tate too.
Mm-hmm.
Does he watch?
Yeah, he does. He loves Andrew Tate. Yeah.
Oh. Wait.
He does, but my sister had a problem with that because she's
future host of the Whatever podcast. Your son.
Pass it down.
Anyways, my sister was like, "That he said, I can't believe you let him watch."
Stochastic Decay donated $30. Hey, Brain. Sorry,
Hello?
I'm late.
Hello.
Long day. As you know, I work for Twitch. We keep getting support tickets saying it's bug boys. We're working around the clock to resolve the issue.
Thank you.
Anyway, good show.
Well, then can you explain why it's still bugged? I just popped in there a few minutes ago, and there still hasn't been a fucking Prime sub. So, Twitch support want to do something about this? Maybe somebody can prove to us that it's not bugged. I don't know.
That would be helpful. I think it's.
I think it would be.
I think it's still bugged. I don't know. It's been a few minutes since one came in. Man, I feel like what was the other thing? By the way, Desmond, everybody in the chat was saying that the IRL stream, everything that went wrong was your fault.
It was your fault.
How?
It's just your fault.
So
the stream was bugged, boys. It was bugged.
The stream was bugged. It was my
Double
fault.
Agent donated $30. A twist to the man or bear question. Your home and apartment is being raided by criminal gangs from Venezuela. Who do you run to protect you? Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump.
Kamala.
Who's Anna? Trump? Who?
I don't know politics. I'm sorry.
Honestly, neither.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Or.
Mozart Spaghetti donated
Mozart
$30.
Spaghetti.
City girls are cooked. Good night.
Scroll back here, taking 20 shots. It's gonna miss the whole roast. You gotta come back. You're gonna miss the whole roast section. I don't think we've ever had a girl leave the studio to get alcohol.
And come back.
Don't we have alcohol too? It's like,
No,
Well, we
Why
had,
are
like,
you
one
painting me as an
What do you mean?
alcoholic?
There's seltzers in the.
I would never paint you as an alcoholic.
Gross
I would
pygmy
never.
man
Says the one who's been
donated
taking little shots
$30.
without us,
I might be
Andrew.
bugged. I think I'm bugged, boys. Please send help.
Don't get mad at me because I planned ahead. Okay.
We planned ahead, but I didn't know. It was gonna
Head
be
and you
You've
failed.
donated
That's what happened. You failed.
$30. You embracing threesomes tells your son that it is okay.
Oh my
Poor
God, they're still
example.
on you? Is
He won't respect
crazy.
women all because of your past trauma given by some man. The biological argument is a cop-out. Respect yourself.
You know what? Just tell your son that I
Don't
will.
watch the podcast.
He already watches it. I will pass the torch on to him when he comes of age.
Wow, he would be so stoked.
You need to tell him that
Wow.
he's going to be
Throw
the new
me a
host.
donated $30.
He's going to be the new host
I
of
could
the Whatever
fix the
podcast.
MILF, but I'd rather spend time with my dog. F. Cormerla.
I took some MILF.
Thank you, JJ. Appreciate it, man. Kumarla. Fuck.
Kumarla.
What is that? What is a Kumarla? It sounds like a
Kumala. It's Kamala Harris.
He said F. Kamala.
Kumarla. Kumarla.
Kumbaya.
They roast us as much as they'll roast you. Believe me, they're not nice to us either. This chat.
Oh boy. Any disagreements from anybody? Maybe you've seen the show before and you're
I
like,
definitely-
I disagree with this, but we haven't talked about it yet.
I definitely went downstairs to get the alcohol, right? Because it was right there. And tell me why.
Bro, okay. Oh my God. Go ahead.
Okay. Never mind.
No. Say your shit, but okay, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just don't fucking. Oh my
Said
God.
you're like an asshole. I'm sorry.
You got it. Okay, go ahead.
It's a disregard.
What's it about?
Nothing.
It was a disagreement. It was about the show?
Oh, no.
Bro,
Yeah.
that was the fucking question.
Okay, stop yelling.
I disagree with your attitude sometimes. I think you have a low temper sometimes, and it's not that deep.
It's up here? You need to take it down here.
Let's talk about it.
It's actually true. I do have a temper.
I can tell.
I think.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you have a temper too if you were surrounded by stupid people all the time? Like, wouldn't that give you
100%,
like wouldn't that be kind of aggravating? If you're just like
100%.
surrounded all the
I agree.
time by a bunch of dumb, low IQ fucking retards. Like, wouldn't that actually make you upset a little bit?
It would make me upset if I was
Yeah.
around a bunch of dumb, stupid
Sorry,
people. What's he talking about us?
Yeah, that's what he was implying.
Church underscore of
Oh, no.
underscore Scientology donated $30. Orange top, not worth a hot pocket, which is probably the only nickname you've ever had. Single mom more lonely than Tom Hanks after Wilson left. Jean jacket keeping world hunger relevant.
Whoa.
Damn.
Hot Pockets
I would be
are
upset if I hung
expensive now.
around dumb people too.
I actually was having this conversation.
Yeah, that wasn't a shot at you. Like, you're the smartest person on the panel.
But I'm not the prettiest.
Absolutely not under no circumstances. That's probably why you're the smartest.
You ain't shit. That's what they said, that you were an asshole. First of all, that's what I was gonna say before. It was like disregard.
You say I'm an asshole. We had the best conversations of everybody the whole night.
We have. This has been great.
Yeah.
It's been beautiful.
I love it. You made me realize you humbled me.
I'm humbled in your humility.
Wait, I do have a bone to pick with Andy.
Oh,
My
boy.
Andrew over
What
there.
you got?
Just the cat lady thing. Why do people always bring up the cats, man? I love cats. It's so unoriginal. I,
cats are
feel like
cool.
you're better
I have
than
3
that.
cats.
I love cats. Like, what the hell?
I didn't actually call you a cat lady.
I
just so you
know.
know. But the
There's-
reason that that this is brought up often is because there is a true trope to the kind of I'm 35, 45, 55, and I really can't deliver children to men anymore. And so the only thing they really find me
Old
useful
man
for is to have
Marine
sex
donated
with them.
$30. The evil one named Lauren. Lower your effing standards. You really think you'll find all those attributes in someone and also be a millionaire? Get some cats.
Oh my
You're
God.
hopeless.
It just proves it.
Yeah, so
Hillary
yeah.
Epstein donated $30. Maddie wins the prettiest, still a 7/8.
7/8 is crazy.
And so essentially what happens is they all think they're immune to it. That won't be me, right? I'll be the one who beats the wall, but the wall has never been defeated, ever, and will never be defeated. And so what happens when you meet the wall, you crash into the wall, and you get destroyed by the wall, is you usually end up having to give the maternal time and energy that you would have spent on children towards something, and so you get fucking cats or like those little stupid yippy purse dogs that everybody hates and are super annoying. They're either chihuahuas or there's some kind of like little white furry poodle or of some kind, and you just instantly loathe them the second you see them. They usually end up getting something like that. That's why the stereotype exists. There's a lot of truth in the stereotype.
All right. Can I ask Lauren a question?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Okay. No, I just think it's so wild that some women don't want to have kids and like have a family and be in a relationship. Like I feel like I always wanted to be a mom since I was a little girl, and like having kids and especially being in that long-term relationship when I was young and like having a family was like the most fulfilling experience of my life. If I hadn't had that experience, I would feel really, I don't know, I'd feel useless as a woman.
Yeah.
So you're useless.
I am useless.
No, I would feel that
yes.
way. I would feel that
understand.
way. I just want to know your perspective and like how do you find fulfillment?
Well, for me, I think it's like another preference. I mean, I know that I've never wanted to be a mom, and only child. I didn't grow up around kids. I wasn't around younger kids a lot, and I just.
Do you have outfits for your cats?
Yeah.
Like, tell the truth. Do you have outfits for your cats?
They are hairless cats.
What are the names of
Oh my God, I like you like 10 times more now because they're
you
hairless.
have outfits for your cats.
I do have little black hoodies for them.
Yeah, I knew it. I
But
knew
they
it.
don't like
You had
them. They
outfits
like
for
to be
your
naked.
cats.
They like to be naked. It's very
I
disappointing.
want wait. Hold on. I have a couple questions here. I have 3 things. I want to really quickly address the temper thing.
Oh my God. See?
He had time to think
So
about it.
I was thinking about this the other day.
Piss me off, Brian.
I was thinking about this the other day, and it's like I'm self-aware. I'm like, yeah, I anger easily, but I think that, like, I get angry easy, but it's a very low level of anger that just seethes. But it's never like I'm gonna punch a hole in the wall. Like I would never, like it never would get to the level of like, okay, I'm so frustrated, I'm gonna punch a hole in the fucking wall or like attack somebody. It's just like this low level, like probably gonna have a stroke early in life. Aneurysm, high blood pressure, anger. But not like I'm gonna violently attack somebody anger, not like punch a hole in the wall anger. It's just that low seething, like, fuck, I don't like people anger, you know?
You literally walked away.
You know what I mean?
red as
Do you know what I
fuck.
mean, Andrew? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, do you do the thing where if you get cut off in traffic, you grab like a little hammer next to you and start hitting your dash and shit like that because you just get so upset. But you're not gonna do anything. You just get so upset. You just start bashing the dash with the
GMD
hammer.
Jim donated $30. You always
really know where I
wanted
was going with
children,
that, but-
so you could
that
fail
what
at
you
being
do,
a
Andrew?
mother. Stop calling yourself conservative.
I'm not. It doesn't affect me. Actually, like, my children are super well-rounded. My daughters are. I'm so proud of them. They're super driven. They don't dress like tramps. They're in beautiful relationships.
Wait, dude. When she goes to college?
No, yeah, for first
When does she turn 18?
September 25th.
We should do mother-daughter episode.
No.
Oh, that would be good.
Well, actually,
Mother-daughter.
maybe if she's okay with it.
She's totally,
But not her son?
If her boyfriend is okay with it too.
Well, you gotta be like over 18 to come on.
If her boyfriend is okay with it too.
Her boyfriend is okay with it?
If he's okay.
If he's okay.
I mean, she would have to run it by him as well.
All right,
But
that's fair.
and we'd have to. I would have to talk to
We'll do mother-daughter. Wait, chat. Yes, do you want to see mother-daughter episode? I've been trying to make it happen. It's been hard.
But I would really have to discuss with you previously, like what the outline is going to be.
I agree. We definitely should not talk about
LGBTQ community.
Stripping.
I'm open to it.
She's
Old
open.
man Marine donated $30.
We have to discuss.
Whoa, and you don't want to have kids? Lauren, you're done.
My people will talk
You
to
will be single forever. Get rid of your cats and you might find a man.
Get
You're a
rid of
6
your
at best.
cats.
Hang on.
Roasted.
Well,
Hang on. Didn't I point out, and it held true in this panel, that all the Laurens are crazy? Yes.
I think
Horseback
I did
rider
point
is
this out. I pointed
Hillary
this out.
Epstein donated $30.
Oh my God.
When she's 18, will she strip too?
But you didn't
Or do
strip,
you
did
discuss and warn her about it?
My kids dad made me do it. No, she would not do that. She's super successful with all of her jobs that she has and her major. I would totally discuss that with her, and she feels open enough to talk to me about that, but that's not something, she understands the circumstance that I was in at the time. It's not something that I think is glorified. Definitely, I don't glorify it, and at all.
Have you been open and honest? Have you been open and honest with her about the situation?
With her.
Okay, that's cool. I like that.
Wait, can I finish responding to Nancy's question?
Yeah, please.
So I feel like I love good moms. I respect good moms. Like, I know so many of them. I just know for me, like, it's just something that I've never wanted. And I do feel like it's not a requirement to being a woman. I think it's just, you know, it's just a personal choice.
Yeah.
And it's just, if you know it's not for you, I think it's wise to not have kids if that's not what you want.
I agree. But what do you find fulfillment in is what I was asking.
I find fulfillment in other relationships, like friendships, just enriching life experiences.
Old
hobbies.
man Marine donated $30. Literally just met a Lauren at the bar the other night. She tried giving me her number when her boyfriend was in the bathroom. Laurens are the worst.
Oh, come on. We're not all bad.
They're the worst. They're always the worst.
Oh, man. I've never heard. I think
I
Laurens are
think
really
I
cool.
lost my virginity to a Lauren.
Really?
And was she the worst, Brian? Was she just awful?
Wait, no. I think it was a Chris.
How do you not remember?
Back
Was
to
it a
your bad
Kristen?
temper. You wanted to ask a question about it. What was the question?
I think I already addressed it.
No, you didn't. You just made the statement. You're like, I know, like I get really mad.
No, I think I said. I'm just saying. It's like.
Well, you didn't get as mad as you. You had to go get liquor in order to placate yourself from your seething.
I wasn't
hatred
mad.
and
I wasn't
overwhelming
mad.
anger.
I was on a time restraint, meaning like I wanted my time was up, and I'm here. So fuck it. I'll give it a shot.
I think I was just saying, like, it's this low level seethe. It's a low level seethe. It's never like I'm gonna fucking
doesn't come to
go
a
full
full
blown yell. Like, I'm not gonna fucking like be screaming at somebody. I'll raise my voice a little bit. I'll be a little sassy, right, Nick?
I see that for you.
But I'm not gonna punch a hole in the wall. I'm not gonna hit anybody ever.
Well, it's
I get a little sassy.
But can I say, in Brian's defense, that he's really not doing anything wrong, and that you're all just fucking awful. Can I just like kind of throw that out there? It's
I appreciate
that just awful, just awful.
We're awful.
Sarah was okay.
We're off.
Thank you.
Well, no, you're okay. It's
Sarah's
just everybody. Well, and you're okay too. And you don't know who I'm pointing at, but you two know that you're all right. But everybody else, fucking awful. Fucking awful.
Just, oh my gosh.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Feelings mutual.
She just leads into it. She's like, fuck.
Do we have reacts, Nick? What's the other react? Oh, it's the. Wait, before we pull it up, I think I know which one it is.
Are you guys in relationships? I think
Sons
that's
of
a side
Liberty
question.
donated $30. The Sons of Liberty were known for using intimidation, violence, force, and fear tactics. They also stockpiled arms, shot, and gunpowder. Their motto was no taxation without representation.
Boston Tea
Wow.
Party.
Thank
Yeah, that's because it was really good rhetoric, but ultimately.
Ripped Rich and
none of
Rare
that mattered.
donated $30. Fat
Oh my
boy Andrew
God.
be like, my titties don't jiggle, jiggle, it folds. I like to see it wiggle, wiggle, for sure. It makes my titties wanna dribble, dribble, you know. I'll smack your fat simp titties up.
Okay. She's overheating over here.
Damn.
Wait.
All I heard was
We need
jiggle.
a sprinkler. Can somebody do sprinkler? Maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Which one of you is named Andrew? What the fuck?
Oh,
Is that the sprinkler you were talking about?
she were to transit. I guess.
Yeah, it's like a chopping block.
Let's see. Actually, before we get into that, really quick, going back to Lauren. Your virgin Lauren.
Yes.
Horseback rider or
Virgin
virgin?
Make that
Virgin Lauren. Is anybody else here a virgin? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Your standards, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you once again just restate what your standards are? Like, just give us the whole list, precise, concise. Whole list.
all night.
Listen, I took notes. I want to go over the. Hang on, I want to go over the notes because I did take notes.
Wait, let's have Lauren do it, though.
He has to be a gajillionaire. And is also super rich. And on top of being a super rich gajillionaire, he also has to be world traveled and learned and very smart and have an emotional connection with you. Did I get everything correct?
You got
And tan.
the gist of it.
Wait, actually, going to the
Tan, yeah.
going to the
Interracial, just dark.
other Lauren, have you ever like had a thing for a horse?
Hey, yo.
Oh, what?
What?
Hey,
What do you-
yo.
no.
What are you talking about,
That's
bro?
nasty.
Why you bringing that up?
Yeah, exactly the face
What
I'm
the
giving you right now.
Fetishes are you?
I don't know. I feel like we had a.
That's not real.
I can't tell if you're squinting at him or not. I don't. You're giving him that look. I can't tell.
Blink once if you're safe.
Not blinking.
So, look, I'm just saying. I don't know. We had a girl who had a thing for dolphins on recently. Yeah, that's crazy. So I was just
What
curious.
hole?
I feel like girls get this like attraction to the animals.
Wow.
I think it's time for me to leave now. If that's gonna. No, I'm kidding. That's weird. No.
Is that-
I feel
is that-
uncomfortable.
I feel like
That makes
you're
me
making-
uncomfortable now.
I feel like you're trying to hide something now, though, because like, if it wasn't a thing, you'd just be like, "Nah, I've never had that." But now that you're like kind of being defensive about it,
it's
I think
weird.
you have a
No, it
thing
just
for
makes me
horses.
uncomfortable.
Bro. Okay, all right.
Have you heard of a gentleman named Vosh?
Psycho donated $30. Brian, your
Bro.
infatuation with giant flappy lips of the nether region is a freak king.
It's not free.
Boom roasted.
It's not that. How dare you, psycho? First off, big labia matter. # big labia. I only date women with large labia. Why are you laughing, Sarah? Do you want to tell us something? Do you have giant labia? Is that why you're laughing?
What's? Oh, you mean like giant labia?
Big labia.
What is that?
Is there something you want to tell us? Or?
No.
Would
that make you attracted to me?
It will actually, if a girl has large labia, I give her a pass on certain things.
And how do you vet for
And
that?
she gets like a point. She'll be like a. She'll
The
be
stripping?
Huh?
Stripping.
Is that what you get past?
So like
I'll
if
think
she was
about
a
it.
stripper,
Wait, what?
if she was a stripper
But
prior,
like
she had
world record Guinness
You've got to be joking.
world record.
Big labia.
No.
I'll give her a pass. Maybe.
She wants to know what a labia is.
Big latibulates are what matter.
Wait,
When
what?
you study on
Word.
I couldn't hear you. What did you
But yeah,
say?
I only date women with large labia. Like you're bi, right? Do you have a preference, like innies or outies, right?
No, not really.
Have
I've
you ever
also
been
only
with-
been with one girl.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right.
Hillary Epstein donated $30.
Thank you, bro.
Brian, yes, BLM, let's go.
What?
Love you,
Bro.
man titties, let's go.
Dude.
Dad bod for the WR dad bods within the standards for the current guests.
Who would date?
Fromia donated $30.
Oh, boy.
Can horses get addicted to peanut butter? Just curious. Also, whatever happened to 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777? I missed the sprinklers.
Send it in. Thank you, JJ. Appreciate it, man. Would you date a guy with a dad bod? Raise your show of hands.
I have.
You wouldn't date a guy with a
I was
dad.
going to raise my hand. Relax. Why are you getting excited for? Hi. I did. I would. I know I did, but I would. I mean, what's a dad bod, actually? Let's break it up.
A panza that has no chance.
Panza that has no chance.
I like
him.
Hold on, I would, I guess.
Are
My
you a
husband
dad?
has a dad bod.
Right?
Yeah, I guess I have a dad bod.
Would you guys agree that's a dad bod? Like what Brian
Take
has?
off the
Hey,
sweatshirt.
yo.
You gotta take off the sweatshirt.
Take off the sweatshirt.
There would have to be other really great qualities.
Okay. Brixan's a fat. I will fuck this studio up. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, bro. That's crazy.
Stay tuned.
That's
Keep
crazy.
watching.
Where were we? We were talking
Dad
about big
bonds.
labia. Yeah. I only date women with giant labia. It's crazy.
It's so funny how we changed the topic like 5 minutes ago, but you're still
On the big
thinking about
labia?
it.
He's thinking about a big labia.
Wait, going back to your standards, can you just list out your standards?
Oh, yeah, okay.
List them out. Quick, though. Rapid fire.
Emotional connection.
Damn it.
Virgin
Thank
Slay
you, Virgin
donated
Slay.
$30.
Virgin Slay.
Andrew, I'll be taking your course. I really appreciate you. P.S. The chick talking about smashing famous dudes. That's not a flex. You're just a pump and dump.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not a flex. I agree.
It's not a flex. If you know what flex is.
Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, you can keep going.
Okay. Strong emotional connection. Good sense of humor.
Millionaire.
Attractive, wealth and status. Depth slash spiritual. Healthy. Takes good care of himself. Someone who is more conservative leaning, I would say. Likes guns.
So no dad bods.
Tan.
I mean, a little dad bod's all right.
Tan.
I just prefer someone to take care of themselves a little. You know, I don't expect like an 8-pack.
Why are you looking at me, bro?
I don't expect an 8-pack.
How much you weigh again? What the fuck?
I weigh 158.
158?
I gained 8 pounds this
Shit.
month. Yeah.
I was like 145 in high school, bro. What the fuck? Like senior year, bro.
Oh, you were scrawny?
I was on the wrestling team.
So you were
So scrawny?
So you know how to lay them down.
Yeah, that about covers it. Honestly, if I could pick
I don't
someone
know, man. That
as like
sounds like a lot of work.
if I could pick like a
You make a
standard,
Google form.
yeah, I would say like
Google
someone like Aaron Rodgers is my ideal. If I had to pick a standard,
Like looks or just like
No, the whole package, the whole
Wait,
package.
Nick, pull up Aaron Rodgers' Wikipedia.
whole package.
You mean the football quarterback?
Yes.
Is he tan though?
I'm a girl.
He's 10-ish.
Tanner than me. Everyone's tanner than me though. It's all good. But these lights aren't doing me any favors.
Like tan or like interracial? Oh yeah.
How much does he get paid?
Yeah.
Can we find his salary?
Verify.
Wait, Nick, scroll down.
Aaron
So he's
Rodgers.
6'2", 223 pounds. One of the most. He's very
Oh,
successful. Wasn't he injured this last year?
I believe so.
Like right at the beginning of the season. Oh, didn't he sign like a massive deal too?
But
With-
not a millionaire.
What was it, the Jets?
Yeah, he's on the Jets.
But then he got injured at the beginning of the
This is too long for you.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
just Google his Jets
That's what she said.
salary.
I just like everything he
Wait,
stands
so
for.
Google that. So genuine question though. Do you think like you have a chance?
Do I think? I mean, we don't run in the same circles. We don't know each
Let's
other.
say you did.
Do I think I've? I think so.
You have a chance with
Yeah, I
Aaron
think so.
Rodgers.
I mean, he's dating a Shailene. What's her last name?
112
Oh, he's dating
million.
somebody already.
100. Well, it doesn't
No,
matter.
I'm just saying what she looks like.
75 million of the contract fully guaranteed. 100. Wow, 3 years.
That was that rich people laughing here. She's like,
Wait, but genuinely. So genuinely. Yes. Aaron Rodgers.
Like, do I think that
You
I'm
think you
good
got
enough?
a shot?
I don't. I mean,
You think you
like
got a
I
shot?
said, we don't run in the same circles.
But if you did,
But if I did,
Do you have a- do you have a
I
shot?
think I'm a pretty cool chick. Yeah. Why the heck not? Why not?
bro, of course you're holding out for like top tier 0.0001%
I thought it was
NFL
easy.
football. Huh?
I thought you said it was easy for girls to land these type of guys.
No. Hold
No?
on. It's easy. It's maybe easy to sleep with them. That's not your goal, is it?
No. Well,
You're.
I mean, obviously, I'm more of a relationship.
Wait, would you fuck Aaron Rodgers on the first night? Oh, he doesn't want you. Sorry.
Next. I wouldn't do
Wait,
that with
do you
anyone.
genuinely? Of course these guys. Of course you're a virgin. You want to. You're holding out for fucking Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I said someone like him. I've never met him. We don't, you know.
Right. So you would even reject Aaron Rodgers. He would still have to meet your like. Well, do I get along with him? And is a personality great?
The connection would have to come
You think most girls are gonna give a fuck about that? He's fucking Aaron Rodgers.
I know. Well, yeah, the connection would have to come first.
They're gonna be like, I don't give a fuck about that. I want him no matter what. I don't care if he treats me like shit. I still want him.
Are you willing to die a virgin? Like, if you don't meet anybody, will you die like a 80-year-old virgin?
Yeah, I'm not gonna settle. I mean, I can't.
Or do you have like an age where you're like, you know what? If I don't meet anybody by like 40, 45, I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah. What's your cap age?
I don't have one because I feel like anything to me, you can't force attraction and connection, so I'm not gonna do anything with anyone that I'm not into, and I just feel like anything else is like repulsive to me. So no. I would die a virgin.
My great aunt died a 100-year-old virgin.
No
She
way.
never got married.
Oh wow.
She's
Your
my
great-aunt?
grandma's sister.
Wow.
Yeah, she never got married.
That's
beautiful.
1 month shy of her 100th birthday.
She had
And
like
then
a giant.
The little sister was a nun, so she was also a virgin.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness!
So I had 2 virgins in my.
Sorry.
That's
is
so
that
cool. I mean, I'd rather not die a virgin, but if it comes down to that,
Not.
all right.
Not
It was funny.
oh, okay.
It was just funny.
Okay. Thank you.
When were chastity belts a thing? I guess.
That's a good question.
You know what I mean?
When were
Medieval
they-
times,
I
I'm assuming.
think we need to bring them back.
Chastity belts?
Yes. Only for women though.
Were they actual belts?
Agreed.
I mean that's
Were they like actual?
how it was, right?
Well, I mean, like the last time I seen a chastity belt, what I actually was like, what is that? It was like, I think, what was it?
Robin Hood
I'm
Men in
gonna
Tights.
buy a chastity
Fuck
belt.
no. It was like,
I will buy a chastity belt and I'll try it out. What? Wait, what?
so what if like
Wait,
chastity belt,
what
would
was
it come
that?
would it come with a hole on it or no hole?
Was that Andrew?
I think it was Andrew.
He's not admitting it though.
Wait. We don't have
Wait.
that on our soundboard.
What?
Wait, where did that fucking Nick? Was that you? Wait, it was Nick?
Oh, it was Nick.
Wait, is it about the chastity?
No.
Wait, Andrew, you got to do that more. Andrew, you have to do the red thing more, Andrew.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I like the red.
Andrew, you got to do the red thing more.
Very demonic. Very
What's our
not
rating in
consent.
red lighting?
Wait, what do you mean it's demonic? What, the color red is demonic?
No, it was like opposite, like a demure. Like, oh, that's not very cutesy.
Yeah.
It's very demonic.
Nick, do we have other reacts? Yeah. Let's do those. Oh, this is the one. Oh, who here has had lip filler?
I have had some.
I have. It's worn out
For
right now.
hydration purposes.
I have a question for the ladies on this. Nick, play the clip. Play the clip, Nick. Play the clip. Oh, it was Nick. Okay.
It's not that bad. I've seen it.
Oh my God.
never mind.
Why do you women destroy your appearance?
That's a lot.
Isn't that the
That's a
initial
lot.
swelling? Did it go down for her? Or does she still look like that?
Why do y'all destroy your looks? It's kind of sad.
Well, to be fair, I mean that's
It's
in
so
a very
sad.
extreme.
These poor women are
case.
just destroying their face.
I think some girls like do maybe look good, and then when other girls see that, they want to get it and expect it to
They
look
get
as
too
good,
much.
but then it just doesn't look good on them.
Yeah.
You've
I
never
feel
found a
for
girl
it.
attractive that has lip filler?
I mean,
Never?
a girl could be attractive and have lip filler, but it doesn't make her more attractive. It makes her look, at least my aesthetic perspective, it makes women look worse.
Do you think Kylie Jenner is unattractive?
Well, I mean, she's super plastic, but her fake lips, I think they
But
look worse.
Okay.
Would you fuck her though?
Would you fuck her? Yeah.
Does she fuck white guys?
So you would?
Yeah, she's dating
So you
a
would?
white
You would
Oh,
fuck plastic?
Timothy Chalamet.
So you would.
And then you wonder why women are
I would be an
plastic.
idiot businessman to pass up the chance of fucking Kylie Jenner, first off. You realize how, I don't know though, don't. Why is that?
I don't know, I just wanted to do it.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes though, I think the trademark of good work is when you can't tell that
Right,
someone's had
I
something
agree
done.
with
And I
you.
don't think necessarily that there's. I don't necessarily think that if someone's had something done, that means that it's bad.
I don't like the plastic look.
No, that's fair. I
Yeah?
absolutely.
Yes,
yeah.
you do.
I don't
You would
either.
fuck Kylie Jenner. If that gets your dick hard, obviously.
Have you seen it
no.
done
Like
naturally?
plastics.
Yeah.
Have you seen it done naturally?
It doesn't look. She doesn't look natural. She has
No,
fake
not
tits.
Kylie. No, not
and a
Kylie. We're not
fucking
talking about
BBL.
Kylie. I
Does
said
she have a BBL? Probably. I don't fucking know.
Have you seen lip filler done naturally?
No, it never looks natural. It always looks bad. Sorry. Sorry, ladies.
Damn. That's crazy.
That's
Does my lip
crazy.
filler look
Do you
natural?
have-
Yeah.
I thought you said you didn't have lip filler.
I lied.
Looks natural.
Wait,
Does
are
it
you
look
lying
natural?
about having lip
She
filler?
was talking about the other lips.
Big labia.
Labia.
I'm just kidding.
Now that's something I can get behind. I can get behind it. Oh, the bear. We got to do the bear question. We got to do. Wait, you want to date
Labia
Aaron
filler?
Rodgers?
If he were interested.
I mean,
Hashtag Aaron Rodgers.
Hashtag Aaron.
Hashtag virgin.
I mean, I'm probably not good enough for
Don't-
him, but
have you ever heard that Bo Burnham? He did a comedy special. Like he does these musical bits.
I love Bo
And it's like something like, how does it go? Something about like lower your expectations a little.
I have not heard that.
What special is that from?
I forgot.
Is it like an older one?
It's one of his older ones. Is before like the weirdo.
How does it go? Oh, I think it's from what? Where he's like reading a book, right? And he's like sitting on a stool reading out of like his little poetry book. I think it's one of the poems.
I guess.
I think I know which one you're talking about. I don't know. I can't recall.
Anyways, so don't you think you gotta lower your expectations a little bit?
no, I don't.
Why not?
I don't want to.
But it's like, okay, it's like you're not getting the man. You haven't found the man.
Well, I haven't been looking though, to be fair.
She doesn't feel like it's imperative, it seems like.
I'm not. I honestly, my teens.
No, you do want a partner.
Yes, if the right person came along. In my teens and 20s, I literally wasn't ready to date. I wasn't interested in dating. 30s is really the only time in my life that I've been even open to the idea of being with someone.
Okay, what would you say to a guy, an average guy, who's like, well, I'm holding out for a Victoria's Secret model?
What would I say?
What would you say to that average guy?
I don't know. I don't know if I'd say anything, to be honest. Like, rock on, brother.
You
okay?
wouldn't be like,
But
you're delusional? You wouldn't? No delusion?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe I am delusional, but it's okay. I like it this way. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy person, so it's all good.
Well, look, I mean, that's fine, but it's just, it occurs to me that it seems a little unrealistic to expect to date someone on the level of Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that was just an example that I gave, but I mean, yeah, 100%.
Okay, so name-
100%. You're right.
Name
yes.
somebody who's of lesser status and who has less money and is less attractive than Aaron Rodgers who you would date. Like a notable person that we can Google.
I can't do that. I really don't have anyone in mind
Like,
for that.
you know that guy Ryan from The Office?
No.
Have you seen The Office?
Yeah, but I don't know who Ryan is.
He's like got the negative downward tilt in his eyes. Like super.
Not in the millions.
Not sure who that is. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He's the guy who dated the Indian woman. I forgot her name. Kelly.
Damn, y'all all watched The
I
Office.
haven't
Good
seen it
question.
enough to. Yeah, I haven't seen it enough to know who that is.
Me either, or Friends.
But no, it's all good. I mean, listen, like I'm happy on my own. If the right guy comes along, I'm happy with that too. But always been on my own. I'm used to.
But you said you've
being my own.
rejected like hundreds of guys. You haven't gone on any dates, right?
Right, because if I don't feel it with someone, I'm not going to waste anyone's time. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
But it's like, I get it, but it's like if you're just gonna, like if you do want to eventually find somebody,
you have to be open-minded.
At what point do you have to be like, okay, my expectations are too high. I need to lower my standards and expectations if I'm gonna find somebody.
Well, because I'm an all or nothing person when it comes to what I want. So I don't feel like I have to lower my expectations, and I'm not prepared to do so. And I'm, like I said, would I like to find someone at this time?
I'd be happy to, but I'm also happy on my own. I've always been on my own, so.
If a guy
would a good dating strategy for you be to bring your cats new outfits?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, actually, I have a little stroller I push them around in, so.
No way.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, they love to go outside.
Would you date a guy who makes $100,000 a year?
Potentially, yeah, if the connection was there. I mean, sure. If the connection was there, first and foremost, that's the most important thing, connection. Like I said, that's why I said that comes first. Everything else is, kind of secondary to that, but there are other things that I would want as well.
10.
Yeah, 10. You gotta be 10. You gotta
right.
balance me out a little bit.
Okay. So once she sits back, I'll ask the final question and then we'll wrap the show. But she's back there. I don't know what she's doing methamphetamine or something.
Methamphetamine is great.
Okay, so the entire thing.
Oh, sorry, PCP, my bad. Last call, guys, on the TTS if you want to get it in. Guys, last call. Get your TTSs in.
Yeah, no one's going to send it for the big bottle of champagne back there?
No, we don't need a champagne bottle, but if they want to do a
I'm just kidding.
little TTS in the chat.
TTS.
What's that white thing in the glass there? What is that?
It's
Flashing?
the little things hanging up there.
What is that? Do you see what I'm talking about, Maddie?
Oh, in the camera where it's like flaring?
Where the camera is?
It's like flashing.
No, that's the tower.
Oh.
It's like a light tower.
Okay, cool.
It's like a flame, kind of.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so where were we?
You were going to ask her in the orange.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. So
Final question.
going around the table, would you rather be in a forest and you'll cross paths with a man or a bear? And you're going to cross paths, randomly spawn in the forest. I'm starting over here with you.
What's my name?
Gertrude.
Huh?
Gertrude.
Oh, Gertrude.
Big labia. I'm just playing. So I run across a bear or a man.
You're in a forest and you're stuck.
I'm in a forest and I'm stuck. And if I run across...
You're not necessarily
So you get
stuck.
randomly spawned in the forest. You have to come across a bear or a man. Which would you choose?
Fucking man.
Let's do you. Do you have a sternum tattoo, by the way?
I do.
Are you looking at her tits?
No, I'm looking at the...
Are you looking at my fat?
Sure.
He called me fat earlier.
I didn't call you fat.
He implied it.
I did not call you fat.
I told him he had a dad bod, and he was kind of like, "How much do you weigh?" Like,
you did.
Like, it felt like you were implying, like,
angry.
Like, it felt like you were implying, like, "Oh my god, like you're fat too." So
don't worry about my dad bod. Worry about your weight.
And I'm like, I've never been called fat before, so it's crazy.
I always think that's a person.
You always think it's me?
Yeah, kind of.
Be nice here.
I love it. Because it kind of looks like you're doing it right now.
I do want to ask you now, though. Do you think I'm fat?
Wait, what?
Can you rate all of us on a scale of 1 through 10 and go around this panel?
No, because I'll cry.
It's okay. You're already a prostitute.
You okay, bro? Okay, I need to stop. Okay. So, bear or man? Which do you pick?
Well, after
Why
like...
are you touching your boob like that, bro? Chill out. Calm down, bro.
I can touch my boobs if I want to.
I know, it's just like very, I don't know, it's chill
Very
out.
sexual.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Anyways.
Which do you pick, bear or man?
So...
A bear man.
I think... Well, there's like obviously like the
Is
whole...
Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Sorry, I don't know why I pressed that one.
Let's just go with man, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, going around the table.
Man.
Man.
Definitely man.
Bear?
Lauren?
Man, I should do a video about this actually.
Why do you pick bear?
Because, wait, so like, yeah, I'd be stuck in the forest with a bear because you can run from a bear or like scare it off. Because I've been stuck in a forest before. Because I've been camping. You can scare off a bear, but you never know what the random man's going to do to you.
You don't know what the bear's gonna do.
You don't
to
think the man could protect you from potential
Wait,
threats?
You could be hungry and eat the bear.
No.
Wait, bears.
Sorry, that's
bears
kind of
can
loud.
run.
That's aggressive.
Bears can run up to 30 miles per hour. If you're like within close enough proximity, you're
I've
gonna
been near
die.
a bear before.
Right, you can't just like scare it away. But you have a higher likeliness of running away from a man. That's predatory.
I'd rather be in the
Your
forest with
intellect
bear.
is so attractive. It's crazy.
I love
Wait, so what's what?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be.
That sounded kind of a snipey and a little bit underhanded and nefarious and a little bit, it just sounded a little bit like passive aggressive there.
Wait, who?
I forgot to turn back on the TTS. There's like a bazillion. Guys, it was
Oh my
accidentally
God.
paused. I'm really sorry.
It's because we said big labia.
I'm sorry, boys.
Then.
I'm just gonna let them come
Vector
through.
donated $30. I don't understand why Miss 9 in the back there has a permanent blush. It's almost like she saw Brian's dumpy and her face had an involuntary reaction.
I don't know. She's been advertising her big baby all
Jim
night.
Bro donated $30. My sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like.
Average Jim Bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Nice.
Brian's #1 simp donated $31. I have a huge labia, Brian.
I'm sorry, guys, that
It's
these were
so
paused.
large that it looks like flaccid testicles.
Sign me up. Flaccid testicles. What the fuck?
Hillary Epstein donated $30. So a bunch of 5 and 6s require someone who doesn't have a dad bod? Sorry, you are eliminating 80% of the dating pool. Especially when you have baggage. Let's have a reality check. Old Man Marine donated $30. MILF, I want to bury my face in those underscore, and stick my underscore in every underscore. Left it blank so your son won't know what I said. Sorry, not 18, but we'll still have a good time.
MILF.
Antidote Johnson 1336 donated $30. Brian, remember the time when you were at the gym yesterday and there was the flying labia that looked like Gothic Joe Biden with wings that had you go GMD Jim donated $30. Blondie, the purity of virginity is something that a conservative Christian man is looking for. You are a progressive LARPing as a conservative. They will see right through you. Bear underscore in underscore the underscore Woods donated $30. She should name her cat Delulu.
Not a bad idea for the next one.
Well put. Bear in the Woods. Thank you. We have a few more coming through. A few more. Get them in.
Thomas donated $35. Hello from the UK. It's my first time catching a live stream and it's nearly over. Smiley face. Good job, Brixan. I hope I didn't misspell it. And Andrew. One question for the panel. How many feminists? Clay donated $29.99. Would love to see
thank you,
McKen
Thomas.
Murphy on the pod.
Thank you,
He's
Thomas.
an Evo psychologist with great data-driven takes on dating and is very articulate.
I'll be sure to. Thank you, Clay. I'll be sure to check it out.
Framework engineer donated $30. Not wanting children is like admitting to the world that you're so rotten on the inside that even you know there's nothing worth reproducing going on inside. It's just slow self-deletion.
That's basically what she said.
Yeah. No, she was a bit more tactful.
Right, you're
No,
not
by the
so
way,
nice.
Thomas.
That's all right.
Thomas, appreciate you watching all the way from the UK, man. I hope you enjoy your first time watching the stream. Appreciate you catching it. Thank you, man. Feminists, I don't think any of them said they were feminists.
$30.
No feminists,
How
right?
are a bunch of 5 or 6 going to say they aren't okay with a dad bod when that eliminates 80% of the dating pool for their age? Then they have more requirements on top of that. W office ref.
There's actually this great video from the office about this. How does it go? It's about like, well, I'll have to play it some other time, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. I'll let the rest come through.
The _random_bear donated $30. I'm running away from all y'all predators. I'm a 19-year-old bear. Y'all give me the ick.
Yeah, there you go. Do it again one more time.
Big Papa Long John donated $30. Brian, when are you hitting the streets for interviews again? I'ma find you and bust those cheeks. Don't lose any weight. I like my twinks a little chunky.
Wow.
KO donated $100.
Yo, KO,
Does butt stuff and BJs count against virginity? Furthermore, do they count a body, half body, no body?
Also, thank you, KO. Appreciate it. He also sent it in as a super chat. Does butt stuff and BJ's count against virginity? Yeah, I wonder, like the BJ count has to be like way higher.
That's what I said earlier when I was like.
Silent donated $30. Just because Andrew murked all you delusional woman. Here we go. Andrew went to Miami as a bear and NSA/CIA sent back a shaved twink clone.
Oh, is it because of the beard? Wait, Andrew, we got to hear you're laughing. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, Andrew.
It's bugged. Andrew's bugged.
Yeah, the mic's bugged, boys.
The mic is bugged, boys. Fix it. So going back to KOs, yeah, I would say anal sex for sure counts. I don't know if BJ counts against virginity.
Well, that's what I said about sexuality, and then you guys were like, "Well, that is sexual."
I don't know if a BJ counts. That's third base, you know. Like you can get to third base, you know, and like still be a virgin.
The Lauren, yes.
Like
I'm ready.
Lauren, have you given any BJs?
No.
Oh. But you played with yourself.
Yes.
Like
I feel like that stuff though is like all the same to me. Like I wouldn't do anything with anyone that I wasn't into.
Yeah, but who would want that anyway? It defeats the purpose, right? Oh, I'm a virgin, but I sucked 100 dicks. Or, oh, I'm a virgin, but got effed in the A 10 times. Yeah. Like, it would defeat the whole purpose of the virtue side of the thing, right?
I'm a virgin.
I actually dated a girl who...
I'll come, but I won't take penetration.
Is this right?
I guess that makes sense.
Continue,
I
Brian.
dated a girl who... Actually, never mind. I'm not going to share that story.
No, share it. She had a small
Who was a
labia?
virgin and gave BJs?
Listen. As the host of whatever, Brian must never reveal too much about his own details because that would be untowards as the host of such a podcast, which has such an enormous status as the whatever podcast does.
It's like whatever, I guess.
It's whatever.
It's whatever.
Andrew Ray. So last call, guys, on the chat. Last call on the chats. Really quick, going back to the bear thing, though. What percentage of men do you think would attack you in this situation?
I didn't say attack. I just said, like, I'd rather just be in the woods with the bear than a man.
Right, but you're doing a risk assessment.
Old Man Marine donated $30. Girl in white, tattoo artist here. Your tattoos look like crap. You should work on getting those lasered or covered up. Too pretty to have ugly tattoos. Boom, semi-roasted.
Oh,
boom, roasted.
Do they? I mean, like, is the quality of them bad, or just
I think he just
the
wanted
placement?
Is it Kirby?
Yeah, Kirby's up here.
Why isn't Kirby? What is Kirby pink? Is Kirby pink?
See, I didn't know if I wanted to get them colored. I don't like the placement too much, so I'd agree with that.
Kirby and she's
If I could
curvy.
move them around, I'd move them around, but.
This reminds me of that French.
It's a terrible joke, and you should feel ashamed of yourself for making it. Just terrible. Just an awful joke. Kirby and Kirby. It's terrible. Just feel ashamed of yourself. Just a little bit.
You know what? It's not Kirby and curvy. It made you chuckle a little.
Is that? I didn't hear that.
So I was chuckling at how terrible.
That's the second compliment
joke
within
was.
30 minutes, okay? I know I'm not the only 9 here. Yeah.
So we're going to do a raid on Twitch, but before that, Austin, do you think you're able to pull up Twitch? Yep. Think you got it?
What's your rate on us, Brian?
What I rate you guys?
Yeah, tell us.
Hey, really quick before I do the rating. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow.
7 hours.
And a Prime sub. Guys, it's been 31 minutes since we last got a Prime. We're about to send you guys off to do a raid. If you guys, really quick, check if you have a Prime sub available, because it will be
Joshua
very
Tree
nice
donated $30.
if you could support the show.
Great show, Brixan
Yo,
and
Vixen,
Andrew.
thank
Keep
you,
up the great
guys.
work fighting
Yo,
delusion.
Joshua, thank you, man. Thank you, Joshua. We are doing our best. We are up against the Goliath of whatever we're up against, and it's a real. We're putting in the work. Me and Andrew, 2-man team. We're 2-man team.
DP.
What the fuck?
I'm just like.
What the fuck? Disavow. Thank you guys for the primes, guys.
Like two winners the whole night. All these jokes, you've had 2 winners the entire night. You feel, are you proud of yourself? 2. Like 2. Maybe 3. Maybe you've had 3. But you haven't had more than 3 winners the whole night.
What were the winners?
Tough crowd.
What were the winners? I want to know.
Well, I took a W tonight.
Andrew took a big W.
What's a big W?
Big.
Yeah.
Big W.
But it wasn't against you guys. It was I took a W against my own chats. First time that's ever happened. I'm pretty proud of that, by the way.
Yay!
Yeah. Well, that's the good British clap. I don't feel like. Yeah, I feel like you should really give like the really. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's that.
You know what, though, Andrew? I do have to say, you know what? At least from your end, what took an L?
Nothing.
Your kidneys. Because of what? Alcohol.
Your liver? Wait, his liver?
Wait, is it liver?
It's liver, not kidneys.
It's liver?
It affects both.
I thought it was kidneys.
It's
Well, it's
liver
mainly the
and
liver.
kidneys.
Okay.
Imbecile.
Kidneys.
I don't.
I barely had anything to drink. What do you mean?
Let's fact check this, Andrew.
Is how much
Is
of
it
a
liver
straight
or
edge
kidney?
I am. I don't even know what
That's so funny.
organ alcohol affects.
It's like, what happened to his kidneys?
I literally love her. She's like so
Speak
nice. She's like,
which-
well,
Uh-oh,
I
here we
don't
go.
think.
Huh?
Ready?
No, I already beat
Oh,
you.
she's drinking with you.
It wasn't even the whole thing. But just fail
That's what she
after
said.
fail after fail.
Fail after fail. Any final thoughts before we wrap up? Any final thoughts before we wrap up the show? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
You going to send a raid over this way, Brian?
Yes, I have it all set to go. On your end, we will raid you, and hopefully you can do a infomercial on the Debate University course.
Of course.
Michigan Christian donated $30. If chastity belts came back, women would demand it come with a hole in it. So much coke tonight. Women's value comes from modesty, and they all blow it early. Virgin or not, Gandalf waited too long. W. Andrew.
Can I ask Andrew a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Andrew.
Oh, wait, there's another one coming in. Hold on.
Old Man Marine donated $30. They're too light, placements are bad, the elbow ditch tattoo looks weird from here. You could DM and I could help you out on what you can do. Not sure how Brian feels about giving out ick handles.
You can DM me and tell me what's wrong with my tattoos, and I'll respond if
Okay.
I need help.
What was your question for Senior Andrew?
Oh, yeah, Andrew, I wanted to know, like, where do you ground your, like, ethics from, like, your morality? I don't know if this is too off topic.
I ground it from God.
Like divine command theory, kind of.
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, for sure. I was just curious.
Oh, show divine command theory or what? For show.
Yes, my epistemology, which is the study of the epistles, for those of you who don't know, is grounded along with my ontology and theology and eschatology and every other type of ology you can think of in the unchanging standard, which is God. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I agree.
Wait, are you religious?
Yeah.
Are you married?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Sorry.
Don't sound so disappointed when you heard that I was married.
I'm
Calm
so
down.
disappointed.
Calm
I wanted to go on a
down.
date so bad. Brian.
Who am I going to raid on Twitch? Any final thoughts from anybody else?
Andrew, how do you feel about applied ethics?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
I like applied ethics. Why?
I don't know.
You mean ethics versus morals?
Yeah,
and the application thereof.
Brian's number Simp donated $30. The labia is so large I can make them clap more than my cheeks. BTW Brian and Andrew are the best.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Brian's number Simp. There's
Yeah, if you ever, in the future, if you ever want to do a debate on that, let me know.
I have some questions about that. If I can ask you in DMs.
Hillary Epstein donated $30.
You just asked me here,
Big
too.
girls always loudest. GN y'all good show. Brian would never.
Big girls, big Libya.
A lot of girls claim big labia, but it's actually they're catfishing. They're really like
Brian,
middies.
Would you be opposed to, so since you're against like plastic surgery, what if a woman got like a labiaplasty skin graft and got a bigger labia instead?
This I can get behind.
Okay, great.
I
Cool,
literally
cool.
love
But
you.
I feel
She's the fucking
they don't do that. I
I'm
don't
sure
think
they
do
would
that.
find a way. I don't know.
Yo, Brian's lint roller. Thank you for the gifted. That's Natalia. Thank you, Natalia.
I want to know, what's the questions? What's the questions on the applied ethics?
Oh no, I was just curious about your stance on that. I have some contention with applied ethics from what I've understood
this
what they
got
are,
deep.
but
That's what she
we don't have to get
Well,
into.
well, can I ask you just a very brief question?
Yeah.
Do all of your morals or ethical standards come from preference?
No, they don't. I don't
Where
go
do
by
they come
applied
from?
ethics. I would also argue from divine command theory by saying that my morals are grounded by God in which He and what He commanded.
Which God?
The Christian God, Jesus Christ.
Okay, so then I'm not sure where we would have
No,
much
I was just
contention.
no. There's no contention. I was just asking what your stance was on the different types.
But I mean, you don't follow pure divine command theory, right?
I don't know.
You're a Protestant, aren't you?
No.
You're not a
I'm-
Protestant?
Can you elaborate on that?
Are you a
Protestant?
Catholic or Orthodox Christian?
I guess I'm leaning more toward Orthodox, but I don't know.
Have you been baptized into the church?
Not yet.
Okay.
So
But good. I mean, I'm glad that you're leaning towards orthodoxy. We need you over here. You gotta get in. You gotta get in here, right? That's where we need you.
yeah, I've been going back and forth on it with other Christians. I have more like Pentecostals around me, so we're going back and forth on like the different.
Oh well, that's the problem, right? It's not really just divine command, but it's the idea of exegesis and you being your own God. That's the big problem. But anyway, I won't belabor the point at the end of the show. But yeah, if you have more questions, let me know and I'll point you in the right direction for people who at least can answer them if I can't.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to ground from divine command theory because I feel like once you argue, like my morals come from God, would you not have the burden of proof to prove that
Tell
God
you
is
what,
real?
I do have to wrap up
Sorry.
the show, but I will, if you guys want, you guys could maybe hop on.
Just very briefly, I'll just respond. Yes, I think you would have a philosophical burden, but you can look to the transcendental argument for philosophical proof.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cool. All right, guys. Let's
Past
see.
45 minutes.
Yeah, indeed it is. Indeed it is. Bamboozled.
Oh, what's another 2 minutes? He's almost done with the show. Look at this. This is ridiculous. We just had a moment. We had a drink, everything, and you're just gonna mess the whole thing up just like that.
I loved
She
it.
found out I was married, and now she wants to get out of the studio. So just
I don't want to
It's all
continue
good.
now. See? Why'd you get me started?
By the way, I do want to reiterate that the House of the Dragon season 2 was absolute dog shit. But I would like to end the show by saying,
well played.
GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your
played.
way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight, guys. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a pretty good panel.
Walt Disney donated $30. Please tell McMona to lay off the cheeseburgers and start focusing on the coconuts and the trees.
Who the fuck is McMona?
Moana?
Oh shit, my bad.
Who the fuck is that guy?
By the way, as Brian wraps up with his outro, I just want to say it was nice to meet all of you. A very spirited conversation. I enjoyed it very much. Hope to see all of you back at some point.
Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Nice to meet you. It's been great. Thank you for letting us be here as well.
God bless.
Big thank you to the panel. Thank you to, again, everybody who super chats, donates, supports the
Except
show.
Madison. No thank you to Madison.
Yeah,
but
except-
everybody else.
10,000 on the stream is crazy though. Yay.
10,000 what viewers?
Yeah.
Or that's comments, I'm pretty sure.
Oh shit.
Oh, actually, it's much more than that. There's a whole other stream side of this, which also has thousands more.
Yeah.
Damn.
Between YouTube and Twitch, we do like between 8 and 10K usually. Anyways, I am going to do a raid on Twitch. I will be raiding Andrew, so those of you don't leave yet because we're going to do a raid on YouTube, which sends you over to Andrew's channel. He's going to continue streaming on his channel for a period of time, and he's going to get into some juicy stuff, so stick around for that. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. Those of you watching on Twitch, I'm going to send a raid to S-Fand. He is playing Madden NFL 25, and he's playing... Who's he playing as? The Commanders. Okay, okay, he's playing... We can't... Or actually, do you know how to pull it up? Austin, you want to give it a crack?
What do you want me to do?
So you're going to have to open up the other tab, go to twitch.tv/SFandTV. You're going to have to type that in. So it's ESFAND TV.
What is it, S?
And just forget it. Okay, don't worry about it. I got to get these people out of here. But I'm going to do the raid. I'll send the raid over there on Twitch going in 7 seconds. Guys, please tell S-Fan to come to California and we'll get him on the podcast. We got to get this guy on the show. He's a World of Warcraft player, so we have a lot to talk about when it comes to dating, voice crack, and World of Warcraft. So I'm going to send the raid now. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Drop a follow on the Prime before I send you over. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. Rating now. And then lastly, I think that's pretty much it on the YouTube side. Guys, like I said, we're going to raid Andrew. Drop him a sub while you're over there. And yeah, guys, 07's in the chat. I hope that you guys have a... One sec, guys. Let me get this figured out here. Oh, sorry, guys. One sec. Where is it? Okay. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good night. And we'll see you guys next time. Good night, guys.
Thank you, Andrew and Brian.
Good night.